Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. The Supreme Neo-Demon appeared before a massive army of chimera-like creatures, all of them wearing white armors. They were in hibernation mode, and there was a parasitic tadpole fused in each of their brains. Despite these creatures being warriors of the Daybreak clan, Ezequiel could see beyond their appearance and understand their true nature. In his mind, the millions of soulless drones were worth less than a single Neo-Demon's life. A moment after Ezequiel's appearance, a figure made of energy with the form of Dante appeared. Supreme. The figure gave a bow to Ezequiel before waiting for him to speak. These are the troops meant to go into God's tomb, right? Yes. Following Father's commands, we left a third of our drones to support our Neo-Demons in the transitional plane. The others are in the many worlds where extermination of dark races is occurring. Master's grand goal. Ezequiel's eyes shone with a peculiar light, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face as he thought of the utopian universe Zabiel sought to create. He shook his head since this was not the time to think of that and looked at the figure made of energy. How powerful is their self-destruction? Thanks to their armors, Rank 1 drones can unleash an explosion capable of killing Peak 1 life forms in a radius of 200 meters. The Rank 2 drone's detonation can kill every Peak Rank 2 life form in a radius of 1000 meters. As for the Rank 3 drones, I made some adjustments to them, and although the radius of destruction they create is only 50 meters, they unleash a pseudo Rank 4 blast. Rank 3 brain golems will control the tadpoles in their brains? Yes, I created unique brain golems capable of passing down the orders from the generals to drones squads. Ezequiel nodded, and the next moment he made thousands of arcs with primordial entropy lightning's power and sent them to the Rank 3 drones. This lightning shared the spiritual qualities of the one used to kill the tattooed man, but these brought life while that one carried death. Dante noticed how the fake consciousness in those drones grew more potent and showed signs of wisdom. Spiritual lightning. Supreme's comprehension over the law of lightning already reached the minor completion level? Dante was stunned. Even for Ezequiel, reaching that level of law comprehension in such a little time should be impossible. Spiritual lightning can be created with a law of lightning at the initial level if your dominion over the soul is high enough. With this, the drones will be easier to control. Dante limited himself to nodding, but the awe did not leave his face. How many Neo-Demon will go to God's tomb? 400 Neo-Demon have decided to participate. Dante made a pause before continuing. Lady Nimr also decided to enter God's tomb. There was only one Rank 3 Neo-Demon someone like Dante would have to treat with such respect, and that was the woman Ezequiel saved in the Beta Heavenly World and then took as his lover. The Supreme Neo-Demon only released a small sigh when he heard that. He guessed this would happen, but it still disturbed him. Before I leave, tell me, what is your and Rax's battle power? Although he was confused about the question and involved some of his secrets, Dante answered Supreme Neo-Demon's question. Mine has reached peak 3rd engraving stage, and that of Rax the pseudo 3rd engraving stage. The moment he finished his words, Danny's consciousness inside the elder brain froze. He felt like an ancient monster stared at him. The figure made of energy focused on Ezequiel and saw the coldness in his eyes. You are only pushing yourself to the limit. The Supreme Neo-Demon spoke those words before teleporting, allowing Dandy's consciousness to relax. The next second, Ezequiel appeared in a large chamber where a woman with black metallic hair, demonic wings, and a scorpion tail was training. Ezequiel went to great lengths to obtain some of the best bloodlines in Abyss for her. Although it was still an Emperor bloodline, it was very close to the half-law level. The moment Nimr opened her eyes, she focused on the man in front of her, and the two shared a look full of love and tenderness. I will become a Rank 7 life form and achieve immortality. Then I can link your lifespan to mine, and you will never die. Do you really want to enter God's tomb and risk eternal death? Almost nothing could provoke fear in Ezequiel Entropy Regius Unus Invictus, but losing this woman terrified him. Nimr showed a beautiful smile as she saw the love in Ezequiel's face, but her eyes were resolute. I want to be by your side forever, but I refuse to always be beneath you. I know I will never surpass you, but I want to obtain the strength to fight on the same battlefield as you, just like Lady Sophia with the Ancestor. Ezekiel had the power to alter Nimr's mind and memories, erasing the idea of entering God's tomb, but he would never do that. This side of her, the one willing to risk her life to achieve power, was one of the many reasons he loved her. He caressed her face before putting a bracelet in her hand. I cannot protect you inside God's tomb, but this will mark the person who took you away from me. I may not be able to bring you back, but I will submerge that individual's world in my wrath. The duo kissed before leaving for their chamber. Chapter 403, Beyond Prima Omega Art. Zadiel sat in front of the underworld forge, breathing the enlightenment mist as he worked in an Animax soul rune. The complexity and forces in the rune were so extraordinary that they awoke Hades' interest. The ancient being of laws could see with ease every runic line and the form of the runes. However, he could not decipher the rune's power or the laws it emulated. A fluctuation in space occurred, and the next second, Ezekiel appeared a few meters away from Zadiel. The Supreme Neo-Demon noticed the Neo-Demon's ancestors' focus and did not disturb him. Teacher. Ezekiel nodded to Hades before closing his eyes and beginning to decipher the phenomena inside his bloodline. The Supreme Neo-Demon did not like wasting time, and since his cultivation advanced on its own, he focused on enhancing his law comprehension. The ancient being of laws nodded back to Ezekiel, and a peculiar light appeared in his eyes as he focused on the two men in front of him. These two are monsters, and one day they will rise above the Prima Universe's laws. Once they form their Omega laws, recovering my plane with their help will be easy, and I may achieve my ultimate goal. Hades did not doubt that Zadiel and Ezekiel will become supreme powerhouses level existences. Brother, soon I will return home, and this time I will not be alone. A flash of pure and monstrous killing intent appeared for a second in Hades' eyes, but it faded immediately, and he once again focused on Zadiel's rune. Zadiel's hands were moving faster and faster. His eyes began to bleed as he pushed his cognitive abilities beyond their limits with his mind force. When he reached the final part of the rune, Zadiel activated Shooting Star and he inscribed the last runic lines with a speed so high that they became invisible to the naked eye. The moment Zadiel finished the Animax soul rune, for an instant, Ezekiel and Hades felt a force beyond the Prima Universe's laws. Ezekiel opened his eyes, and they shone with wonder when he felt the indestructibility force and lightning power in the Animax soul rune. The Supreme Neo-Demon law of lightning reached the late initial level, but the rune's power seemed to be not of a higher level but superior nature. While Ezekiel showed confusion, Hades immediately understood the power that the rune carried, and even he could not hide his amazement. Zadiel analyzed the Animax soul rune, and after making sure it was perfect, he threw it to Ezekiel's head. He did it while having Shooting Star and active, so the rune flew at an incredible speed. Ezekiel's eyes widened, and in less than a millisecond, the rune was already in front of him. Even a peak rank 5 life form would find it hard to catch something so fast, but the Supreme Neo-Demon had a lightning constitution that allowed his body to react as quickly as his mind and the law of lightning. Arcs of lighting covered Ezekiel's right arm, and he managed to catch the rune just before it touched his skin. Zadiel smiled when he saw the Supreme Neo-Demon's reflexes and speed. Combining the extreme speed ability of the law of lightning with the lightning constitution paid off. Although your speed is still inferior to a rank 5 Shooting Star bloodline, you are at least able to react to it. Ezekiel bowed to Zadiel after this one spoke to him before focusing on the rune. What are the laws in this rune? Ezekiel felt different kinds of forces in the rune, but they all acted as a single entity, which baffled him. There is only one law in that rune, but it is not one created by the Prima Universe. The core will teach you about it once you reach peak rank 5, but I guess it is time for you to learn what an Omega law is. Ezekiel smiled once he heard that. He had access to all the Neo-Demon race information, which contained countless path techniques, historical records, and secrets of the universe. However, there is not a single mention of Omega laws in it. That information was like the 3 settings. Only those whose cultivation reached a high enough level could learn it. Most people are oblivious to Omega law's true nature even after reaching rank 7, and that can be fatal. Make sure to engrave every word in your mind. Hades said nothing else before closing his eyes and focusing once again on his recovery. Ezekiel's interest only grew when he heard the way Hades spoke about them. Zadiel took a moment to calm the pain he felt in his mind before adopting a solemn expression. We, live forms from the Prima Universe, awake our true souls at rank 4, and the universe will grant us a path that we can use to stand equal to the laws and achieve immortality. The true soul's path of power focuses on developing our law comprehension, which will allow us to harness more and more soul origin. However, once an individual reaches rank 7, he can no longer depend on the path given by the universe will to become stronger. Your comprehension of the Prima Universe laws cannot get higher because, at that level, there is nothing else to comprehend. To surpass rank 7, go beyond the limit stated by the universe will and stand above the prima universe's laws. One must fuse his laws and every aspect of his existence into a cosmic force that can remain eternal. That cosmic force is an Omega Law. Once you create one, even if someone annihilates your body and soul, they will be unable to erase your existence as long as your creation remains living. There are many Omega Laws in the Prima universe, and some have owners while others don't. Most of the ownerless ones come from a previous epoch and are already part of the matrix that forms our universe. Some say law bloodlines are Omega Laws made flesh, but even I cannot say for sure whether that is true or not. You have already come in contact with 3 Omega Laws. Ezekiel saw that Zadiel remained silent and knew what he was waiting for. The Supreme Neo-Demon went through the significant events in his memories as he searched for those cosmic forces. One was the power that allows us Neo-Demons to undergo the 3 severings. Zadiel nodded and waited patiently for the Supreme Neo-Demon to continue. The dot of light that ever left in my soul dimension is another. Ezekiel could figure out those 2 very fast since the power they display was beyond his understanding, but finding the third proved to be challenging. He did not lose focus, and after a few minutes, his eyes narrowed. The third is the force that allowed Sophia to undergo nirvanic rebirth. Ezekiel remembered the wonder he felt the moment he first saw the white egg and perceived the power that allowed its creation. Zadiel's smile grew wider when he witnessed Ezekiel's extraordinary perception. That is right. Nirvanic rebirth is an Omega Law of a previous epoch. Whether this cosmic force is connected to the Phoenix bloodline by chance or born that way, I do not know, but its power covers the entire Prima universe. The dot of light you and I have on our soul dimensions is a beyond Prima Omega art. It will allow us to channel the strength of the cosmic force that ever created and obtain all kinds of supernatural powers. Even the most mediocre beyond Prima Omega art is incredibly hard to train. However, the upgrade in battle power they grant can compare with law bloodlines. Although a beyond Prima Omega art is not the only way to learn how to use an external Omega Law, it is the best method. Due to the stress that training an art puts in your soul, you must form inner law dimension before using it. The Animax Soul Rune I handed to you is named Vajra Terminus Body. It allows you to display part of the power in the Vajra Terminus Omega Law. Your body's defenses will obtain an incredible boost, and Terminus Force will fuse into your lightning. Just like the one in my true Doomsday body, it is a peak rank 5 Animax Soul Rune. The amount of energy it consumes is immense, so you will only be able to activate it for a few short seconds. The current Zadiel had zero comprehension over the Vajra Terminus Omega Law, but that was the wonder of runes. You don't need to understand them to create one and use its power, as long you have the runic diagram in your mind. Ezekiel's eyes shone with excitement. Without hesitation, he engraved the Animax Soul Rune in his true Doomsday body. The process was painful, but the Supreme Neo-Demon resisted like it was nothing. Once he finished, without waiting, he fed the rune with elemental chaos. His face grew pale due to the sudden loss of energy. The next instant, his aura skyrocketed, and a pillar of white lightning with a black edge surged from his body. Zadiel's rebirth I analyzed Ezekiel's power, and he nodded. With this, you will not be limited to fighting weak daemon marquises. Killing even those that are considered strong is within your reach. According to Zadiel's calculation, Ezekiel's current battle power was higher than his. It was not due to a difference in their potential or bloodline since they were around the same. The thing that pushed Ezekiel ahead was his unmatchable cultivation speed. After all, Zadiel could not spend every second improving his energy pool and soul origin. However, that difference will diminish once they reach rank 5 since the engraving of the laws into the body was a delicate process where one needed to put his complete focus. Chapter 404, Infernal War. There was no reason for Ezekiel to stay in the Beta Heavenly World after obtaining his Animax Soul Rune, but he did not leave for Abyss and shot a questioning gaze to Zadiel. The Neo-Demon's ancestor smiled when he saw the way the Supreme Neo-Demon looked at him. He knew the question that disturbed Ezekiel's mind. Come with me, Zadiel said before commanding the Knight to teleport both of them to the void above the White Sun, right in the core of the Neo-Demon realm. No matter how many times he witnessed it, Ezekiel always felt a sense of awe seeing the hundreds of worlds connected to the White Sunday. The stronger he became, the more admiration he felt for the man that created a runic formation the size of a galaxy. If God's tomb was a river, then the Neo-Demon realm was an unfathomable ocean. You wonder if the principle of might is right is still correct, considering that I want to create a utopian universe where no one must suffer, and everybody can be happy, regardless of their strength. Ezekiel's eyes narrowed when he heard that and gave a solemn nod. The Supreme Neo-Demon hardened his heart and butchered everything in his path, regardless of their nature, all to become stronger. Even if those who fell beneath him were honest people, he never hesitated since the man he trusted more than anything taught him that only strength matters. However, Now the entire race sought to become a force that will eradicate all evil in the universe and bring peace and justice to every life form. Zadiel could see the uncertainty on Ezequiel's face as he attempted to balance two completely different ideologies. Look at our race's realm. In a few years, millions of Neo-Demon children will inhabit every world. They will experience a childhood full of happiness and safety. Only when they are mature enough would we gradually show them the dangers of the universe and groom them into mighty warriors. What do you think about that? As he envisioned the scenario that Zadiel described, a kind smile appeared on Ezequiel's face. The Supreme Neo-Demon was never a child. From the moment he understood what happened around him, he became an assassin. The love and encouragement of a family was not something he could hope to obtain. That sounds correct. Zadiel's smile grew when he heard the word Ezequiel chose. The reason I can ensure fairness and safety for our people is that, in this place, I am omnipresent thanks to Denrai. Might is right will always be true, Ezequiel. Even in that utopian universe where the fragile and weak can enjoy safety and love. Absolute fairness and might is right can exist simultaneously in the utopian universe because my might will be the greatest of all. Every sentient life form will be a Neo-Demon, and what is the Neo-Demon race if not an extension of myself? Pain, war, sadness, inequality, all of that will vanish the moment we become everything. Ezequiel understood the meaning behind Zadiel's words, but he still wondered if his past actions were right. I know what you have done to harden your will and obtain a mentality capable of challenging the universe. You have done right because, unlike the rest of our kind, you cannot remain unsullied. Zadiel's voice carried a sense of sadness when he spoke those words. The Supreme Neo-Demon was surprised and focused on his master, waiting for him to continue. Zadiel sighed, but resolution appeared in his face along with coldness. The rest of the Neo-Demon race can limit itself to annihilate the dark races, but they will not be the only obstacle in our path to the utopian universe. There will be innocent people, good people, who will not accept becoming one of us. They will have many reasons for that decision, but it will no matter. Only a flaw is needed for the utopian universe to crumble into chaos, so those who refuse to become Neo-Demons would have to cease to exist. Ezequiel, you are the strongest of my people, so you will have to share that responsibility with me. You and I will become sin eaters. We will do the horrible things so that the rest of our race can remain clean. It will be awful and disgusting, but it will be worth it if we achieve our goal. A universe where no child will have to starve to death while garbage eats until they puke or be sold as a piece of meat to satisfy depraved desires. Families will not be split apart because of the whims of those in a higher position. Boys won't kill each other for reasons they can't even understand. Small ethnicities will not have to fear the madness of the majority. I am willing to do anything to achieve that. Zadiel's eyes shone with golden light full of resolution as he spoke those words. Ezequiel did not say a word, but his entire existence unleashed absolute resolve. He turned around and was about to leave when he heard Zadiel speak again. We will do evil things, but that doesn't mean we have to become evil. Always remember why we do those things, and if it ever comes the day when you question whether your actions are worth the prices, forget everything and follow your heart. If you end up committing a mistake, I will always be by your side to fix it. Ezequiel froze for a moment when he heard that. He focused on Zadiel and gave a bow before leaving. Zadiel sighed as he saw the Supreme Neo-Demon disappear. He did not feel happy by burdening the person he trusted more than anyone with such an unpleasant task, but there was no one else whose will could maintain itself righteous despite immersing itself in the darkness. The next second, Zadiel erased all unnecessary thoughts of his mind and focused on his techniques while the rest of his body gathered elemental chaos and origin power. He spent 3 months with his eyes closed before finally opening them, and his aura became sharper and more dangerous. Soul Eradicator, Heart Seal, and Beyond Reality have advanced to the second level. I should be able to fight with strong devil marquises and kill the weak ones. Advancing the techniques to the next level improved their efficiency. Soul Eradicator could be charged with more mind force and do more damage, while Heart Seal could control more people. Beyond Reality's power was the same, but the requirements to establish the connection diminished. Zadiel used Enright to teleport to the World Gate and immediately traveled to Dis. The moment he arrived in his castle, his perception covered the entire city. He saw hundreds of lesser devil squads flying away under the guidance of rank 4 devils. Despite being absent for more than a year, Zadiel knew of the war happening in the Uru continent. Duprier had declared war against the Darkness Poison Duke a few weeks after Zadiel became a Marquis. Zadiel being absent at the beginning of the war did not matter since it mainly involved lesser devils and rank 4 devils. However, it finally escalated to the point where devil Marquises appeared on the battlefield. Chapter 405, Dark mist in a mountain range formed over the enormous carcass of a rank 6 devil lord. A war between millions of devils occurred. Thousands of explosions befell every second as squads of lesser devils clashed among each other, all of them displaying excellent military strategies and organization. A few thousand kilometers above them, hundreds of rank 4 devils fought with their law avatars, displaying powers that could level entire cities. These devils killed each other and guided the soldiers beneath them, showing the wisdom that made the devil race famous. Despite the mighty powers the soul-forging existences showed, their battlefield was far from being the highest. That title belonged to the one that was hundreds of thousands of kilometers above them where devil lords fought. The shockwaves the devil lords' fight provoked could cause severe harm to a continent, and just the energy they released was enough to melt anything beneath rank 4. 2 dozens of devil counts occupied the periphery of the battlefield. All of them had one with the law activated, and their powers were impressive. Despite being in the same rank, these rank 5 devil lords showed fear and caution as they looked at the center of their battlefield. The core of the battle between the two armies was located in that area. Only 9 people were there, but the winner would decide all the other battlefields. The reason for that was that they were the devil marquises, the strongest warriors beneath each devil duke. On one side, there was a colossal skull dragon that measured more than 500,000 meters. Bones formed every part of the creature's body, and hundreds of giant skulls enveloped its neck. This creature's enemy was an equally massive infernal rage titan. He had 4 huge arms, and blood-red lava moved through his skin. These 2 colossal monsters that covered the sky and projected a shadow over the entire mountain range were each side's leader. The rest of the devil marquises fought around them, acting like vicious snakes ready to attack the enemy's leader at the first chance. The infernal rage titan fired a punch wrapped in blood essence, but despite his massive body, the skull dragon was incredibly agile and responded with a claw covered in death essence. The blast that occurred when the 2 attacks clashed unleashed a wave of destruction that fractured the space around them. The rest of the devil marquises could resist the collateral damage of their fight without a problem, but the devil counts had to dodge it or risk suffering severe injuries. The skull dragon was pushed back due to its inferior strength, but there was no fear in the creature's eyes. He made his energy explode before flashing forward, and death essence covered every corner of his body. The infernal rage titan's eyes narrowed when he saw his enemy's behavior. They have been fighting for several hours now, and it seemed the dragon intended to conclude the fight. The actions of the skull dragon confused the other devil marquises since it was the infernal rage titan's side, the one who would suffer if the battle extended for too long due to their numerical disadvantage. Despite his doubts, the infernal rage titan did not hesitate before flashing forward as blood essence burst around his arms. In less than a second, they were right in front of the other, and the infernal rage titan fired his 4 fists to the skull dragon's head. He displayed an incredible level of martial skill as he performed that attack. The skull dragon made no effort to dodge or counterattack the punches, and everybody thought they would blow his head off. However, what happened next shocked everybody. The dragon's body transformed into a dark fog, and the fists went through it without causing any damage. The infernal rage titan's eyes widened, and confusion appeared on his face. The next instant, the skull dragon's head arrived next to his chest. The creature's body returned to normal, and his jaws opened as a beam of gray energy was about to be fired. The skull dragon's attack landed point blank, but the infernal rage titan was an experienced warrior. In the last second, he was able to land a strike in the dragon's neck, shoving him down as a gray beam pushed his body up. Despite having received a blow, the skull dragon's injuries were lesser than those of the infernal rage titan. The former had part of his neck shattered while the latter's entire chest decomposed. The massive skull dragon's body approached the battle between 3 devil marquises, but there was nothing he could do since he had no control over his body. The devil marquises were a reptilian humanoid with a sharp tail covered by a dark fog, a ball of the green magma with a woman's face, and a giant made of white stones with a glowing orb in the center of his head. The reptilian devil marquis's eyes glowed with killing intent as he saw the skull dragon coming his way, but he knew that if he attacked, an opening would form that his 2 enemies would take advantage of. The poison magma devil and the stone fiend saw the shadow frog vanish into a dimension of darkness, and they move away from the skull dragon's path. The next second, the woman's face in the ball of the green magma focused on the space behind the stone fiend's head and opened her mouth, releasing a flood of fire. The poison magma devil's attack forced the shadow frog to emerge from the hidden dimension. The shadow frog used his right hand to form a whirlwind of darkness that swallowed the fire, and all that energy gathered in his left arm that he used to counter the stone fiend's punch. The stone fiend was 100,000 meters tall while the shadow frog only 15, but the clash between them ended up in a draw. The duo could not stop the shadow frog from vanishing and appearing hundreds of kilometers away from them. The poison magma devil and stone fiend's battle power was average between devil marquises, but they were still 2 against 1, and yet they could not get the upper hand. Darkness essence is impressive. You can sneak attack, absorb our spells, and negate our strength, but something tells me you are already reaching your limit. The poison magma devil did not use words to communicate that message, but her consciousness, making it much faster. Severian's eyes glowed with killing intent, and he said nothing. His cultivation had reached the 5th engraving stage, and his demonic bloodline improved to the emperor level after utilizing the profits he obtained from his new title. Unfortunately, the Shadow Frog's soul origin was still too little, and he could not keep one with the law for much longer. Severian was not a hero, and the moment he noticed the Infernal Rage Titan's injuries, he was already preparing to escape. As for the rest of his comrade, he couldn't care less about their lives. All of a sudden, the Shadow Frog's eyes widened, and he glanced to the distance. Usually, the Poison Magma Devil and Stone Fiend would take this opportunity to attack, but they did the same that their opponent. All the Devil Marquises stopped fighting for a second as they focused on the force that approached the mountain range at an incredible speed. Their consciousness showed them a dark mist that extended for hundreds of kilometers. Everything it touched had its life swallowed and withered until transforming into dust. The mist advanced through the ground, and soon it reached the battlefield occupied by the lesser devils. The creatures showed horror and attempted to run, but they were too slow, and all of them died instantly when the mist touched them. It did not care on whose side those lesser devils were. The mist drained the life force of every single one of them. None of the devil marquises acted as they did not know who controlled the dark mist. They obtained an answer the next second. The dark mist gathered itself and formed a human with golden wings full of pure life force. The man had dark armor covering every part of his body except for his eyes and a sword with bluish-purple fire fused into his right arm. He did not hesitate before flashing to the skull dragon, and all of the life force in his wings transformed into a death aura that magnified his death sword's fire. The devil marquises on the skull dragon's side were fighting and could not help their leader. The skull dragon had just regained control over his body, but he was a peak rank 5 life form with death essence, so he could not be looked down on. Roar! The skull dragon's energy spiked once again. He unfolded his massive wings, and they unleashed a barrage of giant bone spheres. The man did not slow down as projectiles came his way, and just as they were about to impale him, he vanished only to reappear the next instant right beside the skull dragon's neck. Even though he seemed to have teleported, that could not be possible since the skull dragon's law essence sealed the space around him. The devil marquis's consciousnesses show him what really happened. The man's speed reached an incredible level. He dodged every single bone spear displaying fantastic dexterity, and positioned himself right beside the skull dragon's weak point. Every ounce of life force in the wings had transformed into power for the death sword, which was now a colossal flaming weapon that came crashing down at the devil marquis' neck. Chapter 406, A Good Harvest. The skull dragon was a peak rank 5 life form with a sacred body of laws and death essence, so despite Zadiel's incredible speed, he should have been able to react and not be left in such a dangerous position with a giant flaming sword about to sever his neck. The other did not know that right now, in the devil marquis' soul dimension, there was a purple portal from where a monstrous arm had emerged. He fought with all his might to stop his true soul from being captured, severely slowing his reaction speed. However, he managed to activate his unique ability in the last second and transform his body into black fog. While the other devil marquises did not understand the skull dragon's ability, Zadiel deciphered it immediately, and disdain appeared in his right eye. A sacred body of law that allows you to be as untouchable and ephemeral as death. Stupid devil, you just made the worst mistake possible. Zadiel's made his astral origin explode and pushed his physical might to the limit as he swung the death sword down. The skull dragon received the greatest shock of his life when the bluish-purple fire touched his body made of fog. Instead of going through it like the infernal rage titan's fists did, the sword began to sever the fog and transform it back to its natural form. Oh! The skull dragon screamed in pain as the death sword cut deeper and deeper into his neck. Death may be untouchable for many forces in the universe, but the rebirth force could sever it like a burning knife cutting snow. Zadiel used every ounce of strength he had as he pushed the death sword down and sought to split the skull dragon's head from the rest of his body. The Neo-Demon used his full power and aimed at the soft spot in the devil marquis' neck, but he still had a tough time cutting deeper. The skull dragon's eyes glowed with killing intent and determination as he felt half of his neck already cut down. His body shone, and the next instant, it detonated, unleashing a blast of gray energy that consumed Zadiel and extended into every direction. Some of the devil counts were too close to the duo, and their bodies evaporated. The rest of the devil marquises were surprised by this turn of events, and a second after the blast, they saw a red ball of blood covered by a blue halo flash into the distance. That was the skull dragon's true soul that used a life-saving card to preserve his devil bloodline and escape with a speed that no one could catch up. No one saw the winged man emerge from the explosion, and those in the skull dragon's side hoped he had been destroyed or at least critically injured, or else they would have a severe problem. Their leader had run away, and while the infernal rage titan was hurt, he could still fight. If the winged man supported them, they had no other choice than to make a hasty escape. The stone fiend had part of his focus on Severian while he waited to see the state of the winged man when out of nowhere, he felt an invisible force struck his true soul with such a strength that he lost awareness of his surroundings for an instant. Before the stone fiend could understand what happened, a sword pierced his head, and bluish-purple fire invaded his soul dimension, wounding even more his true soul. Cracks covered the death armor, but that did not matter to the Neo-Demon. He pushed his flames into the Devil Marquis' head, and the enhanced rebirth eye unleashed soul annihilators as fast as he could. The stone fiend's allies did not think for a second in coming to his rescue. Now that they were at a numerical disadvantage and their overall battle power was highly inferior, they did not hesitate and run away. The Devil Marquis's escaping marked the end of this battle. Seeing their superiors fleeing, the rest of the devils under the darkness poison Duke did the same. Zadiel's entire focus was on the enemy in front of him, and he only stopped attacking when the stone fiend's true soul ended up in a coma due to the massive damage. The stone fiend's size diminished to 5,000 meters after his law avatar vanished and Zadiel stored him into a space ring. The Neo-Demon's killing intent did not diminish after forcing the Skull Dragon to detonate his body and disabling the stone fiend. He was ready to flash after the fleeing Devil Lords when someone materialized in front of him. "Stop!" Severian roared those words as he focused on the winged man in front of him. All the other Devil Marquises on Duke Prier's side did the same, including the wounded Infernal Rage Titan. Although armor covered his body, now that they have time, they could perceive his soul aura and recognize the winged man as the newest Devil Marquis, Kenner. "Kenner, before you do anything else, we need to inspect the stone fiend and his belongings. We have made a deal that we would share the spoils of war, and you must respect that." Instead of thanking him for the assistance, the moment the enemies left, the Devil Marquises showed their ugly and greedy nature. Severian displayed a cocky attitude as he saw the rest of the Devil Marquises giving their tactical approval. He was about to yell and demand Zadiel to hand the stone fiend over when all of a sudden, his instincts screamed. Despite the surprise that feeling caused, Severian was not afraid. He knew that it must have been very taxing to take care of the two Devil Marquises and was sure Zadiel did not have much energy left on him. The Shadow Frog immediately mobilized his energy and was ready to fight, but Zadiel did not move. Confusion appeared in his face, and it only increased when he saw the shock in the rest of the Devil Marquises' faces. A few seconds later, the Shadow Frog observed the world around him change. The Zadiel in front of him vanished, and his consciousness showed a dark flash fly after the fleeing Devil Lords. "This time, I will only take your arm and ring. The next time you get in my way, I will cut your head and consume your soul." Severian heard those words in his mind, and with utter shock, he realized that he had lost his right arm. Severian could not believe what just happened. Even now, he still felt no pain or any signal telling him there was damage on his body. The rest of the Devil Marquises adopted a solemn expression when this happened. An enemy whose power and abilities you did not understand was terrifying. Zadiel's battle power was far from being able to defeat a Devil Marquis with such ease. Still, Severian was under the influence of beyond reality, so he could trick his senses, making him believe everything was fine. The Neo-Demon flew at full speed after the escaping devils. His target was not the Devil Marquises since he no longer had the strength to face them and emerge triumphantly. The continuous use of Shooting Star and consumed most of his energy pool. There was not much soul origin left in him, and his rebirth eye could not resist the stress of firing another rebirth nightmare. Zadiel's target was those one level beneath the Devil Marquises. In less than a minute, he caught up with the Devil Counts. Those rank 5 Devil Lords saw with horror how the man responsible for their side's loss chased them. A Devil Count felt a force struck his true soul, paralyzing him. The next second, a hand grabbed the back of his head and inundated his soul dimension with purple fire before throwing him into a space ring. One by one, the Devil Counts fell under the combined might of soul eradicators and purple fire. Zadiel captured 7 Devil Counts before his soul origin dried up, and his law avatar vanished. His face was pale, and he did not keep advancing since it would be too dangerous in his current condition. My darkness constitution is replenishing my energy pool, and it should be as good as new in a few hours, but my rebirth force and soul origin will need more time. The only thing I have left is mind force. The Neo-Demon used the rebirth eye to locate all the rank 4 devil close to him. The next second, he formed invisible whips of mind force that extended for hundreds of kilometers and invaded those devils' soul dimensions. Those soul-forging devils could not resist the Neo-Demon's power. They lost control over their bodies and soul after a short struggle. They came to Zadiel, and he stored all of them in his space ring along with the Devil Marquis and the multiple Devil Counts. A good harvest. Zadiel smiled after focusing on his ring and tossed high-quality origin stones into his mouth before flying back to the mountain range. Chapter 407, Tree of Massacre. It did not take long for Zadiel to be back at the mountain range. There was no sign of exhaustion on his face, and anyone who saw him for the first time would think he was at his peak. He knew very well that showing weakness in theater was equal to suicide and made sure to hide his actual condition. The Neo-Demon saw hundreds of thousands of lesser devils devouring the corpses of the ones who have fallen. This beastly behavior may not seem fit for a cunning race like devils, but consuming their kind was the fastest way for these creatures to improve their cultivation and bloodline. Those at rank 4 also sought to improve their power that way, but they had more pressing matters. Using spells to change the terrain, they began constructing a massive citadel around a mountain range. The Devil Counts also worked on this project. They inscribed hundreds of runic formations and magic matrices in the terrain and used a type of liquid metal to form the buildings. Zadiel immediately recognized what they were creating. It was an infernal citadel, a stronghold capable of empowering their controllers, just like the Magi world's magic towers. This mountain range was a strategic position both Devil Dukes wanted to control before invading the others' domains. Due to the rank 6 carcass, the natural energy in this area was extraordinary. The might of an infernal citadel built in it could allow a group of devil marquises to fight a rank 6 devil lord. 5 mountains that extended thousands of kilometers into the sky were the infernal citadel's core, and devil marquises occupied 4 of them already. The mighty devil lords all focused on the Neo-Demon when he arrived, and they looked at him with caution and interest. Zadiel's battle power and abilities surprised them, but since they were on the same team and there was no bad blood among them, they sought to form an alliance and benefit from his power instead of alienating him. Of course, not everybody thought that way. Severian's heart was full of wrath since the price he would have to pay to regenerate his arm would be immense, but he did nothing and just smiled at Zadiel. A devil lord would never attack an enemy who was more powerful than him without forming a plan first. No matter the hate and humiliation they felt, they would always swallow it up and keep going. Zadiel's rebirth eye discreetly analyzed every devil marquis, and a small smile appeared when he detected how everybody had reinforced their spiritual defenses. Ha ha, devils, I have to recognize that they are very clever. They do not comprehend the power I used on Severian, but they knew it was something released to illusions, and they all had their guard up now. Trying to establish the connection for beyond reality will be practically impossible now. Zadiel did not feel discouraged by the turn of events. Beyond reality was a powerful weapon, but he did not need it to keep the devil marquises in check. With a stroke of his sword, the Neo-Demon made a cave in the mountain's peak and disappeared inside it. The devil marquis's eyes followed the Neo-Demon. After a few seconds, they saw a mantle of black fog cover the entire mountain and ferociously swallow the natural energy from the surroundings. The fog had a cloaking power that made it impossible for them to see what happened inside unless they were willing to use forceful methods. None of them were willing to start a fight, so everybody, except for the Shadow Frog, looked away. I can feel the law of darkness in that fog. The might it shows places him close at the minor completion level, but I feel something odd about it. It lacks control and seems to be working as an instinct. Severian's eyes shone with a peculiar light, and the next moment he vanished inside his own mountain. Zadiel sat in the center of the cave with his eyes closed as he focused on recovering, and streams of darkness emerged from his body. Every second, his energy pool grew a little more. After 5 hours, he had fully replenished his elemental chaos. With his energy pool ready, it was time to get going with the arrangements. Zadiel headed into the center of his mountain, and in there, he made a massive chamber. The darkness should be able to hide it from the other devil marquises while I am here. However, I will constantly be leaving for the battlefield, and I need to build a formation that can protect it while I am away. Using the same darkness that emerged from his body, some resources, and his blood, Zadiel covered the chamber's walls with runic formations. Only after making sure that the runes could trick even his mind force did he take out 2 things from his space ring. They were a massive pool filled with a red golden liquid and a small box. The pool was the one the Blood Duke used to nurture his body. It contained more life force and blood energy than the one you could get from 100 rank 5 life forms. Now that my law of rebirth reached the initial level, I can purify the life force and use it to nurture my body without side effects. This war will extend for several years before reaching its climax with the 2 Devil Dukes fight. I need to be ready when the time comes. Zadiel did not hesitate before descending into the bottom of the pool carrying the small box. A monstrous pressure assaulted him from every direction, and he felt that his bones would break in any second. The rebirth eye glowed, and the next instant, a sphere of purple flaming plasma covered Zadiel. The plasma burned the red golden liquid, expelling the negative emotions and pieces of consciousness in it, only allowing the purest form of energy to reach the Neo-Demon's body. He saw the vapor carrying the ego and emotions of the original owner of the life force about to disappear and broke the small box he had in his hand. A black root with red scars appeared in Zadiel's hand. It was the piece of a tree of massacre he found after defeating the rank 5 puppet inside the Blood Fortress. After several years of nurturing with a massive amount of resources and his blood that carried the forces of the Rebirth Eclipse bloodline, the root not only came back to life, it had even formed a soul. A tree of massacre was a non-sentient life form known for growing on massive battlefields where billions of devils have died. They consumed the blood and pieces of consciousness from the fallen devils and were known for their sturdiness and great malleability. Zadiel did not hesitate before burying the root in his chest and felt as this one shivered the next second. Tendrils emerged from the root, and they headed for the bloodline heart. Despite not having sentience, it still acted based on its instinct, and they tell it that right now that there was an incredibly nutritious food in that heart. The Neo-Demon allowed the root's tendrils to cover his heart before using his rebirth eye and putting it to sleep. Other people may have difficulty controlling a tree of massacre, but Zadiel's dominion over the soul was superb. With the resources at my disposal and the amount of life force in this pool, I should have no problem nurturing the root until it becomes a rank 5 tree of massacre. Although I can push it beyond that level, I may lose control of it if I do it. Zadiel could erase the root's soul, but that would greatly diminish the tree of massacre's power, so it was not worth it. All the negative emotions and pieces of consciousness entered the root, along with copious amounts of blood energy, life force, and fragments of Zadiel's bloodline. Chapter 408, The Slaughter Trial. On the shore of the Blood Rift, all kinds of natural forces and laws were going wild, giving birth to an incredible view. Tornadoes of magma rose from the earth, lightning fell from the sky and reached the ocean floor, raging winds that could cut rank 4 life forms in half extended for hundreds of kilometers, and tidal waves that could swallow entire mountains rose from the sea. In the center of this explosive landscape that could end the life of soul-forging existence in a matter of seconds, there were 5 giant monstrous heads made of energy. These were incarnations made by demon dukes with their consciousness and a massive amount of abyss aura. They all looked at each other and made no effort in hiding their hatred and killing intent. If their actual bodies were here, there was no doubt in their minds that a fight to the death would start in less than a minute. Beneath each of these incarnations, a group consisting of 3 demon marquises and 10 demon counts was present. Each of these groups had a leader, someone whose aura and pressure rose above the rest. 4 of the leaders were a giant whale-like daemon with monstrous spikes all over his body and hundreds of blood-red eyes in his head, a mountain-sized gorilla with skin made of volcanic rock and lava, a gorgeous woman with dozens of poisonous spider legs emerging from her back, and a samurai with a black sword and a mantle of flaming-like darkness. Each of these demon marquises had a law essence in their soul dimension, and they could bring terror to any high world without a powerful rank 6 life form protecting it. Nonetheless, these 4 monsters adopted a solemn expression when their eyes focused on a white demon. He was 5 meters tall, with a perfectly balanced body that seemed to have no flaw. The most remarkable thing about this man was the dreadful aura that appeared to embody Abyss's essence of slaughter. The world's strength and energies he channeled were so pure and dense that a mantle of chaotic force covered his figure. The other leaders knew this man's name very well. It brought fear to demons' hearts, and despite appearing less than 50 years ago, he was as famous as some demon dukes. The demon lord with the mantle of Abyss essence was the one and only evil. Ezequiel's eyes were closed, and his face showed nothing, despite being the center of attention of so many monsters. They were about to enter a secret dimension left behind by a fallen archdeman named the Slaughter Trial. The 5 demon dukes that ruled over most of the Blood Rift discovered this dimension hundreds of thousands of years ago. It contained many treasures and resources that could help rank 5 demon lords to grow stronger, but the most valuable thing in it and that provoked intense desire in the demon marquises was the blood bonds. The blood bonds were unique artifacts that could temper the body and stimulate the potential of any life form. According to the legends, they emulated Baator's pit of flames. The creator was an amazing archdeman. Unfortunately, he and many others perished when the incarnation of death and destruction rose to power. Of course, the first thought in the demon duke's mind when they found this dimension was to take everything for themselves. However, only life forms beneath rank 6 could enter the slaughter trial, and it was impossible to move the blood ponds out of it. This slaughter trial's mission was a lucky chance Ezequiel made for himself, and that will allow him to push his body beyond its limits and once again enhance his destiny. Suddenly, the density of the natural energy spiked, and space began to break in the sky above the demon lords. That was what the demon duke's incarnations were waiting for. The 5 opened their mouths and fired beams of powerful energy charged with all kinds of laws. The cracks in space grew larger. After a second, a portal appeared in the sky, and every demon lord flashed through it without hesitation. It took all the energy those incarnations had to maintain the portal open for a second, and they vanished the next instant. Until the demon dukes act again, the demon marquises and demon counts will not leave the slaughter trial. More than 50 demon lords appeared in a place that seemed to be an endless desert of black sand. Without any warning or time to adapt to the new dimension, a force field made of abyss viciousness, chaotic will, and slaughter principles appeared and embraced everybody. The demon lords beneath the third engraving stage feel unbearable pressure assaulting their minds and souls. Their battle power was reduced by a third, and they lost their fighting will. Surprise appeared in the demon marquises' faces. They focused on the force field's origin and saw how evil transformed into a bolt of white lighting with a black edge and flashed toward the blood demon Leviathan. The blood demon Leviathan could not hide the shock he felt. Fights were common in the slaughter trial, but they always appear as they reach the dimension's core, not at the beginning. Despite that, as part of the race with some of the best battle instincts, the blood demon Leviathan reacted instantly. The demon Marquis' body grew massive as he mobilized his soul origin, and armor of solidified blood covered his body. Ezequiel's speed was far from being enough to overwhelm his opponent, but that did not diminish his killing intent. The supreme Neo-Demon in his azure form appeared in front of the blood demon Leviathan, and the law of Avatar had finished its fusion with his body. His flesh and blood transformed into solidified white lightning that carried the elemental forces of the universe and that seemed capable of unleashing more energy than what an average rank 5 body could withstand. Above the area where Ezequiel's bloodline heart resided, a whirlwind appeared that exponentially increased the supreme Neo-Demon ability to draw natural energy and origin power. Ezequiel was like a white dot in front of the blood demon Leviathan's gargantuan body, but the demon Marquis' eyes showed fear as he saw those tiny fists aiming at his head. As the supreme Neo-Demon performed that attack, something extraordinary and that terrified every single demon lord happened. Behind Ezequiel Entropy Regius Unus Invictus, a 1 million meters tall humanoid made of abyss world strength appeared. Despite being considered dumb monsters, demons' battle awareness was terrific. Every demon Marquis understood that giant was not just an incarnation made of energy. Somehow, evil went beyond just channeling Abyss's world strength and made it attack along with him. In essence, he took the place of the plane consciousness and manipulated the forces of the dimension. The reason for their fear was that other than the archdemons that had fused their souls with a layer, only one other person had been able to take control of Abyss's origin and replace the plane consciousness, the one whose name was the greatest taboo of Abyss. Of course, Ezequiel's ability could not compare with the incarnation of death and destruction, who could replace the plane consciousness in a region larger than a high world. However, the supreme Neo-Demon influence was enough to form an undying entity with a peak rank 5 strength. The world strength's incarnation and the supreme Neo-Demon attacks landed at the same time on the demon Marquis. Elemental laws and terminus force empowered Ezequiel's fists. They pierced the blood demon Leviathan's defenses, destroying everything around the impact zone and overflowing the demon's body with white lightning. The world strength's incarnation attacks did not have special abilities, but the force in them was enough to fracture the blood demon Leviathan's skull. The punches sent the blood demon Leviathan flying away, and everybody heard his screams of pain. Ezequiel's killing intent exploded as he focused on the wounded enemy. The world strength's incarnation grabbed the supreme Neo-Demon's body and threw him after the blood demon Leviathan with all his strength before vanishing. By using the impulse, Ezequiel's speed skyrocketed. In a fraction of a second, the supreme Neo-Demon was next to the blood demon Leviathan. As he prepared to attack again, the world strength's incarnation manifested behind him. Not even a second had passed since they entered the slaughter trial, and the fight already began. Chapter 409, The Slaughter Trial, 2. The demon Marquises on the blood demon Leviathan's side only reacted after Ezequiel had connected his attack. They do not care about their leader, but it did not take a genius to figure out what evil's next target would be. Unfortunately, before they could do anything, the 12 demon lords that accompanied evil into this dimension attacked them with nothing but killing intent and bloodlust in their eyes. The blood demon Leviathan had regained control of his body, just in time to respond to Ezequiel's attack. He twisted his body, transforming himself into a blood tornado, just before the 6 fists charged with terminus force and the world strength's incarnation giant punches landed. The supreme Neo-Demon attacks managed to land on the demon Marquis' back, generating 6 indentations that penetrated flesh and bones. Nevertheless, the blood tornado's force pushed him away the next second. As for the world strength's incarnation, the blood tornado shattered his arms after they landed on the blood demon Leviathan's body. However, he was an undying being that felt no pain. The next instant, the incarnation threw a kick to the demon's belly, sending him flying away before vanishing and appearing behind the supreme Neo-Demon with a perfectly reconstructed body. Thanks to his enhanced defenses, the blood demon Leviathan regained control over his body the next second. He stared at the supreme Neo-Demon with rage, but his wisdom was high enough not to lose himself in the heat of battle and analyzed his surroundings. Evil's demon lords took his troops by surprise and were overwhelming them. The other 3 leaders and their warriors limited themselves to watch things from the outside and did not involve themselves in the conflict. The blood demon Leviathan got anxious as he saw the wounds on his demon lords and how evil did not wait for a second before flying in his direction with the world strength's incarnation behind him. What are you three doing? Do you really believe this monster will have enough just killing me? The blood demon Leviathan roared those words before flashing toward Ezekiel. He knew escaping was not possible since his speed was too inferior, so the only chance he had was to fight back and hope the others came to his help. The Volcano Fiend, Venom Queen, and Darkness Killer adopted a solemn expression when they heard those words. The reason for the slaughter trial's name was that the blood pawns that all of them hoped to use needed demonic bloodlines as fuel. Of course, every leader had gathered plenty of resources for the pawns before coming to the dimension. However, the word enough was not in a demon's vocabulary, especially when there is so much combustible around them. The three leaders glanced at each other and mobilized their soul origin before flashing toward the duo fighting in the sky. The Volcano Fiend's body grew up to 700,000 meters, equal to the blood demon Leviathan. The Venom Queen and the Darkness Killer did not grow massive, but armors made of laws and soul origin covered their bodies, enhancing their offense and defense. Beneath them, the demon lords who came with them did not lose time and flew to the battlefield formed between evil and the blood demon Leviathan's forces. Ezekiel saw the three demon marquises coming to attack him and how his forces were about to be overwhelmed, but he ignored everything and focused solely on the enemy in front of him. The world strength's incarnation flew ahead of the supreme neo-demon and tackled the blood tornado. A shockwave that cracked space formed in the impact zone, and the incarnation's body broke apart, but not before momentarily stopping the blood tornado's rotation. Ezekiel took advantage of the opening and fired 6 fists to the blood demon Leviathan's jaw. The supreme neo-demon had just thrown a demon marquis flying away when 3 others arrived behind him, all of them ready to send their most powerful attacks. Magma hotter than a sun's core covered the Volcano Fiend's arms while poison and flaming darkness impregnated the Venom Queen's spider legs and Darkness Killer's blade, respectively. They fired their attack with all their strength, but to the Volcano Fiend's surprise, his comrades' attacks did not aim at evil but him. Poisonous spider legs penetrated his right shoulder, and dark blade energy mangled his left arm. The Volcano Fiend was furious for the duo's betrayal, but the danger was too much, and he needed to escape. Unfortunately, before he could do anything, the world strength's incarnation grabbed his shoulder and stopped him from running away. Boom, boom, boom. The trapped Volcano Fiend heard those explosive sounds. What triggered them were evil's footsteps, and to his horror, the monster in front of him grew stronger with every step. Feeling that his life was in danger, the Volcano Fiend did not hesitate before activating an artifact hidden in his mouth. The next instant, a blast of black lava extended in every direction. The black lava destroyed the world strength's incarnation and sent the Venom Queen and Darkness Killer flying away. A smile appeared on the Volcano Fiend's face when he saw his enemies getting away from him, but it froze the next second as he heard another thunderous steep boom. Ezekiel appeared right in front of the Volcano Fiend's chest. The black lava was destroying his body, but the white lightning regenerated it equally fast. 4 primordial steps pushed the Supreme Neo-Demon's battle power to the pseudo-rank 6 level for an instant, and he used every ounce of strength he had in the next attack. 6 massive holes appeared in the Volcano Fiend's body, and destructive white lightning overflowed his flesh and blood. Oh! Along with that roar of pain, the Volcano Fiend detonated the lower half of his body. Ezekiel was not able to resist the force of this new lava explosion. After being thrown a few thousand meters, he recovered control of his body and saw a flash of red light running away. This scene startled the demon lords on the Volcano Fiend's side, but they had more pressing things to handle since the ones they considered allies until a second ago were now trying to kill them. The Supreme Neo-Demon did not care about the fight happening beneath him, and killing intent overflowed his entire body as he focused on the escaping Volcano Fiend. After a moment, the Venom Queen and the Darkness Killer appeared next to him. Even though they hid it, they looked for a sign of weakness but found nothing. You two handle him. I will go after the other one. Ezekiel pointed at the running blood demon Leviathan before flashing to the direction where the Volcano Fiend disappeared. The Venom Queen and Darkness Killer did not like the commanding tone evil used with them, but deep inside, they were afraid of such a cunning demon. They did not waste time and used their full speed as they chased after the blood demon Leviathan. Ezekiel flew for half an hour before making a sharp turn and vanishing beneath the ground. Only after making sure that he was outside of everybody's perception did the Supreme Neo-Demon relax and deactivated his law avatar. His face was pale due to the exhaustion, and after a moment, he threw up a mouthful of blood. The Supreme Neo-Demon's one with the law name was World Entropy. It granted him 2 extraordinary abilities that allowed him to overwhelm a peak rank 5 life form that owned a law essence. The first is Entropy Body. The primordial entropy lightning fused with his flesh and blood, enhancing his speed, offense, and defense. Entropy body also intensified his ability to draw natural energy and origin power, and he could use them to regenerate every non-vital organ instantly. The second ability was one with the world. His consciousness became the new center of command for the world's strength, allowing him to use it to form weapons or incarnations capable of fighting alongside him. World entropy was incredibly powerful, but it put his body and mind under tremendous pressure, and the four primordial steeps left him with severe internal injuries. Ezekiel hid everything from the others since any sign of weakness could result in his death. The Supreme Neo-Demon closed his eyes and focused on recovering. The volcano fiend could not hide, and it was just a matter of time before he found him, but he needed to be strong enough to at least secure the Demon Marquis' demonic bloodline before killing him. Chapter 410, Fifth Origin Cycle. The Blood Demon Leviathan flew with all his might as a green and dark flash pursued him. Severe wounds covered his entire body, many of them infected with poison and others with white lightning that consumed his flesh and blood. He had done his best to escape from the Venom Queen and Darkness Killer, but the wounds Ezekiel left on him had diminished his speed, and it was clear by now that he would not be able to run away. The Demon Marquis' eyes narrowed as his instincts screamed danger. The Blood Demon Leviathan used his full might and transformed himself into a giant blood tornado before crashing against a massive poison spear that appeared in the sky. The Blood Demon Leviathan had just handled one attack when the Darkness Killer appeared above his back and, before he could do anything, unleashed hundreds of arcs of blade energy. Oh! The Blood Demon Leviathan unleashed a cry of agony as the arcs of blade energy landed right in the same spot Ezekiel's fists had done it before. He felt his spine breaking apart and most of his vital organs splitting. No longer having the strength to remain in the sky, he fell to the ground, creating a massive crater before returning to his original size. Despite having a hard time breathing and not being able to mobilize his energy pool or soul origin, the rage and killing intent in the Blood Demon Leviathan had not diminished at all. Roar! The Demon Marquis roared, and every cell on his body entered a state of hyperactivity, ready to detonate at any second. Bastards, come anywhere closer, and let's see if I don't blow myself up, destroying my bloodline and all my belongings. Silence reigned a few seconds after the Blood Demon Leviathan roared those words, before the Darkness Killer and the Venom Queen materialized a few thousand meters away from him. The duo's killing intent was clear, but they did not let their demonic instincts get the best of them and coldly stared at the Blood Demon Leviathan. Druk, bastard, we have worked many times before. If it weren't for me, you would have never become a Marquis, and this is how you repay me. He spoke those words to the Darkness Killer, but this one showed no sense of guilt. Betrayal was as common as breathing between fiends, so the Blood Demon Leviathan did not expect to obtain anything from that. A flash of wisdom appeared in the Demon Marquis' eyes before he sighed and spoke to the duo. I have 4 demonic bloodlines that belong to Marquises. Let me run away, and they will be yours. If you refuse, I will self-destruct, and you will get nothing. Greed appeared in the Marquises' faces. Every demonic bloodline that belonged to a peak rank 5 life form was highly pure, and they would be of great help in the blood bonds. However, the next second, the Darkness Killer and the Venom Queen exchanged a glance before shaking their heads. Go ahead, kill yourself. Shock filled the Blood Demon Leviathan's face when the Venom Queen delivered those words. It was clear to him by now that the duo's goal was not to obtain his demonic bloodline but kill him. There is no irreconcilable hatred between us. Why do you need to take my life? The Darkness Killer's eyes shone with a particular light when he heard the words of his former ally, and he began to speak. You are right, Bhutar. I owe you a lot, so I will tell you why we are doing this. We are working with evil to secure a spot in the blood bonds. Confusion appeared in the Blood Demon Leviathan's face when he heard that. There are 9 blood bonds. Although other Marquises may not get one, the leaders always manage to secure a spot. A complicated expression appeared on the Darkness Killer's face as he spoke the following words. I don't know how he learned about it, but evil showed us that the blood bonds are flawed. He has a way to fix them, improving their effect on us, but that will mean destroying 6 to potentiate the remaining 3. Utter shock appeared in the Blood Demon Leviathan's face. The duo worked with evil because he promised them the chance to become a duke. The blood bonds were helpful, but the effect was far from being enough to push them to the next level. Becoming a duke was not so simple as to just reach rank 6. To become a rank 6 life form, you only need to have 1 law at the minor completion level, but to qualify for the duke title, you must have 2 law essence in your soul dimension and create your inner law dimension. The slaughter trial was a precious dimension for the many dukes that controlled the blood rift, and the action of the trio would destroy the most valuable thing in it. If they fail or allow others to interrupt them while using the blood bonds, they will die when the dukes open the portal again. Dozens of plans appeared in the Blood Demon Leviathan as he thought about how to survive this. Before he could do anything, 3 giant blades of darkness rose from his shadow and pierced his head, destroying his true soul. Demons may be a stupid race, but the stronger your soul, the greater your wisdom and control over your instincts. There will always be exceptional beings in every race that rose above the others in something, and Rock's intelligence was not inferior to that of a devil. The Darkness Killer had been looking for an opening from the moment he began to explain things to the Blood Demon Leviathan, and the shock of the new information was enough to land a killing blow before this one could detonate his body. Rock, the Darkness Killer, picked up the Blood Demon Leviathan's body and stored him in his space ring, but not before searching for the Marquis's bloodlines and throwing two at the Venom Queen. The demon Marchioness was surprised by the man handing them over so easily. After all, if it were not for him, they would have obtained nothing. We need to stick together. The way that man looks at us is the same way we look at an insect. He may hide it very well, but I felt the contempt with which he stared at every demon once we entered this dimension. A solemn expression appeared on the Venom Queen's face, and she could not stop fear from appearing in her eyes. Even for her, evil was a horrible monster, and his passion for slaughtering demons was legendary. We have signed a very powerful and restricting contract. Evil would not dare to betray us and harm his true soul, right? I cannot understand that monster. His knowledge and goals are beyond my grasp. Something tells me that the only reason I perceived his disdain was that he felt he no longer needed to hide it. Let's hope for our sake that the contract is enough to deter him. The duo flew back to the place where the troops were waiting for them, and there was a grim aura around them. A few hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from them, the enormous World Strength's incarnation held the unconscious volcano fiend by the neck. Ezequiel sat above the demon Marquis' head and used the primordial entropy lightning to flood his soul dimension. The white lightning consumed everything, leaving nothing behind. In a matter of minutes, it completely devoured the volcano fiend's true soul and fire essence. After handling the demon's soul and feeling his comprehension over the law of fire growing, Ezequiel opened his mouth and formed a black hole that devoured the volcano fiend's body. The Supreme Neo-Demon deactivated world entropy and stood in the air with his eyes closed as oceans of natural energy and origin power entered his body. After an hour, Ezequiel opened his eyes, and a wave of soul origin extended in every direction. His strength grew once again after finally reaching the fifth origin cycle. The enhancement in his battle strength was around 5 to 10%, but the most important thing was that his ability to use one with the law improved drastically with this. A monstrous bloodlust overflowed the Supreme Neo-Demon's existence as he focused on the place where the rest of the demons gathered. Chapter 411, Zaddiel floated in the center of a massive pool filled with life force and blood energy, and the expression on his face depicted immense agony. A powerful purple fire overflowed the inside and outside of the Neo-Demon, forcing him into a state of constant destruction and regeneration. Death force inundated Zaddiel's cells, destroying more than 99% of them. Those who were able to resist the pressure of this destructive energy, proving their superiority, were flooded with life force, entering a hyperactive state of mitosis, regenerating the missing tissues. The process had to be done in all the body at the same time to avoid flaws. Even a rank 6 life form would find it hard to monitor all of his cells simultaneously. The Neo-Demon felt his head would explode due to the massive amount of information he processed every second, but did not back down and keep pushing his cognitive abilities to the next level with mind force. What Zaddiel did could be considered an imitation of nirvanic rebirth. He used his laws and the copious amount of life force and blood energy at his disposal to simulate the power of the Omega Law. If it were not for his law of rebirth being at the initial level and having the Blood Duke's regeneration pool, it would have been impossible to achieve this feat. Zaddiel's body was not the only one growing monstrously powerful. Behind him, there was the phantom of a dark tree, more than 5,000 meters tall, with strange runes all over his bark and a crown full of leaves that burned with purple fire. A root full of thorns formed a shield above the area where Zaddiel's bloodline heart resided. It extended inside the Neo-Demon's body, enveloping the hearts, muscles, and bones. The tree of massacre fused with Zaddiel's body, becoming one, and the phantom was the entity's soul that was consuming pieces of consciousnesses and negative emotions. Zaddiel's bloodline had changed the tree of massacre, transforming it into a superior version of his kind. While fulfilling some essential functions, the tree's soul was in stasis, and the Neo-Demon controlled it as if it was a new extremity. The Neo-Demon had been tempering his body and strengthening the tree of massacre for more than 3 months now, but he had consumed less than 20% of the red golden liquid inside the pool. All of a sudden, the tree of massacre's phantom trembled, and its aura spiked as the runes covering its bark became more detailed. It was at this moment that Zaddiel opened his eyes and stopped feeding the tree. His rebirth eye glowed, and the next second, the tree's soul vanished, only to reappear the next instant inside his bloodline heart. The tree of massacre's soul force could compare with a peak rank 5 life form, but the eclipse's pressure, which also inhabited the bloodline heart, was highly superior. That diminished the amount of energy Zadiel had to use to keep the Tree of Massacre's soul under control. Artificial Intelligence Chip, analyze the Tree of Massacre and its connection with my body. The next instant, the chip robotic voice sounded inside Zadiel's mind, along with a stream of information. Bip. Scanning target. Tree of Massacre, ancient non-sentient life form born thanks to the unique laws of Baatar and exceptional circumstances. It is capable of regeneration, prolongs its branches for hundreds of thousands of meters, and grows stronger without developing law comprehension. Due to the host's bloodline nurturing it during its rebirth, it obtained special abilities. Rebirth Pool, it can function as a reservoir for rebirth force and natural energy. The host can use it to replenish his energies or potentiate other objects. Symbiotic Armor, the Tree of Massacre can form a layer of bark covering the host's body and inner organs. This ability needs plenty of energy that can be provided by the host or from the tree itself. The host will obtain a 50% enhancement in his physical strength and armor as durable as a pseudo-rank 6 artifact. The host can manipulate tree branches to attack enemies. They can be potentiated by Shooting Star and if the Animax Soul Rune is activated. Warning, if the Tree of Massacre's soul awakens, it will follow its instincts and consume everything in its path. Since the tree covers every part of the host's body, the damage could be lethal. Zadiel smiled as he heard that information. The Tree of Massacre was an excellent armor that could grow stronger and work as a new energy pool. The fact it was a time bomb that could detonate at any moment did not matter to the Neo-Demon. Plenty of fights have occurred in the time I was absent. The rest of the Marquises do not dare to command me, but they will report me to Duke Krier if I don't help. After thinking for a moment, Zadiel's eyes released a monstrous killing intent. I need to temper my body with life and death battles if I want to increase my potential and keep strengthening it without having to advance to the next rank. Zadiel spread his wings, and the next second he became a flash that left the mountain and disappeared into the distance with a speed that could compare to teleportation. Thousands of kilometers away from the mountain range occurred a battle between two devil armies. Like always, the lesser devils fought in the ground while the more powerful devil Marquises battled in the sky. Duke Krier's forces had obtained win after win against the Darkness Poison Duke's army as they advanced through the continent. The following strategic location to conquer was less than 10,000 meters away from them. It was an ancient castle built in the core of a volcano. Unfortunately for them, two devil Marquises arrived as reinforcement for their enemies. One of them was the Skull Dragon, who had lost his body in a previous fight. The price the Darkness Poison Duke must have paid to reconstruct the Marquis' body should have been astronomical. Just the Skull Dragon was enough to help the Darkness Poison Duke's side equal Duke Krier's forces since Zadiel did not participate in the battles. Luckily for the Infernal Rage Titan and the others, the second Devil Marquis did not participate in the fights. He sat in the volcano's peak and coldly watched the battlefield. He was a towering 15-meter-tall devil with a muscular body, red tattoos all over his skin, and dark armor. None of the Marquises could detect his soul force, but their instincts warned them about how dangerous the man was. Both sides had fought many times, and the muscular devil never interfered, even when it seemed his side would lose. In the end, due to both sides' power being similar and the pressure of the muscular devil that made the Infernal Rage Titan not dare to take chances, all the battles end up in a draw. The devil Marquises had been fighting for a few hours when all of a sudden, the muscular devil stood up and looked at the distance with a serious expression before mobilizing his energy and soul origin. The Infernal Rage Titan and the other devil Marquises immediately regrouped when they saw that, but the muscular devil did not care about them. His body did not grow larger but unleashed an immense physical pressure that made the volcano beneath him tremble. Right in the center of his forehead, a crack appeared that aroused the laws around him. The red tattoos on his skin glowed, covering his body in a red aura, and an axe appeared in his right hand. The muscular devil raised his axe and charged part of the red aura into it before waving it down. That simple movement fired a red beam that moved with power and speed beyond measure. Two devil counts on its path were too slow, and the beam rendered their bodies and souls to pieces before extending into the distance. The devil Marquises on both sides wondered who was the red beam's target, and the answer came the next second, as an arc of bluish-purple fire clashed with it. An explosion of purple fire and red aura occurred. A winged man with dark armor and a sword fused to his hand flew straight through the blast. Everybody recognized Zadiel's winged immortal knight of death and destruction, but there was something different about his armor. Instead of metallic plates, a dark tree bark formed it. Killing intent appeared in the eyes of the muscular devil when he saw Zadiel. He bent his knees to propel his body forward the next second with a power that shattered part of the volcano beneath him. Zadiel and the muscular devil approached each other with incredible speed. Just when they were about to clash, the Neo-Demon activated Shooting Star and the muscular devil's consciousness showed him the Neo-Demon using his supernatural speed to avoid a frontal confrontation and positioned himself behind him. Zadiel was too fast, And even if the muscular devil managed to respond to the sword aiming at his neck, he would be left full of openings. However, everything changed when the crack in the muscular devil's forehead opened, showing a blue eye. The moment the blue eye appeared, a wave of time force expanded in every direction, slowing things down. Zadiel was moments away from cutting the neck of the muscular devil when the time force struck him, slowing his sword down to the point an axe was able to stop it. The muscular devil had turned around, and with his free hand, he fired at fists capable of piercing a continent toward Zadiel's head. Shock appeared in Zadiel's face when he saw the muscular devil's face. He recognized the blue eyes aura from the memories of the Daybreak Bloodline's original holder. The Eye of Time. Chapter 412, Ian 6, I. The apparition of the Eye of Time surprised Zadiel, but that did not mean he lost focus. The moment the muscular devil stopped the death sword, his enhanced rebirth eye glowed and fired a full-power soul eradicator. Zadiel had already charged the mind force needed for the attack, and the invisible force immediately reached the muscular devil, but something happened. The red aura that enhanced the devil's physical power also worked as a shield against soul invasion spells. Soul Eradicator dissipated a tenth of the aura but did not manage to hurt the devil. He came prepared to face me. Zadiel instantly understood the muscular devil had studied his fighting style and employed countermeasures against his spells. The momentum and power of the fist coming toward Zadiel's head were like that of a world-ending meteorite. Space broke around it, and the power of time essence withered everything in its path. Even after fusing with his law avatar and activating symbiotic armor, Zadiel knew the power of the fist would be too much for his defense. It will severely injure him and leave him full of openings that the muscular devil could take advantage of. With his rebirth eye's abilities blocked by the red aura and the Eye of Time nullifying the power of Shooting Star End, the only way Zadiel could secure his life was with the World Mirage Rune. Or at least that would have been the case if it wasn't for the Neo-Demon's body having fused with the Tree of Massacre. From the Neo-Demon's helmet, which was the closest to the muscular devil's head, 3 branches covered in purple fire emerged. The Tree of Massacre's branches may not be powerful, but they were incredibly fast, especially when Shooting Star End improved them. Even in the stagnation domain, the branches moved much faster than the muscular devil, and they aimed at his eyes and neck. The devil's body was mighty, and his armor was a high-grade artifact, but even he could not resist the branches coming for his eyes and neck. Any other devil Marquis would have to stop his attack and back down, but the Eye of Time's holder showed his uniqueness one more time. The Eye of Time glowed again, this time improving the muscular devil's speed. He used superb martial skills to twist his body so the branches would land on his chest, where they did almost no damage. Zadiel hoped the branches would have been enough to stop the muscular devil, but the only thing they achieved was delaying the fist enough for him to use his left arm as a shield. Boom. A sonic blast that made the earth beneath them tremble befallen when the muscular devil's fist landed. That punch blasted Zadiel away, and he did not stop until crashing with the bottom of the volcano both sides were fighting to secure. The encounter between the two was full of surprises and impressive displays of power, but it transpired in less than a second. Both of them displayed a speed that the other Marquises could barely keep on. One used an Animex soul rune that emulated the fastest bloodline of the universe. The other had time essence and an eye capable of manipulating it beyond what should be possible for a rank 5 life form. The muscular devil did not pursue Zadiel after landing that devastating attack. His Eye of Time bleed, and you could see in his face that he experienced great pain. It seemed that using the Eye of Time to slow down the time around him and enhance his own simultaneously was too much for him. The muscular devil's weakened state did not give any idea to the Infernal Rage Titan and the others. Right now, they were utterly shocked since they could feel the devil's soul force. It was not high. On the contrary, the muscular devil's soul force put his cultivation on the 3rd engraving stage. His battle power could compare with a recently advanced rank 6 life form without an inner law dimension, and yet he had not even formed his sacred body of laws. That potential and talent were incredible. In less than 3 seconds, the muscular devil suppressed the backlash, and then he fired his body like a cannonball toward the place Zadiel crashed. He covered half of the distance when his eyes narrowed. The next instant, a 5,000 meters tall arc of bluish-purple flames emerged from the Neo-Demon's location. The attack dissipated the cloud of dust that covered Zadiel, and they could see how the Neo-Demon's wings had pierced into the volcano, and they were channeling its energy into the Death Sword. His left arm appeared broken, but he still moved his fingers, generating dozens of runic lines every instant that fused into the volcano. The arc of flames was not only fast, but it also carried the power of Baatar's law of destruction at the minor completion level, allowing it to ignore the devil's stagnation domain. The arc's angle and speed were perfect, and they covered all the muscular devil's paths of escape. When they were about to clash, space trembled, and with a single step, the devil moved his body away from the arc's range. Devil counts could not understand what happened, but the Marquises felt the muscular devil using void disruption. The law of destruction should have sealed space, so that meant the muscular devil's law of space must have reached at least the peak initial level. Zadiel did not stop attacking when he saw that. He fired another arc of flames along with a soul eradicator that consumed his enemy's red aura. The Neo-Demon sent more and more arcs of bluish-purple flames to the muscular devil, but this one kept advancing using void disruption and time essence. When the muscular devil was in range to send another attack, the third eye in the death sword, corresponding to the full release of the bone sword, glowed. An arc of bluish-purple flames, many times larger than the previous ones, shot forward. The law of destruction did not advance to the half-completion level, but the amount of fire the death sword discharged grew exponentially. Even with void disruption, it would be impossible for the muscular devil to dodge this arc of flames. The wall of fire blocked his vision, but even if he could not see his enemy, the killing intent in his eyes did not diminish. He charged more than half of the red aura left into the axe before holding it with his two hands and hacking down using every ounce of strength in his body. Everybody saw with amazement how the muscular devil divided the 50,000 meters long arc of bluish-purple fire in two. The muscular devil saw Zadiel again. Before this one could do anything, he flashed forward and fired a fist that pierced his enemy's chest. Despite having destroyed his enemy's vital organs, an ominous feeling appeared in the muscular devil's heart. Shock appeared in his eyes when he realized the man's aura in front of him was severely inferior to that of the one he fought before. His instincts screamed danger, but before he could back away, another winged man in dark armor rose from the ground and grabbed his back. The next instant, both winged men self-destructed, creating an explosion with the muscular devil in the center. If that was not enough, the blast generated a chain reaction with the volcano. The center of the continent trembled due to a blast that extended for hundreds of thousands of meters and burned with more intensity than a high-world sun. Chapter 413, Ian 6, 2, The volcano explosion originated a ball of destructive energy and unleashed a wave of fire that extended for hundreds of thousands of meters. The wave immediately reached the place where both devils' armies fought and had more than enough power to reduce rank 4 life form to ashes. Just when the flames were about to consume more than 500,000 devils, the 8 Marquises positioned themselves in front of their soldiers, and they used their consciousness to form an invisible wall that stopped the wave. Both sides worked together not because they care about the lesser devils but because their burdens would be greater in the subsequent battles if they are gone. The Infernal Rage Titan and Skull Dragon saw with fear the core of the explosion that forced them to act together. They were supposed to be peak devil Marquises, the highest level one could reach without advancing to rank 6, but the muscular devil and Zadiel made them understand how foolish those thoughts were. As the devil Marquises protected the lesser devils, a dark flash rose from the ground and appeared away from the ball of energy's range. Zadiel's figure was visible after a few seconds, and his condition was horrible. He lost his left arm and leg. Most of his armor was gone, showing his charred skin, and his energy was in disarray. The Neo-Demon hid beneath the ground after leaving a rebirth incarnation as a decoy. Instead of waiting until he was at a safe distance and giving the muscular devil time to escape, he chose to trigger the explosion even if it would also harm him. He was having a hard time breathing, and his bloodline and rebirth force were working with their maximum potency to regenerate his extremities. Right now, the best path would have been to leave the battlefield and return to the mountain range to recover, but Zadiel did not go. The next second when a figure rose from the core of the explosion and coldly looked at everyone from the sky. The muscular devil had lost both of his legs and right arm. The explosion broke his armor, and the wounds on his back were so severe that you could see his spine. Shock appeared in the devil Marquises' faces when they saw the Eye of Time's holder. The explosion Zadiel triggered using the volcano had more than enough power to destroy the body of anyone present had they been in the center of it. Although the muscular devil was wounded, none of his injuries were lethal. The might of his body could compare with a peak rank 5 demodand, something even demon Marquises fell short of. One thing was clear to every devil present. Whatever technique the muscular devil used to train his body was superior to that of the legendary Blood Duke. Greed appeared in the eyes of some of the Marquises. The muscular devil was severely wounded, and they could overpower him if they worked together. The muscular devil felt the way the Marquises were looking at him, and he sneered before doing something that would make his fame reach the peak of the continent. Ah! He roared with all of his energy, and the Eye of Time released a force that twisted Baatar's law of time. Even Zadiel was surprised by what he saw next. The muscular devil's severely injured body began to heal at an unbelievable speed as a blue light carrying the power of time overflowed him from the inside out. It took only 1 second for the muscular devil's body to be at its peak. The others may not understand the power the Eye of Time's holder used, but Zadiel did. Time travel. The reason for the Neo-Demon's surprise was because time travel needed a law of time at the grand completion level, so the muscular devil could only use it if he possessed a powerful law bloodline. Although a law bloodline was tempting for the Neo-Demon, he was not foolish enough to think he could steal it in his current condition. The muscular devil's energy pool and soul origin were empty, and the Eye of Time closed, but he was more than capable of handling the Marquises with just his physical strength. He focused on the devil Marquises, whose eyes were full of greed just a moment ago, and saw how they cowardly looked down. Coldness appeared in the devil's face but did not waste time with them and turned to the Neo-Demon. Unlike the others, Zadiel did not look away, and despite the condition of his body, the rebirth eye shone with killing intent. Zadiel had saved Rebirth Nightmare and could use it against the muscular devil since the red aura was gone. Nonetheless, although wounding his soul was possible, he did not think that would be enough to defeat him. A smile appeared in the muscular devil when he saw Zadiel's killing intent and nodded before speaking. I am Ian 6. We will see each other again. Ian 6 said nothing else before making a portal and vanishing. When the Infernal Rage Titan and the other devil Marquises on Duke Prier's side saw Ian 6 leave, they all relaxed. The muscular devil was genuinely terrifying, and even if they all worked together, they could at most equal him. Zadiel did not care about the other devil Marquises. He focused on the memories from the Eye of Life and Creation's original holder, especially in his brethren. Thanks to his knowledge, he identified some of the power those individuals born of a supernova possessed. One of supernova eyes had the power of space-time. Ian 6 is not the reincarnation or avatar of that person. From his bloodline purity, I can assume he is a direct descendant. This information was very relevant for Zadiel. If the rest of the supernova eyes had followed his brother's path and perished, it would have been the best scenario for the Neo-Demon. Zadiel did not know how they would react if they found out that he killed the supernova Eye of Life and Creation and took his bloodline. The Neo-Demon did not worry too much. Each of the supernova eyes was born as a peak rank 7 life form, and even with their bloodline, none of them should have reached rank 9 yet. I will leave. Without the volcano, there is no much value in this location, so the forces of the Darkness Poison Duke should retreat. Of course, without an infernal citadel, this place will be impossible to defend and become no man's land, but that doesn't matter to me. Zadiel did not care about the winner of the war between Duke Prier and the Darkness Poison Duke. Once his true soul, true doomsday body, and animus path of power reach rank 5, everything will change. The Neo-Demon turned around to leave. Before that, he glanced at the Skull Dragon and gave him a cold smile. The Skull Dragon's eyes showed fear, and before he could do anything, a purple portal appeared in his soul dimension. He lost focus, allowing the flames to pierce his section of the wall and killing thousands of lesser devils instantly. Zadiel did not use his full power in the attack, and the portal disappeared instantly, making almost no damage to the Skull Dragon's soul. Unfortunately for the Draconic Devil Marquis, the Infernal Rage Titan used the opportunity to land a devastating blow to his chest and sent him flying away. The fight between the Marquises restarted with the attack, and a wave of fire consumed all the lesser devils that did not manage to run away. Chapter 414, a name that invokes fear. The battle between the Magi's Divine Slayer Force and the Divine Faith Army had been going on for several months in God's Tomb. Both sides acted with impeccable military strategy, quickly securing tactical locations and establishing strongholds on the continents. In the middle of the God's Tomb, hundreds of millions of warriors from the Magi world and Divinity world battled. The battlefield extended for 3 continents, with no side being able to overwhelm the other. In the Lowth continent, there was an impressive magic tower, large enough to hold an adult ancient dragon inside it. This tower was the Magi's Divine Slayer Force headquarters. It worked as a center of operation for the many armies, and in case of a brutal defeat, it would work as the last stronghold against the Divine Faith Army. There was a massive hall with a majestic round table on the highest level of the magic tower. 11 chairs representing the 11 great organizations of the Magi world surrounded the table. Youths with unique auras occupied 10 of the chairs. They were the champions of the great organizations, sent here to lead their forces, gain fame, and evolve their destinies. Behind each of the champions, there were 5 individuals. Their auras were also impressive, and they were great generals in the Magi's Divine Slayer Force. Since everybody is here, we should start discussing our next move. The Ai Dynasty's champion, a young girl with blue hair and emerald-like bloodline eyes, spoke. Despite her youthful appearance, no one dared to look down on the young girl. Her bloodline force depicted her as a member of the Holy Clan with a very pure heritage. There was still 1 chair empty, but that belonged to the Scientia Kingdom, and they would not be participating in the first phase of the war. The only reason they put a chair for them was as a show of respect for the oldest and strongest organization of the Magi world. Just as the conversation between the champions was about to start, someone stopped them. Rebecca, there is still someone missing. Those words came from the young man wearing a royal robe and black crown. He was the Eternum Empire's champion, and his black hair and blue eyes revealed who his ancestor was. The young eye holder stared at the young royal with coldness. The relation between the Empire and Dynasty improved after River killed the elemental Chaos Eye and Nightmare Devourer Snake Whale, but they're far from being friends. Of course, that did not mean Rebecca lashed out and let her emotions take control of her actions. The young girl began to think who the royal may be speaking of, and one group came to her mind. Rebecca was not alone since the other champions reached the same conclusion. Samuel, we did not invite them to this meeting. A thin man with demon horns and abyssal fire coming out from his eyes spoke to the royal. His physical characteristics were the result of a high-ranking technique, not a bloodline. Since when did they need an invitation to do anything? The young royal showed nothing when he felt the piercing gaze of the other champions on him, and a smile appeared on his face as he focused on the hall's entrance. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The champions and great generals heard Samuel's words right before someone pushed the hall's giant metallic doors with so much strength that it almost sent them flying away. Magical defenses did not strengthen those doors, but their weight would make it hard for a peak rank 3 body refinement Magi to move them by force. Everybody focused their consciousnesses in the entrance, releasing a pressure that could make regular rank 3 life forms fall to the ground and puke. However, the 6 individuals who appeared showed nothing when faced with that pressure, and they calmly walked forward. The tallest of the group and the one who pushed the doors away was 100 meters tall Earth Titan. On his shoulder sat a beautiful elven girl with blue hair, carrying a dark longbow. Flanking the Earth Titan, there was a 15-meter-tall demonic dragonborn whose weight made the ground beneath him tremble and a hairless humanoid dog with dark skin and shadows emanating from his body. The bloodlust and wildness in these 4 were immense, but they showed nothing but respect to the duo in front of them. They were a dragonborn female with 6 feathered wings and a gorgeous woman with demonic wings and a scorpion tail. The 6 people had black armors with unique magic matrices over their bodies and runic sets covering their skin. Unlike the other powers whose racial characteristics were similar, this group was very heterogeneous. The common factor among them was their powerful bloodline and demonic energy pool. Only one force had those characteristics and would dare to behave so brazenly in front of the champions of the Magi world's great organizations. The Daybreak Clan. While they don't have rank 6 life forms inside the Magi world or beings of laws looking after them from the void, everybody dreaded them due to the monster that created the clan. Zadiel Daybreak could seal the fate of a rank 6 life form with just a few words, and his cruelty was legendary. Nimr walked forward, closely followed by Shu. She looked around the room, and other than giving Samuel a slight nod, she ignored everybody else. The champions thought Nimr would position herself and the rest of the Daybreak clan's members behind the young royal, but she sat in the empty chair. That chair is reserved for the Scientia Kingdom's champion. The voice came from the royal's location, but it was not Samuel who spoke. Nimr's eyes narrowed as she stared at the blonde man who stood beside Samuel. He also wore a royal robe but lacked the crown, and for the way the young royal glanced at him, it was clear their relationship was not a good one. It became clear to everybody that there was division inside the Eternum Empire. The man's words were clever. He did not blame Nimr for anything, but her answer could offend the Scientia Kingdom, who was the Daybreak clan's greatest ally. Who are you to say that this belongs to the Scientia Kingdom? Since when an insignificant Magi who has yet to awaken his true soul has the right to speak in the name of John Eric Rebellion? Nimr's words were vicious and made a cold expression appear on the blonde man's face. The Neo-Demon female stated they were too arrogant by designating a chair for the Scientia Kingdom. Besides, since you are all sitting, I need to take a chair as well. Or are you telling us that the Daybreak clan's status and contributions in the war against the divinity world are inferior to any of you? Although some of the champions wanted to argue, none of them could deny them out of the Daybreak clan. While their number was much lesser than theirs, they were like a hot knife, capable of piercing any defense the divinity world's army put in their path. Silence reigned for a few seconds until Samuel spoke again. No one here can deny the Daybreak clan's contributions. I apologize for my cousin's words, Lady Nimr. I will make sure the elders knew about his behavior when we go back to the Empire. Samuel's behavior confused the other champions, and they saw how his words offended the man by his side, but they did not meddle. With the subject of the Daybreak clan's status handled, everybody seemed ready to process. Suddenly, the Earth Titan and the 3 Neo-Demons next to him released a monstrous killing intent and began to circulate their abyss aura. The actions of the 4 Neo-Demons took everybody by surprise, especially when they detected that the target was an Eyeholder. The Eye Dynasty's champion and her generals did not wait a moment before adopting a battle stance and pushing their energies to the limit. Their bloodlines gave them great instincts, and right now, they were screaming danger. Although they would be facing someone with a law bloodline and with many powerful items at her disposal, none of the Neo-Demon showed the slightest sign of fear. They were about to jump forward and fight with everything they had when a powerful voice suppressed them. Enough. Sh's voice carried the power of the laws. None of the Neo-Demons dared to defy her, but the demonic Dragonborn spoke to her. Mother, That man dared to throw a lustful stare at Lady Numr. She is the Will's wife. We cannot let him live. The people in the hall were baffled by the demonic Dragonborn's reasoning. A lustful stare was enough in his mind to take the life of an Ai dynasty's great general. Their target was a middle-aged man with starry bloodline eyes named Junit. He also had a law bloodline, but its purity was so low that its actual level was emperor. Junit's situation was not uncommon when the parents failed to advance in the ranks and mature their bloodlines. The champions and great generals knew of Junit's reputation and how he enjoyed using his background to abuse females, so they believed the words of the demonic Dragonborn. Of course, that did not mean they found the logic of the neo-demons correct. They could not kill Junit, a great general, because he gave their leader a lustful gaze. Stand down. An insect is not worth the trouble. Numr's voice was calm. The entire time, she did not look in the direction of the eye-holders. She had detected the eye-holders' stare before anyone else, and if they were anywhere else, she would have killed him. The female neo-demon would rather die than let any other man that wasn't Ezequiel from touching her body. However, her priority as the Daybreak Force's leader in God's tomb was to think about the best for the clan. After hearing both Shu and Numr, the neo-demons calmed down. Their killing intent was still there, but they did not dare to disobey the two women. A peculiar light appeared in some of the champions' eyes after hearing Numr's words. Although it may sound like she did not care about Junit's behavior, it could also mean she was afraid of the consequences of offending one of the great organizations. Junit shared that train of thought, and a nasty smile appeared on his face. May I know your full name? The young eyeholder champion made that question, making everybody remember how the other neo-demons referred to Numr as the Will's wife. Numr's eyes narrowed when she heard that question, and pride appeared on her face as she answered. I am Numr Invictus. Utter silence filled the hall when the champions and great generals heard that last word. There was only one man in the Magi world that held the name Invictus and was someone who won't give a shit about their background if they angered him. A man capable of killing a rank 5 life form in front of the Frost Monster Heart's leader. Ezequiel Invictus. Junit began to tremble and saw how his fellow eyeholders quietly distanced themselves from him. Panic replaced his lust, and he saw no way of this situation. You will leave God's tomb after the meeting is over. If you care about your life, you will remain in the capital. Invictus may not care about our background, but he is not strong enough to march into the Ai dynasty's core and take your life. The eyeholders champion spoke those words to Junit before ignoring him. She did not like the man's behavior, but he was a member of the Holy Clan and could not let him die in her watch. Okay, now that we are all here and have handled the unpleasant matters, I say we start discussing our military strategy. Samuel spoke with a great smile, and you could see the happiness in his face when he saw how the other champions were looking at him. Chapter 415, No More Hiding Right Now. The man that terrified the great organization's champions, also filled with dread the heart of many demon lords inside a secret dimension in the Blood Rift. Druk, the Darkness Killer, along with 2 more demon marquises and 5 demon counts, flew through the slaughter trial. All of them had wounds infected with white lightning and a somber expression on their faces. They looked to the sky from time to time and could watch storm clouds that extended for as long as the eye could see. These were the result of an individual's domain over the law of lightning and control over the natural energy and world strength, so they could not disperse them. Whenever they heard thunder above their heads, every demon lord adopted a battle stance, and by working as a team, they covered every direction with their eyesight. Slaughter intent and wrath filled the Darkness Killer's eyes as he guided the demon lords forward. God damn it. From the fucking beginning, he planned to slaughter all of us. Druk remembered with hate all the events that led him to his current condition. After killing the blood demon Leviathan, he and the Venom Queen gathered back with their troops and massacred all the soldiers who came with their enemies. Although the demon lords were not easy opponents, they had superior numbers and more power. Some of their devil counts endured severe injuries, but they lost no one. Like they had planned, they waited for evil, but he never appeared, which worried Druk. At that moment, he glanced at the Venom Queen, and they signaled their troops to encircle evil's warriors. They did not know what happened with evil, so both demon marquises chose to keep his soldiers on a tight leash so he could not depend on them if he wanted to betray them. That is where they made their first mistake. Once they were all gathered in one place, is when it happened. Evil's demon counts began to tremble before a metallic orb inside their brains swallowed their life force and souls. Before the Darkness Killer or Venom Queen could do anything, the orbs detonated simultaneously. They strengthened each other, triggering a whirlwind of white lightning that made the secret dimension tremble. Most of the demon counts were swallowed by the lightning tornado, with their bodies and soul only working as fuel for the phenomenon. On the other hand, all the demon marquises survived, with the Darkness Killer and Demon Queen only enduring some shallow wounds. Druk thought he had survived evil's scheme, but then he and all the other marquises made their second mistake. They underestimated Ezequiel's assassination skills. Evil rose silently from the ground without revealing the slightest sign of his presence. Using a speed almost 2 times greater than the one he deployed against the blood demon Leviathan, he flashed to the Venom Queen. Usually, as a peak demon Marquis who had formed a law essence, the Venom Queen should have been able to at least respond to Ezequiel's attack. The problem was that everybody's consciousness recognized Ezequiel as a stream of air. Daruk could not believe what he saw. He prided himself in his assassination skills, but being able to trick the consciousness of a peak rank 5 life form into thinking you are no different than the winds that constantly surround you was incredible. Before the Darkness Killer or any of the other Marquis could even give the Venom Queen a warning, Evil separated her head from the rest of her body. Despite this shocking scene, the Darkness Killer and the remaining Devil Lords let their chaotic instincts suppress their commotion and launched themselves at Evil, ready to kill him. Even a rank 6 life form would find it hard to fight so many demon Marquises at the same time, but Daruk clearly remembered the disdain on Evil's face when he saw them flashing at him. Before they could reach Evil's side, the lightning tornado that almost swallowed them just a few moments ago exploded. The blast broke their formation, and Evil used that opportunity to injure a demon Marquis before vanishing. The demon lords that remained alive after that were at a loss. They could not leave the slaughter trial until the demon dukes open the portal again, and if they don't do anything, Evil could sneak up on them and kill them one by one. Being the strongest, Daruk took the lead. He knew their best chance was to reach the center of the dimension where the blood ponds resided. A powerful force sealed the space in that area, and there was a metallic city surrounding them that would make Evil's ability to hide in the elements useless. Demons were unruly monsters, but these were all rank 5 life forms, so their wisdom plus the threat of death made them accept Daruk's plan. Evil's attacks did not end as the demon lords flew to the blood ponds. He used every chance and distraction he could create to reduce their numbers. Ezequiel managed to assassinate 4 more demon Marquises in the next few months. Of course, things didn't always go his way, and the demon lords managed to land a few heavy blows on him before he could disappear. The reason for most of his failures was the Darkness Killer. The threat of death pushed the demon Marquis instincts and abilities to the next level and slowly became powerful enough to respond to Ezequiel's attacks. After 5 months of traveling, a big city with 9 star-sized cauldrons appeared in the demon lord's sight. Daruk smiled when he saw the metallic city and felt the sealing force affecting its space. All of a sudden, his eyes narrowed, and he instantly transformed into a stream of darkness that flashed toward an abyss fire snake and pushed him away. A confused expression appeared on the demon Marquis' face, but he obtained his answer the next moment when a humanoid arc of white lightning fell from the sky and almost struck his head. The arc of white lightning did not stop until it crashed into the ground. Its momentum and force were so high it created a rift that extended for dozens of thousands of meters. The abyss fire snake's face showed the terror that invaded his heart. He never detected Evil's attack, and by what he saw just now, it had more than enough power to shatter his true soul. Without wasting a moment, the Darkness Killer, Abyss Fire Snake, and Horn Demon adopted a battle formation with the demon counts behind them. They were not planning to fight Evil since now their numbers were not enough to overwhelm him anymore. The sole goal of the formation was to secure their lives until he left and then keep advancing. However, things were different now. Ezequiel would usually disappear the moment his attack failed, but this time, he did not leave. The Supreme Neo-Demon coldly stared at the Demon Lords with eyes devoid of color that saw right through their flaws before looking at himself for a moment. Push yourself beyond your limits. Rise above everything else or fall into oblivion. The Supreme Neo-Demon thought out loud, and the next second, he stared at the Demon Lords with emotionless eyes. No more hiding. Along with that roar full of will and determination, Ezequiel unleashed every ounce of power inside him. From the Supreme Neo-Demon's body, an arc of white lighting charged with every elemental force surrounded by a black edge rose to the sky. Ezequiel's power was so immense that it triggered a response from the Slaughter Trial's laws. After consuming several Devil Marquises and absorbing their law essence, pushing his body and soul to the absolute limits of rank 4, and channeling Abyss World strength into his cells, the Supreme Neo-Demon's battle power began to touch the boundary of rank 6. Evil's aura was not only monstrously powerful. The darkness and madness in it that came from Abyss World strength suffocated the Demon Lords. Any other race would have succumbed to fear, but no matter how strong and wise demons became, in their core, they were crazy killing machines. Ah! The Darkness Killer and the rest of the Demon Lords roared as they unleashed their strength and prepared for what could be the last fight of their lives. Their energies were so dense and powerful that they transformed an area of hundreds of kilometers into a death zone for any rank 3 life form, no matter how special and strong they were. The next second, Ezequiel and the Demon Lords unleashed sonic booms that made space tremble. Chapter 416, Mistake. Just when the 3 Demon Marquises and 5 Demon Counts were about to clash with Ezequiel, the eyes of the last one glowed. The next instant, dozens of 10,000 meters tall white pillars made of world strength fell from the sky. The white pillars shocked the demon lords and disrupted their formation. They knew about evil's ability to control world strength and create an incarnation with it, but were not aware he could manipulate it to form weapons with such destructive power. A domain of fear that carried the negative emotions and chaotic will of Abyss enveloped the demon lords, slowing down their reaction speed. It was just a fraction of a second more, but in a battle between rank 5 life forms, that could mean life and death. Ezequiel did not lose that opportunity and flashed to the Abyss Fire Snake. He sought to finish the job that his previous lightning dive failed to achieve. The demon Marquis had just dodged one pillar of world strength when he saw Ezequiel rushing at him. Luckily for the Abyss Fire Snake, once again, a stream of darkness saved his life. The Supreme Neo-Demon's eyes narrowed when he saw his target vanish after the Darkness Killer intervention. Failing the attack left and opening the other demon lords would not waste. A hammer charged with metal force, and several beams of energy landed on the Supreme Neo-Demon's back. Thanks to Ezequiel's monstrous defenses and Vajra Terminus body, the demon count's attacks did almost no damage. However, the hammer sent by the Horn Demon managed to pierce his mantle of white lightning and send him flying away. The demon lords immediately attempted to overwhelm evil with a barrage of spells. Unfortunately for them, Ezequiel twisted his body midair, crashing in a white pillar before bouncing back, dodging the demon lord's spells. Before the demon marquises could regroup and protect the weaker demon counts, Ezequiel made the white pillars vanish, only for them to reappear in the sky and once again fall with tremendous force. The demon lords let Ezequiel out of their sight for an instant as they dodged the white pillars, and this one's presence completely vanished. Many hoped evil had chosen to run away, but they faced the cruel reality the next second when they heard a cry of pain. Ah! Daruk and the others focused on the origin of the scream and saw how evil had just split in half the strongest demon count. There was no need for words. Every demon lord sent their fastest attack in evil's direction, creating an explosion that crushed the white pillars around it. They planned to strike again, but the white pillars vanished only to fall from the sky once again. Everybody's sight focused on the explosion as they dodged the weapons of world strength, and they saw how evil rose from it. The mantle of white lightning with a dark edge had diminished in quantity, but evil's wounds were shallow. Ezequiel's 6 arms were working with a fantastic speed as they transformed the body and broken soul of the demon count he just killed into 2 electric spheres. The electric spheres had impressive magic matrices over their bodies, and primordial entropy lightning and terminus force enveloped them. Ezequiel launched them with all his strength to the Horn Demon and Abyss Fire Snake. Each electric sphere was swift, and to everybody's shock, they seemed able to activate Void Slash and Void Disruption. Before the demon marquises could dodge or place a decent defense, the spears were already in front of them. The Horn Demon was faster and managed to use his hammer as a shield. Boom! The demon counts heard a thunderous noise and saw how the electric spear shoved the Horn Demon to the ground. The Abyss Fire Snake could not dodge or block the electric spear due to its immense body, so he once again depended on the Darkness Killer to save him. Ezequiel saw how a stream of darkness saved the Abyss Fire Snake for the 3rd time, and a smile appeared on his face. Daruk had pushed the Abyss Fire Snake out of danger when his eyes widened, and utter shock filled his heart. The reason for his reaction was the small metallic dart that had just pierced his thigh. The dart hid in the electric spear's shadow and attacked from an invisible angle. Its damage was insignificant but paralyzed the demon Marquis' body and clouded his mind for an instant. He regained control in a millisecond, but evil was already in front of him by that time. Ezequiel used 4 of his arms to squeeze the Darkness Killer's body, and the other 2 held his head and began to exert pressure. The Abyss Fire Snake and the other demon counts attempted to help Daruk, but the white pillars once again fell from the sky, hindering their movements. Daruk felt his head was about to explode and how spiritual lightning stopped him from destroying his body to save his true soul. The threat of death pushed the Darkness Killer to the limit, and he released a demonic roar. Roar! Darkness overflowed his body, and he fired hundreds of arcs of blade energy in every direction. Ezequiel felt Daruk's desperate attacks slashing his body, but he kept exerting more and more strength. The other demon lords managed to dodge the white pillar and flew in his direction, but the Supreme Neo-Demon's focus was solely in Daruk's head. The Darkness Killer's eyeballs left his skull just before Ezequiel's hands crushed his head and the soul dimension inside it. Right after killing Daruk, a giant tail and spells carrying the demon count's life force collided with Ezequiel. Panic and a sense of desperation appeared in the remaining demon lords. Now that Daruk died, their chances of surviving diminished immensely, so they must take advantage of evil's wounded state and not let him recover. Ezequiel felt that those attacks almost broke his back, and his chest was a bloody mess. Although he could not stop his body from flying without control, he still could move his hands. He transformed the Darkness Killer's broken body into a ball of lightning, and after infusing origin power in it, A golden spear appeared in his hands, just before the demon lords could launch their next attack. The supreme Neo-Demon twisted his body and threw the golden spear forward. Once it left Ezequiel's hand, the golden spear transformed into a beam of golden light that shot toward the Abyss Fire Snake, just as new white pillars fell from the sky. The Abyss Fire Snake could not believe the dexterity and martial prowess Evil displayed. Even with those injuries, he fired an attack capable of threatening a peak rank 5 life form. Without the Darkness Killer's help, the Abyss Fire Snake could only twist his body so that the spear would land in his stomach instead of his head, which was the original target. Lightning overflowed the Demon Marquis' body, paralyzing him just like it did with Drak. The Abyss Fire Snake attempted to suppress the foreign force and regroup with the demon counts, but to his shock, a white flash flew in his direction, the second the spear pierced his body. Impossible. How did this monster regain control over his body so fast? The force that struck Evil should have kept his body flying out of control for a few more seconds. The Demon Marquis obtained an answer the moment he saw behind Evil and noticed the white pillar with a colossal indentation in its center. Ezequiel not only used the weapons of world strength to attack the demon lords. He also made one pillar appear in his path to stop his body. The clash wounded him even more but allowed the supreme Neo-Demon to fly toward the Abyss Fire Snake before this one could move or fight back. 6 fists covered in white lightning with a black edge pierced the Abyss Fire Snake's brain, killing him in the spot. The demon counts were horrified by the loss of the Demon Marquis. Before they could flee, Ezequiel raised the giant corpse of the Abyss Fire Snake and used it as a whip. Ezequiel managed to crush the body and soul of 2 demon counts and sent the other 2 flying away. It was in that instant when he had just finished his attack and was more vulnerable, that his instincts screamed danger. The supreme Neo-Demon feels someone appeared behind him and wave a massive hammer at his head. The one who ambushed him was the Horn Demon, and what shocked Ezequiel was the fact there was metal essence in the weapon and hell aura. Bloodlust and cunningness filled the eyes of the Horn Demon as his aura changed, erasing the chaotic will of Abyss and replacing it with the scheming nature of Potter. A Devil Marquis. Hundreds of thoughts appeared in Ezequiel's mind as the weapon approached his head. He instantly deducted that the Horn Demon that came here following the Venom Queen was a Devil Marquis that infiltrated Abyss. The Supreme Neo-Demon had not paid too much attention to him since his power was mediocre among the Marquises, but now he understood this cunning devil was hiding his battle strength, waiting for the perfect chance. I made a mistake. The power in the hammer carried every ounce of energy and physical might in the Devil Marquis, and if it landed, it would be more than enough to blast Ezequiel's head open. Despite everything, there was no fear or sense of hopelessness in Ezequiel's eyes, only determination to push himself forward. The Supreme Neo-Demon arms began to rise and attempted to cover his head. When the Devil Marquis saw that, his smile grew wider since there was no way Ezequiel could make it in time. However, to his shock, the Supreme Neo-Demon's arms moved faster and faster. Impossible. This reaction speed should only be present in a rank 6 life form. How can he move this fast with his injuries? No matter how much the Devil Marquis wanted things to be different, the arms covered Ezequiel's head right before the hammer landed. The threat of death helped Ezequiel push himself beyond what should be possible for a Neo-Demon with a First-Order Law bloodline. Chapter 417, Closing into Rank 5 Go-Ob. A blast that broke apart the earth and shattered the sky occurred when the Devil Marquis's hammer connected with Ezequiel's arms. The Supreme Neo-Demon's eyes narrowed as the hammer blew up his arms and threw him like a cannonball to the ground. Anger filled the Devil Marquis' face as he saw the damage his attack provoked. There were many opportunities when he could have attacked, but it wasn't until the Demon Marquises had tired Ezequiel that he acted. I waited for the perfect chance and even used a forbidden spell that allowed me to unleash every ounce of energy I had in one go. How did this fucking monster react so fast? Hundreds of thoughts crossed the devil's mind when he saw his attack fail, but there was one that prevailed above everything else. I need to kill him now. The Devil Marquis's eyes focused on where Ezequiel crashed, but although he wanted, he could not go after him immediately. That last attack generated an energy output too great for his body and provoked a backlash that harmed his inner organs and temporarily paralyzed him. He did his best to suppress the backlash the fastest he could. Just when he was ready to move, a titanic figure more than 1,000,000 meters tall appeared behind him. The World Strength's incarnation intertwined his finger and waved his 2 hands down, like an enormous mace, toward the Devil Marquis. Damn it! The devil cursed in his mind when he felt the power in the incarnation's attack. Usually, as a battle carries on, the fighter's power would diminish due to their injuries and energy drain. Nevertheless, regardless of Ezequiel's damage, the World Strength's incarnation power was always the same. The Devil Marquis waved his hammer up, charged with heavy and sharp metal essence. Another blast that broke the sky occurred when the duo clashed. The World Strength's incarnation lost his arms and most of the upper body but managed to push the Devil Marquis closer to the ground. An odd expression appeared in the devil's face since the collision sent him closer to his target. As he fell, the Divi Marquis saw the incarnation vanish, and fear appeared in his face when 9 spears made of world strength emerged from the ground and attacked him from every angle. The devil did not have control over his body and lacked the martial skills to counter the 9 spears in his current condition. His only option was to burn some of his life force, allowing him to stop his body forcefully, aggravating his internal injuries. Blood fell from the devil Marquis's mouth as he turned around and used his hammer to counter the spears. He could see Ezequiel's wounded body on the ground, and killing intent overflowed his heart as he moved closer. Despite having drained his energy pool, the devil Marquis's power was tremendous. He needed only one swing from his hammer to destroy the world strength spears. He was about to destroy the 7th, but the moment his hammer touched the construction of world strength, instead of breaking apart as the others did, he felt something counterattack. The world strength spear vanished, and what appeared in front of the devil Marquis was an armless white demon with eyes devoid of color and emotions. What countered the devil's hammer was Ezequiel's right leg that contained every ounce of energy, primordial entropy lightning, and terminus force left in the supreme neo-demon. This crazy monster. The devil Marquis' eyes revealed the shock that filled his heart as the right leg's strength pushed his hammer away. The supreme neo-demon's attack did not stop there. He twisted his body and sent a kick to the devil Marquis' face. Move, move, goddammit, move. Panic filled the devil's eyes as he attempted to raise his arms fast enough to block the kick, but unlike in Ezequiel's case, the threat of death was not enough to push him past his limits. The devil Marquis' face exploded as the supreme neo-demon's foot struck him, and the primordial entropy lightning and terminus force destroyed the soul dimension and true soul. By channeling every bit of energy and force in a part of his body, Ezequiel enhanced its offensive might to an incredible level but left the rest of his body exposed. That last move was extremely dangerous. If the devil Marquis had won the clash, Ezequiel would have been open to a direct attack, and with all of his power channeled in his right leg, the rest of his body would have exploded if a spell landed point blank. The supreme neo-demon's eyes showed nothing after killing the devil Marquis, and the replica of him in the ground made of elemental forces vanished. The resolution to bet his life in a single move allowed the supreme neo-demon to kill the peak rank 5 devil lord that owned metal essence. Right after killing the devil Marquis, Ezequiel began to fall from the sky like a puppet with cut strings, and the white lightning covering his body vanished. The 2 remaining demon counts who were running away a moment ago saw that, and killing intent appeared in their eyes as they calculated their chances. Unfortunately for them, before they could even make a choice, a colossal hand of world strength appeared above them. The duo attempted to run and fight back, but in the end, neither their bodies nor their souls could escape being crushed. That was Ezequiel's last move before his law avatar vanished, and he fell unconscious. Unlike the supreme neo-demon, whose injuries were so severe he could not maintain consciousness, the neo-demon's ancestor was in peak condition and growing stronger by the minute. Zadiel's cells were in a cycle of death and growth. The weak ones perished, while the strong enjoyed an ocean of life force. The process enhanced Zadiel's body and improved his comprehension of the law of death and the law of life, both already nearing the peak of the initial level. The battles between the forces of Duke Krier and the Darkness Poison Duke continued non-stop. Luckily for the Infernal Rage Titan and the others, Ian 6 did not appear again after the fight in the volcano. Zadiel, on the other hand, arrived on the battlefield once every 2 months, allowing his side to overwhelm the enemy and push forward. Zadiel's power had grown constantly during this last year. His true soul reached the peak of the 4th cycle, and his true doomsday body neared the peak of rank 4 already. The Neo-Demon opened his eyes and began to analyze his body and the Blood Duke's regeneration pool, which was almost half empty. If my calculations are correct, I should complete the enhancement of my body by consuming all the life force and blood energy in this pool. After that, it will be time to seal my 4th apocalyptic star and enter rank 5. Zadiel did not waste time, and the next second, he was already out of the mountain range and ready to head into the battlefield to temper his body. Just as he was about to fly away, Zadiel's eyes narrowed, and the rebirth eye focused on a canyon 600 kilometers west of his location. A thoughtful expression appeared for a moment in the Neo-Demon's face, and the next second, he flew in the canyon's direction. It did not take him long to arrive, and standing above a river of poisonous blood was someone the Neo-Demon recognized immediately. Chapter 418, Supernova Race. Standing on top of a river of poisonous blood that could melt a rank 4 life form in a matter of seconds, Zadiel saw a towering devil with a blue vertical eye on his forehead. You came, good. Oh, and your aura is even more formidable than when we last fought. Consider me impressed. Ian 6 spoke with a calm tone and a respectful expression on his face. Despite being very deep within the territories controlled by Duke Krier's forces, there was no fear or worry in his eyes. Before Zadiel could ask why the devil revealed his presence the moment he exited the mountain range, Ian Six's aura began to change. Ian Six's devilish aura changed into one full of resoluteness and bravery. Those characteristics were something you would never find in a devil. His body also changed, with his skin switching from a black color and to a metallic blue, while a monstrous bloodline force emerged from his heart. Right now, everybody could realize that Ian Six's bloodline was a pseudo-second-order law bloodline. There were glowing white runes in his skin that seemed to resonate with the Eye of Time. Zadiel immediately recognized the white runes as bloodline inborn runes. This type of rune occurred in children of parents who reached a level above the Prima Universe's laws and whose seed carried the power of an Omega law. The power of bloodline inborn runes and Animax soul runes was around the same, but the first ones are superior because they use much less energy. The Neo-Demon deducted that Ian Six did not use them in their fight because, unlike Shooting Star and that could be disguised, activating his bloodline inborn rune would have blown his cover. Zadiel's eyes narrowed as he felt Ian Six's power and changes. He did not doubt that if they fight again, he would need to escape. Ian Six was a rank 5 life form at the 3rd engraving stage with a very powerful bloodline inborn runes, and a body that could resist an attack capable of killing a peak rank 5 devil lord. Of course, the Neo-Demon's life was in no danger at all. If he wanted to run, there was nothing Ian Six could do to stop him. Ian Six, of the Supernova race, member of the Unlimited Sun clan, son of infinite space-time Supernova I, greets you. Ian Six's eyes shone with pride and dignity as he spoke those words. Zadiel showed nothing when he heard all that information, but hundreds of thoughts crossed his mind. It was the first time he heard of the Supernova race, but he already had a pretty good idea of its origin. I have shown you my authentic appearance as a display of goodwill, and I hope you can do the same. The Neo-Demon did nothing after hearing Ian Six's words, but it appeared the Supernova race's man expected that and pointed to his Eye of Time. The Eye of Time allows me to see a person's past. I suffered a tremendous backlash when I perceived yours and only obtained scattered images, but I saw you surrounded by people full of love and respect, so you are definitely not a devil. The reason Ian Six did not participate in battles after the volcano was because he had been recovering. While Zadiel may not be too powerful right now, he constantly interacted with life forms that could alter time and space. The Neo-Demon remained quiet for a moment before releasing a small sigh, deactivating the Doppelganger Fiend rune, and showing his actual body. A grave expression appeared on Ian Six's face when he saw Zadiel's natural body. Ian Six did not connect the Eye of Life and Creation in the Neo-Demon's forehead to his race. The original Daybreak bloodline that Zadiel obtained from the Supernova Eye of Life and Creation changed to the Rebirth Eclipse bloodline, so there was no bloodline resonance between them. What angered Ian Six were Zadiel's wings, and a dangerous light appeared in his eyes as he asked the following question. Are you a member of the Heavenly Race or the Fallen Race? There was immense killing intent in the voice of the Unlimited Sun Clan's warrior when he mentioned the first race. A smile appeared on Zadiel's face when he felt the killing intent in Ian Six. The Neo-Demon race saw the Heavenly Race as a plague that they must erase from the Prima Universe, so anyone with hatred against it could be considered a potential ally. I stole these wings from the Heavenly Race's Archangel. They were inferior to my bloodline, so I enhanced them. Zadiel unleashed his bloodline pressure and soul force, and an ancient aura assaulted Ian Six the next second. Ian Six was startled by what he felt. Zadiel's words were enough for his killing intent to vanish, since no Heavenly Race's Archangel would ever call himself inferior. What shocked the Supernova Race's man was the Neo-Demon soul force that put him at the 4th origin cycle, and the fact the bloodline pressure affected him meant that Zadiel's bloodline surpassed his. His battle power surpasses the peak of rank 5, but he has yet to reach the limit of rank 4. Not even Big Brother could do that when he was a soul-forging existence. His aura clearly states his life force does not match his life experiences. An avatar of an ancient being or a reincarnation? A solemn expression appeared on Ian Six's face, but the killing intent from before had vanished. As his mind ran wild with possibilities, a voice brought him back to reality. I answered your question, and you will now answer mine. There are little to no mysteries for me in the universe, but I have never heard of the Supernova race. Explain that, and also why do you hate the Heavenly Race? Zadiel's ancient aura grew more potent as he questioned Ian Six. The Neo-Demon needed to know more about the man's race before deciding how to proceed with them. Zadiel's ancientness made Ian Six feel like he spoke with his ancestors, and after a moment, he answered. My species' bloodline and body were a great temptation for many powerful beings. History taught us that overestimating our abilities could have grave consequences, so we remained in the shadows for a long time. However, we have already become strong enough, and those who took advantage of our initial weakness will pay the price. That includes the Heavenly Race. Ian Six's words carried a sense of full fulfillment and slaughter intent. Zadiel could figure out why the supernova race loathed the heavenly race after hearing all that. He still wanted to know about the relation between the supernova eyes, but the Neo-Demon doubted Ian 6 would answer something that involved his race secrets. So, why do you want to meet me? Ian 6 was at a loss for words when he heard that question. The shocking events almost made him forget why he brought Zadiel here. Things were different now that he understood the Neo-Demon's true nature, but he decided to go ahead with his plan. The Eye of Time's holder took a deep breath, and the next second, a heartbeat that made the entire canyon tremble originated from inside his chest. Zadiel's rebirth eye saw two hearts inside Ian 6. One worked as the core of his bloodline, and the other nurtured his body and empowered him with tremendous striking force. That second heart is similar to the eldritch ghost underworld that ever created for Gwyn to train his body. A special artifact that grants the holder the ability to practice a unique body refinement path technique. Inside the special artifact heart, Zadiel saw three phantoms, and after what he detected in them, he figured out the reason for Ian 6's presence in Potter and what he would ask of him. Chapter 419, The Supreme's Call. After a few seconds, Ian 6's heartbeat returned to normal, and the earthquakes that threatened to split the canyon apart vanished. I train a unique body refinement path technique that requires the heart, bloodline, and soul of powerful fiends named Fiend Sun Heart. I came to Potter with the sole purpose of obtaining a living duke's heart and a piece of his primordial essence. Ian 6 was very straightforward, and he deduced that an old monster like Zadiel would only need to see his artificial heart once to know if he was telling the truth or not. Zadiel remained silent for a moment. It was clear to him that Ian 6 wanted to obtain his assistance in killing a devil duke. Why don't you ask your father or brothers to help you with this task? I am sure that with their powers, it would be easy to trap a devil duke or even an archdevil alive. The moment Ian 6 heard Zadiel's words, he immediately shook his head. The infinite space-time supernova eye can fight with even the strongest of the living archdevils, and it would only take a second for him to collect all the materials I would ever need for my cultivation. However, if I follow that path, I will always be garbage that depends on others to solve his problems. Ian 6's face showed the immense resolution behind his words. I need to solve these problems on my own and enhance my destiny. When the time comes that I face an obstacle so vast that not even my father can help me, my spirit will not break, and I will be able to find a way out on my own. I am offering you an alliance where we will combine our power to achieve a task that will benefit both of us. The Neo-Demon agreed with Ian 6's words. You were taught well. Depending on others for everything will limit your path and make you a mediocre person who could never equal someone who struggled all his life to obtain power and freedom. Zadiel could have obtained from ever the flawless many law bloodlines and resources for his trusted allies, but he did not. They must struggle and get them with their own power, or else they will be useless when the time comes to face a threat too big even for the supreme overlords of the Prima universe. How much of the Duke's primordial essence do you need? Ian 6 smiled when he heard that since it meant they were in business. Less than a fifth. The core of the Fiend Sun Heart path technique is the Duke's heart and the demonic bloodline that evolved for more than 1,000 years inside it. If that is the case, I am willing to partner with you. I need the rest of the primordial essence and what remains of the corpse. You can keep the corpse, but I will take the space ring. I want the chance to explore the ring and obtain one item of my choosing. The corpse of a Fiend Duke was a great treasure and usually more valuable than the resources a rank 6 Devil Lord could collect, but Zadiel wanted to explore his belongings in case there was something unique. Ian 6 understood the reason behind Zadiel's request, and after a moment, he nodded. I accept the conditions. The Darkness Poison Duke intends to enter the battlefield after finishing an artifact meant to reduce Duke Greer's battle power. He will be ready in 20 months at the earliest, so we must hurry up. If the Neo-Demon and Supernova Race man worked together and went all out, they could face a rank 6 life form that lacked an inner law dimension, but a Devil Duke is easily 3 times stronger than that, not to mention they have all kinds of life-saving cards. They began to discuss the plan, and after a few minutes, they left the continent. In the 5th layer of Abyss, a demonic dragon covered in fire and lightning fought a chimera demon. The demon count was 400,000 meters tall, with a goat's head, the body of a lion, and a snake as a tail. Explosions filled the sky as the fire-lightning demonic dragon and the demon count attacks clashed. The chimera demon had the upper hand since he surpassed his enemy physically and in spell's power, but the dragon's flames burned with an intensity so high that they pushed his attacks to a higher level. The demonic dragon also channeled the power of the law of lightning to improve his speed. He used it to either dodge the chimera demon's attacks or improve his momentum and strike with a greater force. Rage appeared in the chimera demon's eyes and opened his mouth as he prepared to release a torrent of poisonous green fire. The fire-lightning demonic dragon's eyes shone with a peculiar light, and he smiled before roaring. Roar. He channeled all of his power into a beam of lightning fire that clashed with the Chimera Demon's attack. The poisonous green fire and lightning fire clashed, unleashing thunder and toxic gales. Happiness appeared in the Chimera Demon's eyes as the attacks collided. His energy pool was larger than his opponent, and soon the torrent of green fire would overcome the lightning fire beam and severely wound the demonic dragon. However, the next second, horror appeared on the demon count's face as his instincts screamed danger, and he felt that an individual covered in ice fire appeared behind him. Sophia raised her hands and conjured a giant spear of ice fire above her head. The threat of death made the Chimera Demon go wild, and he began to burn his life force to increase his power. The torrent of green fire grew more potent, and it would overpower the lightning fire beam in a matter of seconds. 10 powerful magic shields appeared behind him, all of them capable of resisting a spell with 4th engraving stage power. After seeing the enemy's defenses, Sophia's eyes narrowed, and the crystal with white liquid fire in her forehead glowed. The white liquid fire began to surround the giant ice fire sphere. It consumed an immense amount of energy, much more than what a regular rank 4 Neo-Demon could have, but Sophia had chosen the endless chaos true doomsday body, so her energy pool was immense. Absolute terror invaded the Chimera Demon's heart when the white liquid fire appeared, but before he could do anything, Sophia launched the ice fire sphere. Despite the power of the magic shields, the white liquid flames ignored them and allowed the ice fire spear to pierce them and finally penetrate the Chimera Demon's chest before exploding into a blast that froze the demon count's body and soul. Sophia implanted a sealing rune over the frozen Chimera Demon, making sure his true soul couldn't escape, before storing the body in her space ring. Kylo appeared beside the Neo-Demon the next moment. He was exhausted, but the wounds on his body were shallow and would heal in less than a day. Of course, things would have been much different if he had fought the Chimera Demon alone. With this Chimera Demon, we have captured 12 demon counts and 87 rank 4 demons. After reaching 15 of the first and 100 of the second, we will enter secluded training and strive to enter the law engraving rank. Sophia spoke after analyzing their harvest and current strength. Kylo thought for a moment before nodding to the female Neo-Demon's words. Thanks to their draconic lineage, their cultivation's speed was fast, and they have already reached the 5th origin cycle and sealed 3 apocalyptic stars. Sophia's battle power reached the bottom of the 4th engraving stage, and her offensive power crossed to the 5th engraving stage if she used the law of pure emptiness in the white liquid flame. As for Kylo, his battle power reached the 3rd engraving stage, and his fire had pseudo 4th engraving stage offensive power. The duo knew that increasing their battle power without advancing to the next rank in one of their paths of power would be almost impossible. As they flew back to their castle to rest before hunting again, Sophia felt something and took a metallic tadpole from her space ring. The metallic tadpole was a particular artifact that Dante obtained from Hades, and that allowed the Elder Brain to send messages despite being in different planes. Sophia, Kylo. You two must return to the Beta Heavenly World in 3 years. The metallic tadpole opened its mouth, and the Neo-Demons heard Dante's voice. Husband already finished our Animaxed Soul Runes? An excited expression appeared on Sophia's face. An Animaxed Soul Rune would momentarily improve their strength by 50%, pushing their battle power 1 engraving stage higher. Unfortunately for the woman, the metallic tadpole shook its head. This order doesn't come from Father, but from the Supreme. He is not only calling you two but Father's entire inner circle. Chapter 420, Electric Substance. Sophia and Kylo were surprised when they heard Dante's words. Ezequiel's authority in the Neo-Demon race reached a level almost equal to Zadiel's. If the Supreme gave a command, every Neo-Demon must obey unless the ancestor told explicitly otherwise. However, Ezequiel usually spent all of his time strengthening himself and handled his tasks independently, without requesting anybody's help. It was very odd for him to make a summoning. Why is Ezequiel calling us? Sophia could not figure out a reason for Ezequiel to be calling them back to the Neo-Demon realm. Their strength improved significantly over the years, but she highly doubted the Supreme Neo-Demon needed their help in a fight. I don't know. The Supreme only told me to give the command and that he would be out of reach for the next couple of years. Would you like me to relay a message when he resurfaces? While Sophia's status wasn't technically superior to the rest of Zadiel's inner circle, she knew Ezequiel from the time he was a little boy, so their relationship was deeper. There is no need. We will be there. The tadpole gave a soft nod and closed its mouth before going back into Sophia's space ring. Kylo, we will rest and return to our peak before hunting again. Our target will be the 5th engraving stage, Count Saya. The draconic Neo-Demon looked at Sophia with shock when he heard that. The Chimera Demon was at the 4th engraving stage, and they only defeated him by working together and taking advantage of his carelessness. Count Saya was a mighty and oddly cunning demon lord. Kylo did not know if they could equal him in a battle, much less defeat him, but after seeing the severe expression on Sophia's face, he limited himself to nodding. Zadiel returned to the mountain range 3 months after meeting with Ian 6. He did not go to the battlefield but instead spent all that time handling the last steps of the plan with the supernova race man. Once he was back in the Blood Duke's renegotiation pool, he completely isolated himself from the outside world and focused solely on his cultivation. The Neo-Demon was confident in their plan, especially with all the preparation put in place, but still, he knew things could go wrong very fast. The crazy and wounded Blood Duke was more than powerful enough to completely overwhelm 6 Devil Marquises, more than 10 Devil Counts, and Blood Child, whose battle power reached the bottom of rank 6. Zadiel was not someone who liked to depend on luck. The only thing that would never fail him was hard work and commitment. The Neo-Demon improved the speed at which his cells were modified, consuming the life force and blood energy in the pool at a much faster rate. He also focused part of his mind on deciphering the phenomenon related to the law of death inside his bloodline. His mind force diminished at an impressive speed as he pushed his cognitive abilities to a level that put his brain under tremendous stress. By pouring his elemental chaos into his dream dimension, Zadiel replenished his mind force, allowing him to stay in that enhanced cognitive state indefinitely. 10 months into secluded training, Zadiel's soul origin increased as he reached the 5th origin cycle and his consciousness expanded, allowing his energy pool to soar. The Neo-Demon obtained a 5 to 10% improvement in his battle power, along with the ability to keep one with the law active for more time, but that did not make him feel prepared. 18 months into secluded training, the blood energy and life force in the Blood Duke's regeneration pool drained up. Once that happened, Zadiel stopped enhancing his cognitive abilities with mind force and rested for an entire day. After the severe headache calmed down, he opened his eyes and began to analyze his body. Zadiel reached the absolute peak of rank 4 in the true Doomsday Body's path of power. By taking advantage of the rebirth law and the immense amount of life force and blood energy at his disposal, he pushed his constitution to a level that should have been almost impossible for a rank 4 Neo-Demon. He clenched his fist, using his full physical strength heightened by astral origin, and released a force that made the entire mountain tremble. A thoughtful expression appeared on Zadiel's face as he detected the might of his body, but he shook his head the next second. I am ready to seal the 4th apocalyptic star and become a rank 5 Neo-Demon, but if I do things according to my plan, I would need a few years of seclusion after that, so I can't do it now. After reaching rank 5, Zadiel was sure he could at least maintain his life if he fought a Hollow Sun Domain Devil Duke alone, but he did not have the time. Since he no longer needed to focus on his body, Zadiel spent all his time improving his soul origin and law comprehension. 21 months and 12 days into his secluded training, Zadiel's true soul trembled, and a force that sought to bring all life into a state of stillness began to accumulate in his soul dimension before contracting into a dark seed. Despite its nefarious appearance, the power in this seed was not evil. It transcended terms like good or bad and acted like a cosmic force that brought balance to the universe by binding every life form beneath the Prima Universe's laws to a lifespan. Zadiel finally formed his first law essence, and it was Death Essence. The birth of Death Essence not only improved the Neo-Demon's already monstrous spirit defenses and the speed at which his soul origin grew, but it also granted him an impressive upgrade in offensive power. The Neo-Demon grinned when he saw the dark seed in his soul dimension, but the next second, his eyes widened as an immense pain assaulted him. He almost lost consciousness due to the agony, but the True Will opened his eyes right then and helped to suppress the pain. Motherfucker, son of a bitch, what the hell was that? The pain took Zadiel by surprise. When he first developed a law essence in his past life, he never experienced something like that. After the initial outburst of rage, the Neo-Demon took a deep breath, searched his soul and body for a reason, and found it almost immediately. The addition of Death Essence to the soul dimension made Terminus Aura purer and mightier, generating changes in Zadiel's left eye. The Eye of Death and Destruction grew stronger, surpassing the Eye of Life and Creation and closer to the Rebirth Eye's power. The progress of his true name and the Eye of the Death and Destruction's enhancement was not the origin of the pain that almost knocked out Zadiel. That responsibility fell in the substance that manifested inside the left eye. It had a white core, surrounded by a black force with a dark red electric edge. Shock filled the Neo-Demon's face when he understood the nature of the substance inside the Eye of Death and Destruction. Ha 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 ha. Zadiel began to laugh with all of his strength. He was delighted with the appearance of the substance, and it proved to him that his bloodline was indeed one that reached the peak of the Prima Universe. However, his enthusiasm diminished a little when he detected how hard it was to mobilize it. Ah, it is understandable. To give birth to this power in my second life, I required both the law of death and the law of destruction at the grand completion level. My bloodline gave me access to it much sooner, but my soul and body are too weak to use it properly. Zadiel was like a child with a giant warhammer. He had a deadly weapon at his disposal but lacked the strength to wave it with proficiency. Despite everything, the Neo-Demon was still very happy. He was already one step ahead of his previous life, and if he kept growing like this, he would overcome the limitations that stopped the incarnation of death and destruction. He decided to make a proper assessment of his power, and what better for the job than the always reliable artificial intelligence chip. BIP. Scanning the host. Race, Neo-Demon, Rebirth Eclipse Bloodline, Paths of Power, Animus, Peak Rank 4/True Soul, 5th Origin Cycle / True Doomsday Body, 3rd Heaven / True Will, Middle Star Breaker, Strength, 7.1 to 8.5 Physique, 9.9 to 12.1, Speed, 8.9 to 10.1 Rebirth Force, 5.8 to 7.0 Elemental Chaos, 5.2 to 6.2 Soul Origin, 5.1 to 6.1 Astral Origin, 5.4 to 6.9 Mind Force, 4.9 to 6.0 Laws, Law of Life, Late Initial Level, Law of Creation, Low Initial Level / Law of Death, Low Minor Completion Level / Law of Destruction, Middle Initial Level / Soul Law, Middle Initial Level / Rebirth Law, Low Initial Level. Zadiel was extremely satisfied with his stats, especially his physique. The highest stat of a demon lord with a sacred body of laws focused on body refinement would vary between 12 to 15 points. Thanks to his ingenuity and use of the laws, Zadiel pushed his strongest stat to that level despite still being a rank 4 life form. Just as he was going through the information of the artificial intelligence chip, a blue ring in his hand broke. The Neo-Demon's eyes narrowed, and killing intent emerged from them. That was the signal Ian 6 would give the Darkness Poison Duke left his seclusion. It is time. Chapter 421, Two New Suns. Another fight between the forces of the Darkness Poison Duke and Duke Krier took place very deep within the Uru continent, but this one was different from the others. A solemn and gloomy aura covered the battlefield, affecting even the Devil Marquises. The rank 5 Devil Lords were in a state of constant alert, and the rank 4 Devils made sure to stay at the edge of the battlefield. Dread filled the hearts of the last ones since they knew death could come at any time. While they are unaware of the movements of their leaders, they knew that it was a matter of time until both dukes entered the battlefield. Rank 6 life forms with a law domain can release attacks capable of shattering a continent. The collateral damage two Devil Dukes provoke during a fight is more than powerful enough to kill rank 4 life forms. Devil Counts can resist the collateral damage if they keep their distance, and Devil Marquises can even withstand a direct attack of a Devil Duke. The thing that bothers these Devil's Lords is that the losers will have to sign a very confining contract with the winner. As for being killed, no Devil Duke would waste such a helpful fighting force. The Skull Dragon and Infernal Rage Titan fought in the center of the highest battlefield present. They displayed terrific battle prowess, showing the others why they are considered peak Marquises. Suddenly, the eyes of both Devil Marquises widened, and they put some distance between each other before looking behind them. The Infernal Rage Titan saw how a winged man with black armor and a bone sword flew in his direction. He carried an aura full of death that grew stronger by the second. As for the Skull Dragon, he witnessed a towering devil carrying an axe overflowed with the withering power of time that grew denser and denser. Neither Zadiel nor Ian 6 activated their law avatars, but their power reached the peak Marquis level without them. The Skull Dragon and Infernal Rage Titan saw how the duo headed for the center of the battlefield, the position they were occupying. Although it was humiliating, neither dared to remain there and moved away. A second after that, a flaming bone sword flooded with death essence collided with an axe carrying time essence and immense physical might. Boom! A blast of blue and dark energy occurred when both weapons clashed and generated a wave that extended all over the battlefield. A first engraving stage Devil Count was too slow and got caught in the wave. The rest of the Devil Lord saw horrified how half of the Devil Count's body rotted while the other ended up mummified. He fell from the sky, and it appeared even his true soul was affected. The Skull Dragon and the Infernal Rage Titan could not believe what they saw. For rank 5 life forms, enhancing their strength every couple of decades was impressive, but they saw the duo a little more than 2 years ago, and their battle power grew immensely. Ian 6 and Zadiel completely disregarded the rest of the devils and focused solely on their battle. They flew through the battlefield, often coming closer to other fights, forcing the Devil Lords to move away. The Supernova Race man's physical strength greatly surpassed that of the Neo-Demon, but this one used his superior martial skills to hold on. Although they worked together, the duo had to keep their cover, or else the plan would fail. While they both showed extraordinary battle prowess and killing skills, they barely used any energy at all, and whenever a deadly attack was about to land, the other would always find a way to dodge it. Of course, the occasional wound appeared in their bodies, but they were shallow and in no way affected their battle power. As they pretended to fight and occasionally pierced the defenses of the other, Zadiel used the artificial intelligence chip's scanning power in Ian 6. The Neo-Demon did not doubt the Supernova Race man's intentions. The truth was that Yin 6 was too young and inexperienced to be able to trick Zadiel, so there was no danger of betrayal in their partnership. Zadiel scanned the man purely for scientific curiosity. After all, the supernova race was a mystery for him. He did the scan secretly, making sure Yin 6 would not notice it, so the process was a little slow. As he waited for the artificial intelligence chip to finish the task, he used the rebirth eye to inspect the supernova race man. The rebirth eye showed Zadiel how Yin 6's marrow and blood had miniature runes fused in them, meaning he had reached the 4th engraving stage. However, the advance in one engraving stage could not explain the increase in physical might Zadiel detected, so he speculated Yin 6 also improved his Fiend Sun Heart Path technique. If my calculations are correct, the Fiend Sun Heart Path technique must have 2 levels for each rank. When I inspected the artifact heart, I saw 3 phantoms, so Yin 6 must have reached the peak of the 3rd level during this couple of months. Zadiel could not help but praise the person who created that path technique. Yin 6 wanted to use a duke's heart, bloodline, and soul as the materials to advance to the 4th level. However, that level should equal the upper half of rank 5, so the Fiend Sun Heart Path technique's potential and capabilities are indeed impressive. After a little more than 10 minutes, the artificial intelligence chip finished secretly scanning Yin 6 and displayed the information in the Neo-Demon's mind. Target scan successful. Name, Yin 6, Race, Supernova, Unlimited Sun Clan, Paths of Power, True Soul, 4th engraving stage / Fiend Sun Heart, 3rd level lower half rank 5, Strength, 14.9, Physique, 13.7, Speed, 9.1 Energy Pool, Consciousness, 9.7 Energy Pool, Body, 9.5 Soul Origin, 9.9 Laws, Law of Time, Law of Space, Law of Physical Potential. Note, the Fiend Sun Heart Path technique allowed the target to have a second energy pool connected to his body that seems to hold a form of energy similar to Hell but purer and denser. That was not the only information the artificial intelligence chip collected from Yin 6. It also recorded the physiology and cellular structure of the supernova race man. Zadiel made sure to save all the information in the artificial intelligence chip's database before focusing on Yin 6's stats. The Neo-Demon was impressed by Yin 6's physique and strength, especially since he had yet to reach the 4th level of the Fiend Sun Heart Path technique or formed his sacred body of laws. He already expected to see the law of time and the law of space in Yin 6 due to his bloodline, but the law of physical potential surprised him. It was an inferior version of Ezequiel's law of inner force, but that did not mean it was a weak law. The law of physical potential allowed the user to draw the full potential of his body. If laws were ranked, the law of physical potential would be above the law of blood and slightly inferior to the law of life. No wonder his body is so powerful. Not only does he have that path technique, but there is also the law of physical potential assisting him. If it weren't for his martial skills and speed being higher, Yin 6 would completely overwhelm Zadiel in a physical contest. Yin 6 and Zadiel had just clashed against each other when their eyes widened, and they looked at the sky with a solemn expression. Every devil saw how a fired crimson sun and a black sun with a gray halo appeared in the sky the next second. Everybody understood what the arrival of these celestial bodies meant. The Devil Dukes entered the battlefield. Chapter 422, Devil Dukes Fight. The fiery crimson sun and the black sun with a gray halo radiated so much energy that the temperature in the Uru continent grew unbearable for rank 0 life form. Millions of lesser devils, unfortunate enough to be in the open and outside a city's protection, fell to the ground as they felt their lungs burning due to the air's temperature. Countless lives ended in a matter of seconds just because 2 individuals decided to stop restraining the immense power they carry inside their bodies. The first stage for a true rank 6 life form is called Hollow Sun Domain Stage. The term sun in their title refers to the fact that a soul law domain existence could take the place of a low-world sun if he so desired, bringing warmth and energy to the billions of lives inside it. Neither Duke Prior nor the Darkness Poison Duke cared about the lives of the lesser devils or the consequences that their power could bring to the plane, but they are profoundly terrified of inciting the rage of an archdevil. That is why they were both 1,000,000 kilometers above the ground, practically the highest they could be without leaving the Iron City of Dis. The rank 4 devils acted fast, immediately storing the lesser devils in their space ring before flying away. They would have preferred to escape when the Dukes arrived, but their devil lords have given them orders, and they cannot disobey. Devil counts immediately positioned themselves at the edge of the battlefield, and the devil marquises regrouped themselves, forming 2 teams. The devil lords would have preferred to escape as well. However, while both Duke Prior and the rank 6 Pit Fiend did not care about the rank 4 devils and lesser devils running away, they must stay on the battlefield. Duke Prior and the Darkness Poison Duke stared at each other, and unlike what you would expect to see in 2 men ready to fight to the death, there was no killing intent in their eyes. That would seem odd for most people, But those who understand devils know that they are calculative beings that rarely let their emotions influence their state of mind during a fight. The rank 6 pit fiend was 45 meters tall, and every part of his body, from his head to his feet, was a deadly weapon. A dark aura surrounded him, not only increasing his already monstrous physical might but also altering the laws around him, pushing them to a state of order. When Zadiel saw that dark aura, a series of memories came to his mind that almost made him lose control over his emotions and release the purest killing intent he kept deep inside his heart. That aura was a pit fiend's unique ability known as Order Aura, and while others may not know it, the incarnation of death and destruction knew that its true origin was alien to the Prima Universe's laws. Duke Greer also had a severe expression as he saw the Order Aura. He did not know its secrets but knew very well how powerful that ability was. Unlike his opponent, Duke Greer's height was very short, measuring a little less than a meter, and his physical might was not much higher than that of a devil marquis. Despite that, the rank 6 pit fiend had a somber expression on his face as he faced the dwarf devil Duke. The duo stared at each other for less than a minute before their eyes shined like raging suns, and the next second, their law domains began to grow. The fired crimson sun and the black sun reached a diameter of 2,000 kilometers and collided instantly. Rumble. Storms carrying the might of the laws occurred when the two hollow sun domains crashed. The sky appeared ready to break apart, and space cracks emerged for dozens of thousands of kilometers. Despite the immense distance to the ground, earthquakes occurred throughout the entire Euro continent. The suns grew more than 4,000 kilometers. Duke Greer and the Darkness Poison Duke remained in the centers of their hollow sun domains. Neither of them performed an attack and limited themselves to unleash the might of their laws and soul force. Their powers began to affect the neighboring continents, endangering the life of every rank 0 lesser devil in them, and their fight had not even really started yet. They were only testing their enemy. This level of collateral damage is one reason why the middle and low worlds don't allow life forms above rank 5 in them. The destruction they create could wipe out more than 90% of their population in a matter of minutes. Fear invaded the hearts of the devil counts as they saw the power of those massive suns that had already covered the entire sky of the Euro continent. The expression in the devil marquises was complicated, especially in the skull dragon and infernal rage titans' faces. There was only one level of separation between the duo and the dukes in the sky, but the difference in battle power was astronomical. Zadielondians 6 also stared at the devil dukes, but there was no fear in their hearts. They focused on the battle, waiting for the time to strike. The Neo-Demon also used his rebirth eye to scan the devil dukes. Their spiritual defenses and law domains were too strong for Zadiel to pierce them, but he could still understand a little of their laws. Duke Greer trains the law of fire and the law of light. There also seems to be the law of destruction inside his energy, but he has yet to form a law essence of this one. As for the Darkness Poison Duke, it is as Ian 6 told me, he trains the law of darkness and, contrary to what his title says, he does not practice the law of poison but the law of withering. The law storm kept growing more and more potent as neither of the two suns fell back. Its might was so high that it transformed the area within 500,000 kilometers around the Devil Dukes into a death zone for anyone beneath rank 5. Devil counts needed to activate their magic defenses to resist the power of the law storm. As for devil marquises, thanks to their sacred body of laws, their physical might was more than enough to protect them from any damage. The contest between the hollow sun domains kept going for an entire hour before they retracted them, since it was clear that at least when it comes to their laws and soul force, neither could overcome the other. The fiery crimson sun and the black sun with a gray halo contracted at an impressive speed, but that didn't mean they became weaker. As the energy in them compressed, the aura of Duke Greer and the Darkness Poison Duke soared. Once both law domain became 100 meters wide, the Duke's bodies, energy, and soul reached their peak. Without warning, the Darkness Poison Duke's body melted into a puddle of darkness that fused into space. All the devil marquises lost sight of him, and they only perceived him again behind Duke Greer's law domain. The rank 6 pit fiend flashed forward, piercing into the fiery crimson sun, and his claw headed for the back of Duke Greer's head, like a spear covered in a dark aura. Chapter 423, Devil Duke's Fight, 2. The Darkness Poison Duke penetrated the crimson sun, and his hand was about to pierce Duke Greer's head. Duke Greer's face showed no emotion as he detected the attack about to destroy his brain. His eyes glowed before his entire body vibrated and transformed into dots of light that flashed up. The devil marquises saw Duke Greer dodge the attack before positioning himself above his enemy and aiming his right palm at him. Duke Greer's palm shot a beam of yellow fire that moved at the speed of light. Zadiel's eyes narrowed as he saw Duke Greer's spell speed. Even with the help of Shooting Star there was no way he could dodge that attack from such a short distance. The Shooting Star bloodline may grant unmatchable speed, but that only was true when you and your enemy were in the same rank. At most, I could twist my body so the beam would land in a no vital organ. As that thought crossed the Neo-Demon's mind, he saw how the Darkness Poison Duke's order aura exploded, and the Pit Fiend's lower body instantly transformed into that of a snake, and his figure became thinner. The Darkness Poison Duke showed incredible dexterity, agility, and martial skill, by twisting his body and dodging the yellow beam of fire that moved at light speed. Order Snake Heart. Zadiel immediately recognized the ability the Pit Fiend used by consuming part of his order aura. A Devil Duke is capable of many incredible abilities after being baptized by Baator's core laws. The Order Snake Heart allowed the Darkness Poison Duke to adopt a snake form, exponentially increasing his speed and agility but diminishing his physical strength. The rank 6 Pit Fiend dodged the yellow fire beam and immediately used the Darkness Essence to increase the thickness of space in a 100,000 kilometers radius, diminishing everyone's speed inside it. Duke Krier felt how space became dense, making all motion slower. This thickness significantly reduced his speed and hindered his ability to move as photons. Things only became worse for the Devil Duke, as he saw a tail covered in withering essence coming at him with a fantastic speed and momentum. Snake Order Heart reduced the Darkness Poison Duke's physical might, but it was still much higher than his opponent. Instead of attempting to dodge the tail, Duke Krier clenched his fist. For an instant, the Uru continent was filled with darkness, as all the light in it gathered into the Devil Duke's body, forming an armor of solidified light. Zadiel's eyes narrowed when he saw that armor, and the danger Duke Krier presented in his mind escalated once again. He can use solid light. That ability not only is hard to master, but it also requires a law of light at the half-completion level. Either his law comprehension attained that level, or his demonic bloodline reached peak Emperor. Solid light is incredibly flexible, can take any form, and its hardness surpasses standard rank 6 artifacts. Right now, a shell of solid light not only covered the exterior of Duke Krier's body but also embraced his inner organs, muscles, and bones, enhancing the Devil Duke's defense exponentially. The Darkness Poison Duke was not surprised by the appearance of solid light, but his eyes narrowed when he felt Duke Krier's right arm burning. The instant the tail covered in withering essence and order aura clashed with the flaming arm protected by solid light, an explosion that made the Uru continent tremble occurred. Tongues of fire and waves of gray energy filled the sky, breaking even more space and forcing the Devil Marquises to adopt evasive maneuvers. The tail and arm carried enough strength to pulverize a small star, and if they landed directly in a continent, they would have broken it apart. Fear appeared in the Skull Dragon and Infernal Rage Titan's faces. They were just one law essence away from forming their inner law dimension, but the difference in strength between them and the Devil Dukes was unfathomable. What happened next shocked the duo even more. The Devil Marquises saw Duke Krier and the Darkness Poison Duke exit the explosion with shallow wounds. The attacks that could have killed the Skull Dragon and Infernal Rage Titan barely harmed the Devil Dukes. The Devil Dukes did not wait for a second before flashing at each other. When they were about to clash, the Darkness Poison Duke once again made space viscous, hindering both of their speeds. Duke Krier knew he could not dodge his enemy with the alteration on space. The Pit Fiend's natural form had physical might that surpassed the defensive power of the Solid Light's armor, but he was not worried. While the Darkness Poison Duke made space viscous and dense, Duke Krier manipulated solid light and put his two hands together before forming a cannon. Duke Krier acted with impressive agility. Less than a millisecond after completing the cannon, he unleashed a giant beam of yellow fire. The yellow fire beam was hundreds of thousands of meters wide but still displayed light speed. The Marquises saw how the attack consumed the Darkness Poison Duke and wondered whether he had perished. Zadiel 6 knew the fight was far from over. They saw how the Pit Fiend melted into the darkness and fused with space right before the beam landed. Of course, Duke Krier also knew his attack failed, but he was not surprised. If the Pit Fiend were so easy to kill, then he would never have become a Devil Duke. The Dwarf Devil Duke looked up, and for the first time since the fight started, a sliver of fear appeared on his face. The Devil Lords followed Duke Krier's sight, and the next instant, they saw a monstrous dragon with a burning heart of black flames and a body more than 5 million meters long appear in the sky. Zadiel immediately identified the Pit Fiend's Order Dragon Heart ability. This form allowed the Darkness Poison Duke's energy and soul force to fuse into his cells, and his hollow sun domain took the form of a heart. The Darkness Poison Duke lost all of his magical abilities and could not fire spells, but the physical might he obtained was off the charts. Without hesitation, the Order Dragon fell from the sky with strength and moments so immense that sundered space and tornadoes formed around him. Duke Krier was still trapped in the dense space and could not dodge the dragon's dive. He raised his left hand, forming dozens of solid light shields in the Pit Fiend's path while charging flames into his right arm. The shields barely affected the Order Dragon's momentum, but they slowed him down enough for Duke Krier's to load oceans of fire into his right arm. What happened next was a mythical scene. A small man covered in armor of light connected a fist into the head of a demonic dragon who fell with a meteorite's momentum. Boom. A ball of fire more than 10,000 kilometers wide appeared when Duke Creer's punch landed in the Order Dragon's head and unleashed a shockwave that pushed even the Devil Marquises flying away. Chapter 424, Devil Duke's Fight. The inhabitants of the Uru continent saw how a sea of flames and darkness covered the sky. Even the dumbest devil could understand by now that the phenomena affecting their home occurred due to a fight between entities whose powers were beyond their comprehension. Zadie Elondiant 6 managed to regain control of their bodies less than a second after the explosion sent them flying away. The Tree of Massacre's armor protected the Neo-Demon from collateral damage, and the Supernova Race man channeled energy into his armor. The rest of the Devil Marquises ended up with extensive burn injuries, and some of them even vomited black blood since they could not stop the Duke's energies from poisoning their bodies. As for the Devil Counts, they were at the edge of the battlefield, so none of them died, but many withstood severe wounds. The Devil Lords moved even farther from the battlefield after that, with only Zadie Elondiant 6 remaining in their original positions. Darkness and flames covered the figure of both Duke Creer and the Rank 6 Pit Fiend, but they dispersed the next second as two bursts of energy manifest themselves. Everybody could see the condition of the Devil Dukes, and despite their monstrous physical might, that last clash injured both of them. Duke Creer lost his right arm, and cracks filled his solid light's armor. The Darkness Poison Duke returned to his natural form after the clash. His right horn was missing, and there was an indentation in his head, proof of a fractured skull. As their energies spiked, Duke Creer's arm regenerated, and the Darkness Poison Duke's skull began to heal. The duo displayed extraordinary healing abilities, but the truth was that the new limb and tissues would be weaker than the previous ones since they lacked the tempering of the laws. In less than a second, the duo's bodies fully healed, and they did not hesitate before attacking with their full power once again. The apparition of their wounds marked the start of the real fight between the dukes. Everything before was just a test. They both moved with incredible speed. Their momentum and drive constantly broke space to the point that huge scars that could split a rank 4 life form in two filled the Uru continent's sky. Some of the deadliest scars reached Zadie Elondiant 6, but the duo only needed to unleash the might of their energy pool to seal the space around them. The Neo-Demon's Rebirth Eye and the Supernova Race Man's Eye of Time targeted one of the Devil Dukes and quietly charged their most potent spell. Neither Duke Creer nor the Darkness Poison Duke noticed the duo's intention. The Devil Dukes could not give themselves the luxury of splitting their concentration in a fight of this level, not to mention they were confident that their power and contracts protected them from their underlings. The Darkness Poison Duke kept switching between his Order Snake, Order Dragon, and natural form during the fight. He displayed no fixed pattern, making it impossible for anyone to predict his next move, but the Order Aura diminished quickly. Duke Creer, on the other hand, combined the explosive might of the Law of Fire with the speed of the Law of Light. He improved his constitution with solid light and, at the same time, made weapons capable of unleashing crazy amounts of energy. More and more wounds appeared in the duo's bodies and souls as the fight carried on. It reached the point they could no longer regenerate their bodies due to the lack of energy, making their battle power gradually decline. Their hollow sun domains kept burning as strong as at the beginning of the battle. However, Zadie knew it was just a matter of time until their soul origin depleted and the Dukes lost their ability to project their inner law dimension into the real world. Usually, Devil Dukes would never allow a fight to reach this level since they would end severely injured even if they won. Having wealth and being wounded in theater or abyss was the same that suicide. Zadie's knowledge of Devil's nature was as high as it could get. He was sure that both Dukes made pacts with other rank 6 Devil Lords. The Sun Law domain existence on the winner's side would appear and protect the Devil Duke until his wounds completely heal. The loser's destiny was to perish and have their soul and demonic bloodline devoured. The rank 6 Devil Lord, with whom he made a pact, will not appear to rescue him. In his Order Dragon form, the Pit Fiend once again attempted to ram Duke Creer, but this time, the dwarf managed to dodge and shoot a cannon of light-speed fire at the dragon's shoulder. Ah! The Darkness Poison Duke roared in pain, and the cannon sent his 5 million meters long body flying away. Duke Creer managed to connect a powerful attack, but the cannon's recoil pushed him back and fractured his arms. Solid light was powerful but consumed copious amounts of energy and soul origin, so the Devil Duke chose to reinforce only his vital organs now that his reserves were low. The Pit Fiend returned to his natural form after regaining control over his body, and there was a vast gaping hole in his left shoulder. A somber expression appeared on the Devil Duke's face as he felt the amount of Order Aura in him. Without access to his Order Art, the Darkness Poison Duke's battle power will diminish considerably. Some urgency appeared in his eyes as he pushed even harder against his opponent. Duke Creer noticed the condition of his opponent and smirked as he fought back. The truth was that his condition wasn't anything better since he was about to run out of soul origin, but according to the Devil Duke's calculation, he should last more than his opponent. Another clash between the Order Dragon and Duke Creer's flaming fist occurred. None of them overcame the other, and both suffered deep wounds, but a smile appeared in the dwarf when he saw the pit fiend's order aura finally ran out. Fear appeared in the darkness-poisoned Duke's eyes, and he turned around before escaping, but Duke Greer immediately chased after him. Duke Greer was just in range, ready to release another cannon of light-speed fire when he saw how the pit fiend halted his escape and looked back at him with a smile. Before the dwarf devil Duke could understand what happened, the pit fiend's right eye exploded, unleashing a wave of invisible energy that covered not only the Uru continent but the entire Iron City of Dis. Other than his fantastic range, there was nothing special about the wave. It lacked amazing lights or strange phenomena. However, the effect it had on the Iron City of Dis was extraordinary. Millions of kilometers away from the Devil Dukes, two lesser devils were fighting, and one managed to connect a fireball in his enemy's face just when the wave appeared. To the shock of both, the fire failed to burn the target. Inside a castle, a rank 4 devil trained the law of fire when all of a sudden, he felt a static veil cover the law and made it impossible for him to grasp anything of it. A Hellblade devil had fused with his law avatar when something interrupted his connection with the law of fire, deactivating his transformation. Somehow, that wave of invisible energy affected Baator's law of fire. Flames no longer burned and those who had yet to form fire essence and still depended on the plane's law lost their power. Those powerful devils who created fire essence focused on the Uri continent. Interest and greed appeared in their faces as they thought of the thing that could affect Baator's laws. Duke Krier's eyes depicted the utter shock he felt right now. He could still use the power of the law of fire, but the wave affected its ability to apply its influence on the outside world. The dwarf Duke saw his hollow sun domain tremble before crumbling into nothing. Immediately, the Devil Duke's aura became weak, and exhaustion appeared on his face. That eyes, it must have been a one-time use pseudo rank 7 artifact. How could he obtain something like that? Hundreds of thoughts crossed Duke Krier's mind, but he did not have time to waste. The darkness-poisoned Duke pushed his power to the limit as he attacked the dwarf Devil Duke, ready to kill him. Chapter 425, Devil Duke's Fight, and, although he lost access to his greatest weapon and was surprised by his enemy's scheme, Duke Krier would not simply accept death. He knew that if he endured for a few seconds, Baator's law of fire would return to normal. I need to resist his attack and then use the law of light to put some distance between us. Without his order snake heart ability, he cannot keep up with my speed. Duke Krier's eyes shone with the resolution to live. The devil burned his life force to enhance his physical might and channeled solid light into his arms. The darkness-poisoned Duke's claws resembled spears as they shot toward Duke Krier's head and neck. Duke Krier managed to stop the claws with his palms thanks to the additional energy he obtained by burning his life force, but the bones and muscles in the extremity shattered due to the power in the opponent's attack. Despite having endured severe injuries in his arms and no longer being able to move them, Duke Krier was happy since he thought he had managed to stop the pit fiend's onslaught. However, his expression changed the next instant when a throbbing pain assaulted his chest. The Devil Duke lowered his sight and saw a tail piercing his heart. The darkness-poisoned Duke's wicked smile grew larger after his tail penetrated Duke Krier's chest. He paid an immense price to obtain that pseudo-rank 7 artifact, but after killing his opponent and taking control of the Uru continent, everything will be worth it. Withering essence filled Duke Krier's body, paralyzing him and making it impossible for him to defend against the next attack. The darkness-poisoned Duke raised his arms, ready to strike Dwarf Devil Duke's brain, destroying his true soul and killing him. The pit fiends smiled as victory was right around the corner, but before he could lower his arms and land the final blow to his foe, two powerful soul invasion spells struck him. Outside his inner law dimension, two phenomena manifested themselves. One took the form of a purple portal from which emerged a monstrous hand that wanted to capture his true soul, while the other resembled a shining blue sun. The monstrous hand struck the walls of his inner law dimension, generating incredible pain while the blue sun twisted time, slowing down his speed of thought and reaction time. As a rank 6 life form with 2 law essences and an inner law dimension, the darkness-poisoned Duke should be able to suppress the damage of those soul invasion spells and fight back, but the battle with Duke Krier had harmed his consciousness too much. The pain and time dilation stopped the darkness-poisoned Duke's strike and destabilized his hollow sun domain. Duke Krier's eyes revealed the shock that assaulted him right now. As the soul invasion spell struck the pit fiend, the dwarf Devil Duke heard a voice in his mind. Attack with everything you have if you want to survive. Although there were hundreds of questions in his mind, the Devil Duke was a seasoned warrior. He did not hesitate before reinforcing his lungs with solid light and channeling all his fire in them. As he prepared his attack, Duke Krier's perception discovered 2 individuals with a power that surpassed that of even the strongest Devil Marquis, flashing like shooting stars filled with killing intent toward the pit fiend's back. The darkness-poisoned Duke's fighting instincts kicked in due to the immense threat he felt. His arms moved on their own and twisted around his head, protecting his brain from physical damage. The Pit Fiend's actions forced the trio to change the target of their attacks. Ian Six's devil disguise vanished after he activated his bloodline inborn runes. Red aura gathered into his axe as he slashed toward the bottom of the Pit Fiend's spine, right where the devil's tail emerged. Zadiel's death sword had all of its marks activated, allowing the weapon to contain a torrent of fire with the power of Baatar's law of destruction at the minor completion level. That was not all, since the Neo-Demon also poured all the might of his death essence into the sword. The trio attacked at the same time, with perfect synchrony. Duke Krier unleashed a breath of yellow fire that landed right in the poison darkness Duke's chest. Ian Six's axe hacked the devil's tail with all his strength, and Zadiel stabbed the death sword into an open wound in the devil's back before detonating all the fire in his weapon. Arg! Despite having his head covered, everybody could hear the darkness poison Duke's cry of agony. The Pit Fiend felt destructive fire overflowing his insides, an axe almost cutting his tail off, and a blast of yellow fire that broke his ribs and burned his chest. Duke Krier's fire breath pushed the Pit Fiend flying away, but he was not alone. Both Zadiel and Six held to the devil thanks to their weapons that penetrated his body. The dwarf devil Duke was pushed back due to the attack's recoil, and the lower half of his face was missing. His condition was horrible, but Duke Krier's eyes shone with a peculiar light as he focused on Ian Six and Zadiel. Who are they, and who is their backer? The duo displayed an incredible power despite having a soul force of rank 5, so the Devil Duke was sure they must have obtained tremendous lucky chances. Although they saved his life, Duke Krier's greed immediately overwhelmed the little gratitude he felt. Unfortunately for the Devil Duke, what happened next shattered all the plans forming in his mind. As they flashed through the sky, Ian Six made a blue pearl appear in his mouth before shattering it. The next instant, a wave of space essence enveloped the trio and teleported them. Duke Krier's eyes widened as he saw the darkness poison Duke, Ian Six, and Zadiel vanish. He released the full power of his consciousness and attempted to follow the trio, but could not find them. Ah! The Devil Duke sighed when he realized he could not track them. His disappointment lasted only a few moments since he had many important things to do. The dwarf stared at the Devil Lords on the ground, who were kneeling. Despite not having killed the Pit Fiend, since he was the only Devil Duke present, Duke Krier automatically won the war and obtained control over the Yuri continent. As for the darkness poison Duke returning to claim his lands back, the wounds he received were so severe that no one believed he could survive in such a ruthless place as Baatar, not to mention he was not alone. The second circle of hell size was almost 5 times that of a high world, but a few million years ago, it was much larger, equal to a big principal world of the universe. However, the rise of the incarnation of death and destruction changed that. Usually, beings of laws use their control over space-time to nullify the collateral damage of their attacks, but why would Zadiel care about the destruction the Iron City of Dis endured as he butchered the archdevils in it? Thanks to the current archdevil's hard work and sacrifices, the Iron City of Dis regained some of its former glory. Nevertheless, the circle's perimeter was still a land contaminated by destructive energies where no life could grow. The Jupi continent was one of the land masses that marked the end of Dis. Energies that could melt rank 4 life form and twist the laws polluted the air, making it an uninhabitable place. Today, a wave of space essence affected the continent. The next second, 3 figures fell from the sky and crashed into the poisonous ground. The darkness poison Duke understood he left the Yuri continent and that his war against Duke Krier ended up in a defeat. Despite the immense pain and difficulty to think, the Devil Duke's rage allowed him to wave his claws and strike both Zadiel and Six. The Neo-Demon and the Supernova Race Man could not dodge the Devil Duke's attack and had to block it. The first made a shield with flaming branches and put the death sword in the claw's path, while the second gathered an immense amount of red aura in his axe and stroked back. Despite his wounds, the 2 powerful soul invasion spells affecting his mind, and his hollow sun domain instability, the Pit Fiend's strength was more than enough to overwhelm the duo and send them flying away. The darkness poison Duke's eyes narrowed when he saw how easy it was to push the duo away, and a bad feeling invaded his heart when he saw them using the impulse of his attack to increase the distance between them. The confusion that filled his mind vanished the next second when his consciousness showed him the hundreds of artifacts and runes hiding beneath his feet. Fuck. The next instant, a shining light appeared in the Jupi continent, and an explosion that broke the continent apart occurred. Chapter 426, Rank 5 Neo-Demon, In the core of a metallic city inside a secret dimension of the 4th layer of Abyss, there were 9 star-size bonds. 6 of these bonds were rusty and appeared they would break apart at any second now. However, the other 3 were flawless, and the magic matrices that covered them glowed with a power that threatened to overload the artifacts. Each of the active blood bonds contained an ocean of burning blood. The heat could melt weak rank 5 life forms, and due to the demonic bloodlines poured into them, the individuals inside the artifacts also faced the tempering of Abyss's laws. There were 3 men inside the blood bonds, and the expression on their faces displayed the immense agony they endured. However, none of them showed the most minimal sign of wanting to give up. The three men displayed unique characteristics. One appeared to be soul force made flesh. The other resembled solidified energy essence, and the last one looked like he had given up both energy and soul. Despite their difference in their constitution, they all have the same physical appearance, that of a majestic young man with a stoic expression, short white hair, a perfectly balanced body, and a boundless aura full of slaughter intent and resolution. The three men were Ezekiel's astral body avatar, nether spirit avatar, and energy essence avatar. The Neo-Demon did not lie to the demon marquises when he told them that sacrificing 6 blood bonds could enhance the other 3. However, he never planned to share them. They were all meant solely for him. From the moment he learned about the blood bonds, Ezekiel had been planning for this moment. He increased his knowledge about the slaughter trial with the archives of the Neo-Demon race and worked with Hades to find a way to enhance the power of the artifacts. The goals of the Supreme Neo-Demon were 3. First, he submitted his primordial bloodline to another refinement so its purity would not lag after advancing to rank 5. Second, using the power of the blood bonds to stimulate the potential of each avatar and decipher the mysteries in their constitutions, increasing the Supreme Neo-Demon's comprehension over the soul, body, and energy. Ezekiel had reached the limit of how strong his body could become throughout the last fight against the demon marquises. However, combining the avatars and the blood bonds allowed him to push himself beyond his limits once again. After 2 years, the magic matrices in the blood bonds finally turn off, as the artifact perceived that their work was over, and the individuals inside them had reached their maximum peak. The avatars opened their eyes after they felt the energy pushing their potential forward turn off, and the unbelievable agony that came with it was over. The trio left the ponds and rose to the sky. They stared at each other and roared as they channeled world strength into their flesh and pushed their battle power to their peak. Their auras skyrocketed and made the natural energy go crazy, as the power of each reached the pseudo-marquis level. Without warning, the astral body avatar kicked the air and appeared before the nether spirit avatar before throwing a punch toward his head. The astral body avatar's battle style lacked the countless variations that soul force and spells granted, but the way he employed his physical might allowed that simple punch to reach the marquis level. As the punch got closer to his head, the nether spirit avatar's body instantly split into 6 spheres of blue light, allowing him to dodge the attack. After that, each sphere transformed into a palm and softly stroked the astral body avatar in 6 points simultaneously. The palms carried no strength and did not physically harm the astral body avatar, but the avatar felt a power striking his consciousness and paralyzing his ability to think. The nether spirit avatar's physical might was the weakest of the trio. Nevertheless, his comprehension of the spiritual aspect of existence and a special constitution allowed him to strike the consciousness of his target and take any form he wanted. As the spheres of blue light fused and reformed the nether spirit avatar, a flash of light appeared between him and the paralyzed astral body avatar. The one who appeared between the duo was the energy essence avatar. His speed and dexterity highly surpassed that of the other avatars, and before they could even react, he connected a finger in their chests. Each finger discharged a blast of pure natural energy enhanced by the laws. The energy essence avatar's ability to communicate with the world and laws was the highest of the trio. He could manipulate the universe's energies like no one and express a mastery over the laws much higher than anyone else with his same level of comprehension. The blast sent the astral body avatar flying away, but there was almost no damage to him. When it comes to resilience and durability, he was the best of the trio. As for the nether spirit avatar, the blast disintegrated his body into millions of dots. However, they gathered in a second, thousands of meters away from the energy essence avatar, and showed the avatar without any actual injury. A smile appeared in the energy essence avatar when he saw how that attack that could have annihilated a devil counts did nothing to the avatars. A wave of physical might erupted inside the astral body avatar, allowing him to regain control of his body and dispersing the power affecting his consciousness. The astral body avatar also began to smile before walking to the energy essence avatar. Each step increased his momentum and the physical might he could express. Soft blows that could affect a target's soul, blasts of energy with the power of the laws, and physical strikes with the strength to disintegrate mountains happened in the sky as the avatars fought among themselves. The control over their abilities and perception of the special characteristics that made them unique grew as they battled. After an hour, exhaustion appeared in their faces, and wounds covered their bodies. While their auras remained the same, their battle power improved significantly, with each of them being able to face a marquis on their own. The raging forces in the astral body avatar, energy essence avatar, and nether spirit avatar calmed down, and the trio fused into a unique entity. The natural energy gathered into the entity and the laws thrived around him as if they were cheering his existence. He opened his eyes, and they carried a force that could make weak life forms fall into an illusion from which they could not wake up. Ezekiel felt the strength flowing through his existence, and a smile appeared on his face, but he had not finished yet. The Supreme Neo-Demon used the primordial entropy lightning's radiation to continue the evolution of his atomic matrix. He had to stop at 7% due to his atomic matrix not being able to endure more of the primordial entropy lightning's power. However, the improvement of his soul, body, energy, and laws allowed him to push it further while still being at rank 4. The pain that the blood bonds provoked as they improved his potential was nothing compared with the agony he felt as the primordial entropy lightning forced his existence to evolve. Despite how much it hurt, Ezekiel only stopped when the transformation reached 10% and felt that his atomic matrix was starting to lose stability. A peculiar light appeared in the Supreme Neo-Demon's eyes as he felt the changes that primordial entropy lightning provoked on him. For some reason, he thought that a massive change would occur on him once the transformation of his atomic matrix reached 100%. I will have to wait and see since not even Master knows too much about primordials. Now let's find out if my hypothesis is correct. Ezekiel nurtured the true Doomsday body's fourth heaven, the one connected to his bloodline heart and elemental chaos heart. He had already reached the limit of the twin heaven's might before and could not keep it growing. However, after improving his existence, the Supreme Neo-Demon discovered that there was new untapped potential. The Supreme Neo-Demon fed the fourth heaven and made it stronger and more resilient until it could no longer grow more powerful. His body trembled when he realized that the twin heaven connected to his two hearts was powerful enough to hold a tier 6 star. The third and most important reason why the Supreme Neo-Demon wanted the blood ponds was to push the foundation of the true Doomsday body's path of power to a level not even his creator thought possible. According to Master, the mightiest Neo-Demon with a bloodline focused on the body and who obtained countless lucky chances had a tiny chance of sealing a tier 11 star in his ninth heaven. Ezekiel's entire existence unleashed a will that could make even the mightiest supreme overlord of the Prima universe feel awe. Invictus' goal was not to equal Daybreak's battle power but surpass him. The Supreme Neo-Demon roared as he injected elemental chaos into the fourth heaven and prepared to become a rank 5 Neo-Demon. Chapter 427, Rank 5 Neo-Demon, 2. The Neo-Demon realm's void contained countless stars. The weakest had equal energy to a soul-forging existence, and the strongest surpassed even the immortal rank 7 lifeforms. There was a flaming star whose power was far from comparable to the mightiest stars in the Neo-Demon realm, but its power was hundreds of times greater than a tier 1 star. This red star's diameter was more than 1,000 kilometers. It would not be hard for it to contain more energy than a rank 6 life form after a few more hundreds of years nourishing in elemental chaos. Its flames were dark red, and they were not a manifestation of the law of fire but the ancient and always present Yang law. The fire it generated did not originate from burning materials or oxygen but from a highly complex process where atoms fuse into a heavier compound and release immense amounts of energy. In essence, the tier 6 star's flames were like those in a sun's core, capable of completely annihilate matter, allowing them to show a force 100 if not thousands of times more potent than the mightiest mortal flame. Suddenly, a cosmic force created a white whirlwind above this giant flaming star, which started to swallow the heavenly body. In a minute, the white whirlwind fulfilled its job and transported the tier 6 star to the twin heaven connected to a Neo-Demon's hearts. Ezekiel was in a meditative position above the metallic city. A solemn expression appeared on his face when he perceived the red sphere that appeared in his elemental chaos heart and bloodline heart. The Supreme Neo-Demon did not hesitate before moving his true will from the soul dimension to the twin heaven, which contained the tier 6 star and transformed the primordial entropy lightning into a membrane to cover his hearts. The white whirlwind began to crystallize, but the sealing process advanced less than 10% when the tier 6 star trembled and unleashed a heat wave that could instantly melt a peak rank 4 life form. Ezekiel understood that the star consciousness woke up and wanted to regain its freedom. His true will's eyes shone with coldness and disdain before flashing into the star and reaching its core. The true will appeared in a vast dimension, and the first thing he saw was an enormous fierce bear-like creature with 12 flaming wings. The golden humanoid entered the tier 6 star's soul dimension to fight its consciousness. The terrain favored the star consciousness, but it was the only way to stop the heavenly body from unleashing attacks that could harm the Supreme Neo-Demon's hearts. Ezekiel's true will reached the middle star breaker rank, which could translate to late rank 5 in the other paths of power. That strength was more than enough to defeat a tier 4 star instantly, but a tier 6 star's soul force could compare with a peak rank 5 life form. The Supreme Neo-Demon saw how the star consciousness was weakened by the millions of years of slumbering and understood he needed to defeat it before it could fully wake up. A golden palm struck the winged bear's head and sent it flying away. Before the creature could regain control of his body, the golden humanoid appeared beneath its belly and unleashed a series of deadly kicks. Arg! The star consciousness screamed due to the pain. It could barely understand what was happening, but its instincts told it that its life was in danger and needed to fight. A massive claw neared the golden humanoid, but it lacked technique and speed, so he was able to dodge it with relative ease before connecting a kick into the star consciousness neck. The true will wanted to continue his attack, but another claw attacked him, and this time he wasn't able to dodge it. The golden humanoid lost his left arm, but it instantly regenerated, and he flashed toward the star consciousness. A true will could instantly regenerate any physical damage by consuming his energy. However, there was a limit to how much the Neo-Demon could withstand since injuries in the golden humanoid were dozens of times more painful than soul wounds. Ezequiel's face contorted in pain, and he clenched his fist so hard that blood filled his palms, but his resolution did not waver despite the pain. The fight carried on for more than 10 minutes, and the Supreme Neo-Demon could not stop trembling while blood fell from his eyes, ears, and nose. The agony was so immense that it almost made him lose consciousness more than once, but in the end, he resisted and ended up victorious. Inside the Tier 6 Star Soul Dimension, the winged bear's broken body slowly decomposed into fragments while the true will stood straight with his iconic prideful stare. Now that his job was over, the golden humanoid left the Twin Heaven and returned to the Supreme Neo-Demon Soul Dimension, where he took his place above the True Soul and True Doomsday Body as the Supreme Ruler. There was no visible damage on the True Will, but Ezequiel knew that he would need to wait for at least a few months before the golden humanoid fully healed, not to mention the fight left almost no energy in him. The Supreme Neo-Demon poured origin power into the True Will as he waited for his headache to calm down. Without the star consciousness stopping the ceiling, the crystallization carried on. After a few hours, a red dodecahedron appeared inside the Bloodline Heart and Elemental Chaos Heart. Ezequiel's eyes widened, and an expression of satisfaction appeared on his face as the new apocalyptic star filled his body with dense astral origin and fragments of yang laws fused into his hearts. The changes in his organs and the feeling of growing stronger pushed the pain away and allowed the Supreme Neo-Demon to calm down. The apocalyptic star also helped the True Doomsday Body, as fragments of the consciousness of a Tier 6 star fused into him, enhancing his foundation and power. After finishing transforming his hearts and improving his astral origin, Ezequiel would officially become a rank 5 Neo-Demon. Unfortunately, due to him jumping a tier, the stress the new apocalyptic star generated in his body will force him to remain in seclusion for at least a couple of months. It would be much longer if it weren't for the primordial bloodline and primordial entropy lightning helping his constitution. The Supreme Neo-Demon could do nothing about the handicap on his battle power but did not really bother him. From the beginning, he planned to take some time after finishing this mission to improve his abilities as magic creator. Since I already reached the limit of rank 4 in my True Soul's path of power, and it will not interfere with the advance of my True Doomsday Body, I may as well become a law-engraving existence. Ezequiel never liked wasting time, so as his hearts evolved and astral origin increased, he also decided to reach rank 5 in the True Soul's path of power. The Supreme Neo-Demon soul origin was extraordinarily dense and pure due to the constant tempering and solid foundation. Since he already reached the peak of the 5th origin cycle, he needed to use the power of the laws to compress this soul origin and change its nature to advance to rank 5. It would take a couple of weeks for the compression to be over, but there were no dangers. Ezequiel should reach rank 5 in both the True Soul and True Doomsday Body's paths of power in less than a month. Chapter 428, Killing a Devil Duke. The explosion in the Jupi continent burned with the full might of a low-world sun and released energies that could melt rank 5 life forms in minutes. Such radiation should have affected the entire continent, but a blue dome that covered a fifth of the landmass contained the blast. Blue flames carrying the power of destruction and time persisted for more than an hour after Zati-Elondiance 6 triggered the artifacts and runes. The fire force diminished as time passed, with the core being the most destructive area and the periphery of the blue dome the one less affected. After the flames finally vanished, there were only 2 figures inside the blue dome. In the center, there was the darkness poison Duke, with a torn white membrane covering his badly wounded body. The white membrane was an old life-saving card he obtained as a Marquis many years ago but never needed to use. The artifact's defensive power equaled the bottom of rank 6, so it was not helpful against Duke Creer's light-speed cannon, and his mind was too harmed to activate it when Zati-Elondiance 6 ambushed him. Although the membrane helped him, the darkness poison Duke's wounds were still grave. He had lost his tail, the gaping hole on his left shoulder grew more prominent, and poisonous energies contaminated his skin and muscles. What annoyed the Devil Duke the most was the depletion of his soul origin and no longer having his hollow sun domain enhancing his existence. As the darkness poison Duke analyzed his condition, his eyes landed on the other figure inside the dome. It was a winged cocoon, enveloped by flaming branches and a red aura. The cocoon opened a second after the explosion finished, showing 2 men. There were some wounds on their bodies, but none of them limited their battle power in the slightest. Neither Zati-El nor Ian 6 activated their law avatar to protect themselves from the blast. They used the time inside the cocoon to replenish the soul origin they spent in the ambush, allowing them to be at their peak in terms of energy. Rage and hate burned in the darkness poisoned Duke's eyes as he saw the duo. They were the reason all of his plans failed, but his devil's nature allowed him to control his emotions and analyze the surroundings before doing anything. His mighty consciousness examined everything and saw no more hidden traps, but the moment it reached the blue dome, the Devil Duke frowned. This dome allows people to enter but stops them from leaving and blocks all kinds of communication with the outside world. That is why they remained inside and withstood the explosion along with me. There seems to be another function related to the soul, but I cannot figure it out. As a rank 6 life form, the Devil Duke's mind was capable of hundreds of calculations every second. If he were at his peak, breaking the blue dome would have been easy, but now, it was impossible with the duo ready to strike him at any time. Seeing that escape wasn't an option, the Devil Duke emptied his mind of every unnecessary thought and calmly walked forward. Zadie Elondian 6 looked at each other and nodded before separating. The duo fused with their law avatars and walked to the right and left of the Devil Duke. Their auras grew with every step they took. Lightning and thunder filled the sky while the ground beneath them broke apart and rose to the air due to the immense pressure each of them released. The trio knew the fight would be short. Zadie Elondian 6 could not keep their law avatars and runes active for a long time, and the Pit Fiend's energy pool was almost empty. The Neo-Demon used the power of his absolute solar Yang True Doomsday body to compress an ocean of bluish-purple fire into a thin glowing edge around his death sword. The flames carried the power of rebirth force, death essence, and destruction essence. Ian 6's law avatar and inborn bloodline runes worked in tandem, reinforcing his skin, muscles, and bones with a special force that made him look like a metallic titan. He poured more and more red aura into his axe, along with the unique energy of his fiend Sun Heart. The darkness poisoned Duke saw the duo wanted to flank him, but it did not matter to him and kept walking forward. All of a sudden, both the Neo-Demon and Supernova Race Man vanished. The Pit Fiend could not follow them with his eyes, but his consciousness showed him a dark and blue flash approaching him with a fantastic speed. There was no fear nor panic in the darkness poisoned Duke's face. His eyes displayed absolute focus, and showing an amazing reaction speed, he bent his body and dodged a dark sword coming for his neck. Zadiel used Shooting Star Ind along with his superb martial skills, and yet, despite the wounds, the Pit Fiend managed to dodge the death sword in the last instant. Before the Neo-Demon could do anything, a punch landed on his chest and sent him flying away. As expected of someone tempered by Baatar's core laws and who can react to attacks sent at light speed. That thought crossed Zadiel's mind as he felt his ribs cracking from the attack. The Pit Fiend got rid of an enemy and was ready to blast away the one coming from his left when an invisible force struck his inner law dimension, numbing his true soul. His consciousness showed him that the attack's origin came from the right eye of the man he just sent flying away. Zadiel's rebirth eye could not withstand the pressure of firing another rebirth nightmare, but it could still launch a powerful soul eradicator. The Devil Duke's reaction speed diminished, making it impossible to dodge the axe and forcing him to block it. He initially thought his physical strength would overwhelm the opponent, but the moment his left claw crashed with the axe, the Pit Fiend understood he had made a mistake. Ian 6 charged every ounce of red aura and almost all his physical energy into the axe, allowing his attack to reach the level of Hollow Sondo main stage. It may have been at the absolute bottom of the stage, but it was still something the Pit Fiend's wounded left arm could not withstand. The darkness poisoned Duke felt the muscles and bones in the arm shatter, and the wound Duke Prior left on his shoulder grew larger. Despite the immense damage, the Pit Fiend responded instantly and sent Ian 6 to the sky with a kick. The Supernova Race Man felt his entire body crack from the blow, but he didn't lose focus and straightened up to keep his eyes on the Devil Duke. Although the Pit Fiend wanted to finish Ian 6, before he could go after him, the dark flaming sword attacked once again, this time hacking toward his head. He was about to move his body out of the Death Sword's path when the power of Time Essence struck him, slowing him down. The darkness poisoned Duke only managed to move his head due to Ian 6 interference. Zadiel's eyes narrowed after missing his initial target, and by twisting his sword in the last second, he managed to strike the gaping wound on the left shoulder. A smile appeared on the Neo-Demon's face as the death sword buried deep inside the Pit Fiend's body, breaking the collarbone and almost cutting off the left arm. That was not all, since after piercing the magical defenses of the Devil Duke for the second time, the artificial intelligence chip finally completed the scan. A stream of information appeared in Zadiel's mind. Thanks to his mind force and powerful consciousness, the Neo-Demon analyzed it while still maintaining full battle awareness. Target scan successful. Name, Darkness Poison Duke, Race, Devil, Pit Fiend, Path of Power, True Soul, Rank 6 Peak Hollow Sondo Main Stage, Strength, 18.7, Physique, 19.3, Speed, 14.8 Hell Aura, 16.7, 0.7, Soul Origin, 16.9, 0.01, Status, The power of fire essence, light essence, time essence, death essence, and destruction essence contaminates the target's body and soul. Exhaustion of soul origin. After hell ore depletes, the target will suffer a violent backlash due to the diverse forces affecting him. Chapter 429, Killing a Devil Duke, 2. As Zadiel saw the physical stats of the Darkness Poison Duke, a look of realization appeared on his face. No wonder this pit fiend can face both I and DN6 at the same time despite his horrible wounds and the damage to his soul. His physical might is incredible for a Hollow Sondo main stage existence. He must have obtained a lucky chance related to his body. The Neo-Demon knew that even a peak Hollow Sondo main stage Demon would find it hard to develop a single stat above 18 points, much less 19. Despite the data depicting the monstrous physical might of the pit fiend, Zadiel smiled since it also told him how to win this fight. His eyes narrowed as he analyzed the information due to the Darkness Poison Duke's action. A massive fist moved behind the pit fiend's back and aimed at the Neo-Demon. Zadiel removed the Death Sword and put it as a shield before covering himself with his wings. The Darkness Poison Duke's attack was flawed and lacked energy, but still managed to send the Neo-Demon flying away while puking blood. Without giving his enemy a moment to rest, Ian 6 flashed toward the Devil Duke immediately after the punch struck Zadiel. Time essence covered his body, enhancing his speed. A peculiar light appeared in the Devil Duke's eyes as he saw Ian 6 coming toward his left side and felt the invisible force striking his soul, making it impossible for him to dodge the axe. Ian 6 immediately appeared in front of the pit fiend's body and hacked with all his strength toward the left shoulder. He no longer had the assistance of the red aura, and most of his physical energy was gone, so the supernova race man thought it would be challenging to give the final cut to the pit fiend's arm. However, to Ian 6's surprise, the axe severed the muscles and bone with ease. In an instant, the left arm separated from the rest of the Darkness Poison Duke's body. Even if our previous attacks harmed the tissues, I should not have been able to cut it with such ease. Confusion appeared in the supernova race man's eyes, but it vanished when he saw the right fist charged with an incredible power coming at him. The Devil Duke gave up the useless extremity and lured Ian 6 close to him before unleashing an attack that carried every ounce of energy left inside him. Such cunningness and ruthlessness to himself gave the pit fiend the chance to launch a deadly attack on the supernova race man. A smile appeared in the Darkness Poison Duke as he saw his fist getting closer and closer to Ian 6. After getting rid of one, fighting the other would be much easier. The plan was great and the attack perfect, but the Darkness Poison Duke was not the only one with a quick and ruthless mind. Ian 6's eyes glowed with great resolution. Just as the pit fiend's deadly punch was about to land, he manipulated his energies and poured as much as he could into his left arm before making it explode. The blast crashed into the fist, weakening its momentum and moving Ian 6's body. The blow still connected with his body, but the power diminished significantly, and while he felt all his inner organs tearing apart, his resolution saved his life. Immense fury appeared in the Darkness Poison Duke's face when he saw that the supernova race's man managed to survive. Even Duke Krier would have suffered injuries with that attack. Things only got worse as he felt the many forces inside him starting to go wild. That tiny amount of energy was the only thing stopping the many law essences inside him from wreaking havoc in his body and soul. Before he could even think of using the might of his true soul to help his body, a soul eradicator struck him. The Devil Duke lost awareness of his surroundings for less than a millisecond. By the time he regained control, a dark sword with a flaming edge had struck his neck. Zadiel had completely given up on healing his wounds. He transformed all the Death Armor's Death Force and Life Overlord's Life Force into power for the Death Sword. Usually, an individual's neck was weak, but the Neo-Demon felt immense resistance as he attempted to cut the pit fiend's head off. Still, he poured everything he had into the Death Sword and kept pushing forward, taking advantage of the Devil Duke's paralysis. The Darkness Poison Duke's body did not move, and even his sight was limited, but he could feel everything. I need to hold on. This rat's soul origin is running out, and after regaining control over my body, I will be able to kill him. There was hope in the pit fiend's mind that he could still win this fight, but panic assaulted his heart when he perceived someone else striking his neck. Ian 6's injuries were severe, but he still managed to stand up and cut toward the Devil Duke's neck by exploding every ounce of physical power left in him. The Neo-Demon and the supernova race man smiled as one cut from the right and the other from the left. Every centimeter their weapon severed put them closer to victory. Death felt closer and closer to the Darkness Poison Duke. All of a sudden, his fear and anxiety vanished, and the only thing left in his eyes was emptiness. When that happened, both Ian 6 and Zadiel felt their instincts screaming danger. Unfortunately, before the duo could do anything, the Darkness Poison Duke spoke a word. Aba Arisco. Ian 6 did not recognize the language, but the intonation made him think of a true name's pronunciation. However, for a reason he could not comprehend, absolute hate and disgust invaded his soul. Zadiel, on the other hand, understood that language very well. Nevertheless, his shock was not less than that of the supernova race man. How did a pit fiend who has yet to reach peak rank 6 use the Eldritch Forbidden Order words? What the pit fiend used was not something so vain as "my word is law." That ability is useful against weak life forms but not beings of their level. Regardless of their personal feeling, the moment the pit fiend spoke that word, the duo felt that time stopped. The Prima Universe's laws deformed in its presence, and only Baator's core laws were not harmed. The words released a force that neither Zadiel nor Yun 6 could resist. They shot toward the ground as their extremities exploded, and Law Avatar vanished. All of their organs presented severe injuries, and the force cracked even their soul dimensions. The only reason they survived was due to their armors and bloodlines. The Darkness Poison Duke's eyes regained their light a moment after speaking that word. It seemed he acted purely on instinct, and the Eldritch Forbidden Order words were not a power he could use freely. The power of a Baarusko should have made the Darkness Poison Duke extremely happy, but the truth was that the damage he endured by speaking that word was even worse than the ones he provoked in Zadiel on Dient 6. He felt his soul force and life force fading. All of his vitality vanished, and he shrank as his body endured an accelerated aging process. No matter what he did, he could not stop himself from dying. Soon, he lost control and fell to the ground. No, I can't die. I must leave. Fear appeared in the pit fiend's eyes as he felt his life escaping and all of his grandiose plans reduced to nothing. After understanding that death was the only path forward, the despair in his heart transformed into madness, and he focused on the closest defender. Using what little strength remained on his body, the Darkness Poison Duke walked towards Zadiel and grabbed his neck before raising him into the air. Seeing his opponent's broken body and bloody face brought some satisfaction to the pit fiend's dying soul. "You pathetic insect. Garbage like you can never defeat a mighty devil duke like me. I will now have your body and soul as my last meal." The Darkness Poison Duke opened his mouth and prepared to devour the unconscious Neo-Demon, when all of a sudden, this one opened his eyes and looked back at him. A beam of black electric energy with a red edge left the Eye of Death and Destruction and landed in the pit fiend's head. The attack was extremely slow, so much that even a weak rank 4 life form could dodge it. Unfortunately for the Darkness Poison Duke, his wounds and the short distance between him and Zadiel made it impossible to avoid it. The pit fiend's speed of thought was not that harmed, so he could still perceive everything the electromagnetic beam did. It did not simply destroy. The power in the beam acted at an atomic level, striking the particles that formed the pit fiend's body, energy, and soul with their antithesis. In essence, the electric beam produced a complete annihilation of matter. The Devil Duke's last thought before the electric beam shattered his inner law dimension and true soul was one word: antimatter. Chapter 430, Returning to the Neo-Demon Realm. Ezequiel remained in the sky of the slaughter trial in a meditative position with his eyes closed. The dimension's natural energy and origin power poured into the Supreme Neo-Demon's body as his aura grew mightier. Inside the Supreme Neo-Demon's soul dimension, both the true Doomsday body and true soul grew stronger due to the qualitative change experienced as they advanced in rank. After 29 days of meditation, Ezequiel's body trembled as his existence obtained an evolutionary improvement. His astral origin finally stabilized, filling his flesh and blood with immense strength, and the hearts had transformed into supernatural organs. The bloodline heart and elemental chaos heart changed after fusing with the apocalyptic star's yang law. Ezequiel's blood now enhanced the body's endurance and drastically improved its vitality and regeneration abilities. Due to the connection with the hearts, the fourth apocalyptic star also purified a Neo-Demon's bloodline. This ability was beneficial for children whose parents had yet to mature their bloodlines fully. The star also improved the Neo-Demon's energy pool, allowing their elemental chaos to be purer and denser, which would enhance the warrior's stamina. The last benefit of the apocalyptic star affected only the male Neo-Demons. Yang energies would fill their bodies and improve their reproductive abilities. Dragons have an easy time reproducing despite their powerful bloodlines thanks to the Yang runes engraved in their flesh and blood. Neo-Demons who have sealed their fourth apocalyptic star also have this advantage. After advancing to rank 5, the black humanoid obtained an overall improvement, affecting his ego. Fortunately, before he could show signs of individuality, the True Will opened his eyes and suppressed him. Less than a day after the True Doomsday body advanced, the Supreme Neo-Demon's soul origin finished its compression and obtained a change in its nature, from a gaseous state to a liquid one. Ezequiel's sphere of soul origin that occupied more than half of the True Soul's chest was now nothing more than a fine stream of golden liquid. Although it was smaller, the amount of soul origin of the stream was almost 3 times larger than before. The True Soul's power rose immediately when the change in the soul origin finished. The consciousness inside the blue humanoid grew wider, and his ability to perceive and decipher the laws advanced exponentially. Like with the true Doomsday body, the blue humanoid's ego grew more powerful, and the true will had to suppress him to avoid any sign of individuality from appearing. After advancing in both paths of power, Ezequiel opened his eyes and stood up before adopting a battle position and throwing a fist forward. The attack only carried the might of his body and soul without being enhanced by his energies. However, the power in it was still great enough to blast a cannon of super-compressed air that extended for thousands of meters, capable of shattering a demon count's body. Ezequiel smiled as he felt the incredible power inside him and was sure that he could quickly butcher all the demon marquises that pushed him to the limit a few years ago. The attack generated some pressure on his inner organs, reminding him that he needed to rest and adapt to the fourth apocalyptic star power. As he felt his condition, the Supreme Neo-Demon frowned due to the Slaughter Trial's laws scanning him. Even without his Law Avatar or Doomsday incarnation, Ezequiel's battle power got near rank 6, and his presence stirred the dimension's laws. The Supreme Neo-Demon understood that training in this place was not possible since the laws could expel him at any time, but that did not matter since he never planned to remain here in the first place. The Demon Duke's consciousnesses must be patrolling outside the dimension. Ezequiel knew that while the Demon Marquises could not communicate with the outside due to the Slaughter Trial's cloaking abilities, the Demon Dukes would learn about their demise once the contract that connected them broke. If his enemies were devils, Ezequiel would have needed to implement all kinds of secondary plans to trick them long enough until he left the plane. Luckily he was handling demons. While Demon Dukes may have certain wisdom and control over their chaotic instincts due to their powerful souls, they were still wild killing machines. They would only think that the rest had decided to gang up against them, and there was no way they put the effort and mind to figure out what really happened. Right now, every Demon Duke thought the other 4 groups had formed an alliance against them and butchered all of their people. Even Duke Luzerne thought like that because Ezequiel's doppelganger Fiend Rune had broken due to the Supreme Neo-Demon breaking many oaths. As he prepared to leave the Slaughter Trial, Ezequiel focused on the blood bonds. If I could bring them with me, they would be of great help for the race. Unfortunately, I am far from powerful enough to break the restrictions that bind them to the dimension. Although he was a little disappointed, it was not like he left with empty hands. Ezequiel had left a small part of his consciousness perceiving the blood pond's magic matrices all the time he spent inside them. Of course, he understood nothing from them since their level was too high, but the Supreme Neo-Demon memorized the magic matrices and was confident in deciphering their principles with Hades' help. Ezequiel's soul origin, elemental chaos, and astral origin erupted, raising his aura to a level the Slaughter Trial's laws perceived as a rank 6 life form and ejected him from the secret dimension. 5 potent seeds of consciousness were surrounding the entrance to the Slaughter Trial. They were in stasis mode, saving their energies, but when a fluctuation in space occurred, they acted like wild beasts and clashed in the place where it happened. The Duke's consciousnesses clashed, and the next second, confusion appeared in each of them. They felt resentment and rage in the others, which made them think something was wrong. Many questions appeared in the Duke's minds, but the most prominent one was the reason for the fluctuation in space around the Slaughter Trial's entrance. No one acted from their side, so the only reason that came to their minds was that a demon triggered a response from the secret dimension's laws, which could only happen if that individual reached rank 6. A picture began to appear in the Demon Duke's minds. Someone became a sole law domain existence inside the Slaughter Trial and butchered everybody else inside. Although it was highly unlikely something like that happened, it was not impossible. They used their full power to explore the surroundings, but no matter how hard they tried, they detected no one. If their real bodies were here, they would have seen the man who appeared in the sky and that their consciousnesses perceived as a stream of air. The Supreme Neo-Demon's ability to commune with the world and blend with the elements increased as his power did. It was easy for him to trick the seeds of consciousness the Dukes left behind. Of course, things would have been much different if the Demon Dukes had used the full power of their souls to explore the terrain. The moment he left the dimension, Ezequiel shot toward the ground and fused with the earth before running away. His power may allow him to face a weak Hollow Sun domain stage existence, but he was far from being able to defeat one, especially in his current condition. Ezequiel's speed was impressive, and the power of lightning essence enhanced his existence. He headed to the closest city with a world gate. The Slaughter Trial was in a very remote location. Traveling beneath the ground made it so no one could detect him, but it also affected teleportation, so even with his speed, it took an hour before the Supreme Neo-Demon reached his goal. A city filled with hundreds of thousands of demons appeared in front of the Supreme Neo-Demon, and the elements allowed him to scan it secretly. A demon count at the third engraving stage, 9 rank 4 demons, and 503,049 lesser demons. Ezequiel positioned himself beneath the city's center before gathering white lightning in his fist and then clenching it. A wave of invisible electromagnetic energy emerged from the Supreme Neo-Demon's palm and instantly covered the entire city. It did not harm physical matter, But all the demons felt a force striking their souls. Every demon fell to the ground, and the light vanished from their eyes. Even the demon count did not escape the power of the electromagnetic wave. Ezekiel rose to the sky before using his consciousness to bring all the demons to him. Despite their condition, none of the demons were dead. Ezekiel's control over the laws and dominion over the soul allowed him to paralyze everybody. The supreme Neo-Demon did not pity the demons. He only kept them alive because living food had more energy than a dead one. A black hole appeared in Ezekiel's mouth, and he began to swallow the hundreds of thousands of demons. As he satiated his hunger, the supreme Neo-Demon's eyes narrowed as a weird feeling assaulted his bloodline heart. He stopped devouring the demons and focused on the distance. Chapter 431, Returning to the Neo-Demon Realm, 2. A little girl was running through the blood rift, and chasing after her were 10 savage demons. Her skin was pure and white, a striking contrast with her black irises and hair. She would become an astonishing beauty in the future. The ones chasing after her were rank 4 demons, but shockingly, despite her soul force putting her at rank 0, her speed was higher than that of her pursuers. Although chaotic monsters were coming after her, there was no fear in the girl's eyes. It seemed an event like this could not stir her heart. Suddenly, the girl stopped running. Confusion appeared in her face as she tilted her head and looked to the sky. The rank 4 demons were surprised by her actions, and they smiled with savagery as they increased their speed. I have you, you little. The one at the lead extended his hand and was about to grab the girl's neck when a portal appeared in the sky. The next second, the demon saw a 5-meter-tall man with white hair come out of it. His eyes were cold and harmed the soul of the rank 4 demons when they looked directly at them. The man's power made the earth tremble and threw all the demons to the ground. The only one who was not affected was the little girl, who looked at him with a smile on her childish face. Ezekiel's eyes landed on the little girl, and he frowned as his bloodline heart began to beat faster and faster. For a reason he could not understand, he felt a powerful sense of familiarity with her. The supreme Neo-Demon transformed in a flash of white light and appeared in front of the little girl the next instant. Due to his constant massacres and powerful slaughter intent, Ezekiel's presence would normally terrify those who saw him for the first time, but the girl showed no fear. She got closer to the supreme Neo-Demon and began to sniff him. It seemed that she liked what she perceived because her smile became wider. On the other hand, Ezekiel frowned even more as he understood the true nature of the child. She is a demon, but for some reason, the essence of Abyss is being purged of her body, and the evil plane's laws have not tainted her soul. All kinds of thoughts appeared in Ezekiel's mind, but after a moment, they vanished. The only thing left in his eyes was coldness. An aura full of bloodlust and slaughter intent along with the evilness of Abyss world strength burst out of the supreme Neo-Demon's body. The rank 4 demons began to tremble, and some of them were so terrified that they lost consciousness. These monsters could not endure the psychological pressure of being in the supreme Neo-Demon's presence. However, despite being right in front of a terrifying force, the little girl's smile did not falter. Ezekiel saw that, and the coldness in his eyes grew decisive. He gathered an immense amount of energy in his index finger and reached for the little girl's forehead. The finger stopped when it was less than a centimeter away from the girl's face. A little closer, and the energy in it would destroy her soul. The supreme Neo-Demon did not like the fact a force he could not understand affected him, but even after everything he did, the girl did not stop smiling. No matter what he did, the girl showed no fear and kept grinning at him. Ah! In the end, Ezekiel released a sigh and deactivated his aura before bending his knees to get closer to the girl's face. Who are you? When she heard that question, confusion appeared in the girl's eyes. After a moment, she shook her head. I don't know. I woke up a few hours ago, and these bad guys began to chase me a little after that. Ezekiel's eyes narrowed. His instincts told him she was telling the truth, but that only made more questions appear in his mind. Why did you run in this direction? You were after something, or was it just a coincidence? Even if Ezekiel had not come to the girl, she would have reached the city where he was devouring all those hundreds of thousands of demons a few seconds ago. I just felt a pleasant fragrance in this direction, and I felt the need to get closer to it. It turns out that you are the source of the smell. The little girl was obedient and answered all of Ezekiel's questions. The supreme Neo-Demon understood that it would be futile to ask more questions to the little girl since she seems to have no memories. He took a deep breath, and the next second, an invisible force emerged from his eyes and landed in the rank 4 demons' true souls. Agony appeared in the demons' faces as Ezekiel searched their souls. Ezekiel's dominion over the soul was not high enough to read a soul-forging existence's memories without causing some damage, but the fate of the demons did not matter to him. A stream of information appeared in the supreme Neo-Demon's mind after finishing with the rank 4 demons. They were just one of the many groups sent to explore the blood rift in search of someone with this little girl's characteristics. The one who sent them was a demon duke named Doris. There is no more helpful information in their minds. A pensive expression appeared on Ezequiel's face, but he shook his head the next moment. Ducourse should have more information about the girl, but he did not have the time nor the strength to obtain that knowledge. After handling the rank 4 demons, Ezequiel focused on the little girl and smiled. My name is Ezequiel. Since you don't have a name, I will call you Yami. I am going home now. Do you want to accompany me? When it comes to names, Ezequiel's taste was just as bad as Zadiel's. He chose the girl's name due to the color of her eyes and hair. Luckily, the little girl seemed very happy with the name, and she jumped to Ezequiel's shoulder before patting his head. Let's go, chop, chop. An odd expression appeared on the Supreme Neo-Demon's face when he saw how the girl treated him, but a kind smile appeared the next second. However, coldness returned to his eyes when he saw the broken rank 4 demons lying on the ground. His soul-searching did not kill them, but Ezequiel did not plan to leave them alive. He opened his mouth and created a black hole that swallowed them. Ugh, don't they taste awful? Yami showed disgust when she saw the Supreme Neo-Demon devouring the demons. It was the reaction you would expect to see in a child when they witness an adult eating something that looked disgusting. Ezequiel only laughed when she saw her reaction. It was clear to him that the girl's wisdom matched her physical appearance. Of course, he also noticed how the frightening environment and deaths did not affect her whatsoever. He needed to solve many questions, but that could wait until they reached the Neo-Demon realm. The duo returned to the city Ezequiel had decimated. Once the Supreme Neo-Demon finished devouring the demons and collected all the wealth, they left through the World Gate. Chapter 432, Grandmaster Alchemist inside a blue dome in the Jupi continent. Zadiel spent the last month waiting for his body to regain the ability to move and for his soul dimension to stabilize. The damage the Pit Fiend produced with the Eldritch Forbidden Order word was immense. Even with the help of his bloodline and focusing solely on healing, the Neo-Demon was still far from being fine. Zadiel seemed unconscious, but the truth was that his awareness worked perfectly and would have awoken him the moment a threat got near. Luckily, the Jupi continent doesn't get many visitors, and consciousnesses beneath peak rank 6 could not perceive the blue dome. 34 days after killing the Darkness Poison Duke, Zadiel finally opened his eyes. There was an expression of extreme discomfort on his face due to his soul wounds. He found it hard to stand up, and sudden moves caused severe pain. The Neo-Demon managed to regenerate his extremities, but the wounds on his inner organs would need more time to heal. Other than the Neo-Demon, there were only 2 other figures inside the dome. One was the Pit Fiend's mummified body. Despite the horrible condition of the corpse, there was still some vitality in the organs. It seems that the Darkness Poison Duke's death stopped the backlash that consumed his life and soul force. Zadiel smiled after determining the condition of the Pit Fiend's corpse, since other than the heart, the entire body would be his. The next second, the Neo-Demon's eyes landed on the last being inside the dome. Ian Six's physical condition was better than that of Zadiel due to his higher physique. All of his external wounds had healed, and even the arm he lost during the fight had regrown. However, the state of his soul was an entirely different matter. The rebirth eye showed Zadiel the large cracks on Ian Six's soul dimension and the wounds in his true soul. The Neo-Demon's true soul may be weaker than that of Ian Six, but the blue humanoid had the help of the true will. Right now, there was golden energy covering the cracks on Zadiel's soul dimension, stopping them from enlarging and speeding up their healing. A peculiar light appeared in Zadiel's eyes as he saw the unconscious supernova race man. In the end, he sighed before launching an orb of purple fire to Ian Six's head. Being good is annoying. The Neo-Demon no longer bothered with Ian Six and focused all of his energy on healing his soul's injuries. The mission was over, and the contract that stopped them from wounding each other was no longer in effect. However, Zadiel chose a path of righteousness. Although he could compromise and do a horrible thing for the greater good, greed could not affect his will. Of course, the decision would have been much harder if Ian Six's bloodline was helpful for him. Fortunately for the supernova race man, the Rebirth Eclipse bloodline would be weakened if fused with an inferior bloodline like the Supernova Eye of Time bloodline. Comfort appeared on the supernova race man's face as the rebirth force began to heal his soul. After 4 days of having the purple fire bathe his soul dimension and true soul, Ian Six finally woke up. He immediately adopted a battle stance and mobilized his energy before analyzing his surroundings. The last thing he remembered was the Darkness Poison Duke speaking a disgusting word before a force racked his body, severely injured his soul, and left him unconscious. The sharpness in his eyes diminished when he saw the Pit Fiend's corpse and Zadiel taking demons from his space ring to devour them. Since there were no visible threats around him, Ian Six took a moment to analyze his condition. Surprise appeared in his eyes when he saw the purple fire mending the wounds in his soul. He immediately connected the purple fire to Zadiel, but its extraordinary healing abilities came as a shock. Healing the body and healing the soul were two very different things, and not even a master of the law of life could achieve the might of Zadiel's rebirth force. Ian Six's eyes narrowed. He walked toward the Neo-Demon before clasping his hands and performing a deep bow. I appreciate your help. You are a truly honorable person. Please have this as my thank you. Ian Six took 2 red pills from his space ring. He gave one to Zadiel before swallowing the other and adopting a meditative position. The Neo-Demon analyzed the pill, and after seeing that there was nothing wrong with it, he ate it. The next second, his eyes widened as a healing force greater than his own, or even the soul apples, filled his existence. Zadiel immediately closed his eyes and focused on directing the energy to the brain and soul dimension, where his rebirth force had a more difficult time healing. It took less than a day for the duo's body and soul to heal completely. They were once again at their peak. The Neo-Demon looked at Yin Six with wonder. The red pill components were rank 5 materials, but its effects were even better than a pseudo-rank 7 alchemy drug. That level of craftsmanship was something only an individual at the peak of his profession could achieve. Ian Six understood the meaning in Zadiel's eyes, and pride appeared on his face. My father is a grandmaster alchemist who already reached the highest level in the universe and even created a unique alchemy path. Do you have more? Those red pills were handy, and since the price to make them was low, the Neo-Demon wanted to see if he could get some from Ian Six. Unfortunately, the supernova race man shook his head. They are easy to make and cost little, but to obtain them, I need to pay a significant number of merit points. Father says that it is only okay to depend on items if you were the one who created them. That is why he makes his pills so expensive if taken to personal missions. The last events have made Ian Six see Zadiel as a trustful ally, so he revealed more information about his race. Hardworking, decisive, extremely talented, willing to put his children at risk so they can rise and become true warriors. He is not someone I can take lightly. Zadiel already had an idea of the infinite space-time supernova Eye's personality, and it was not someone he would want as an enemy. At least not until reaching the peak of the universe again. Time will tell whether we can work together or I have to erase him. He no longer bothered with what could happen and focused on the task at hand. Since Ian Six had awoken and were both at their peak, it was time to harvest the battle spoils. The Neo-Demon's consciousness and mind force acted over the Pit Fiend's space ring, breaking the seals in this one, allowing the duo to inspect it. Zadiel hoped to find something unique, but in the end, it was all garbage. He must have changed everything valuable for that special artifact capable of altering Butter's law of fire. Although it was a little disappointing, there was nothing the Neo-Demon could do about it. He took a rank 5 artifact and handed over the ring to Ian Six. Ian Six stored the ring before using the law of space to carefully open the Pit Fiend's chest and remove the heart. Their fight and the use of that word damaged the organ, but Ian Six smiled after detecting the powerful demonic bloodline still vibrant inside. After the heart was gone, Zadiel waved his hand and collected the rest of the corpse in his space ring. With the Pit Fiend's belongings and body handled, there was only one thing left to do. Ian Six took out a blue orb and began to manipulate the magic matrix in it. The next second, the dome that covered the duo transformed into a blue mist and entered the artifact. A solemn expression appeared on the faces of Zadiel and Ian Six as they focused on the blue orb. The duo only relaxed when soul fragments appeared inside it. Although capturing the Devil Duke alive would have been perfect, the Neo-Demon and Supernova Race man knew they could not contain themselves in a fight of this level. The blue dome not only isolated their fight from the outside world, but it also worked as a cage capable of trapping soul fragments. Chapter 433, Home. The core of the darkness Poison Duke's soul reached the eternal river of the afterlife, but the artifact managed to capture a significant part of his primordial essence. Ian Six manipulated the blue orb and created a white pearl that contained most of the Pit Fiend's primordial essence before handing it over to Zadiel. The Neo-Demon took the pearl, but confusion appeared in his eyes when he saw Ian Six also hand him a blue tablet with the word invitation in it. Soon, my race will take the spotlight. After that, there will be a great party. You can attend if you so desire. Zadiel stared at the tablet but did not take it right away. He focused on Ian Six, and his eyes shone with a peculiar light. How important is honor for your race? The Supernova Race man was confused by the question, but a serious expression appeared on his face. For my race, honor means everything. Zadiel's eyes narrowed after hearing that. He took the tablet before nodding. I will be there. Ian Six smiled when he saw the Neo-Demon take the tablet. The next second, he covered himself and Zadiel with the Law of Space's power before teleporting to the nearest city. Zadiel captured a devil count and the rank 4 devils in the city before devouring the lesser devils. After that, he and Ian Six used the World Gate and left Dis. Once he was back in the Neo-Demon realm, Zadiel's mind went through the events in Dis. The fight in the Jupi continent was harder than he expected, and the fact that the Darkness Poison Duke could use the Eldritch Forbidden Order words took him by surprise. A pit fiend using the force from the Eldritch universe did not surprise the ancestor of the Neo-Demon race. After all, he knew the thing that inhabited Baator's core. The Darkness Poison Duke's baptism should not have been a normal one. His strength was too little to use that power. There must be something wrong happening in that place. I need to regain the strength to visit Nexus as soon as possible. Zadiel sighed as he thought of all the things he needed to handle. He shook his head the next moment and focused on the task at hand. Thanks to Ian Six's red pill, he would not need to spend several months healing and could advance immediately. However, just as he was about to seal his fourth apocalyptic star, a message from the Nrai reached his mind. Zadiel's eyes narrowed, and he commanded the Nrai to teleport him. The next instant, the Neo-Demon found himself in the Garden of Creation's sky. He saw dozens of thousands of babies playing among each other. These babies had characteristics of the giant race, elven race, dragon race, and many others. Since all the Daybreak clan's members were Neo-Demons, Zadiel decided to move the babies to the Garden of Creation, where their souls could enjoy the nurture of the sacred sun tree's aura. None of these children had developed the wisdom to cultivate yet, but their physical might surpassed that of rank 1 lesser demons thanks to their bloodline and racial heritage. Zadiel left no Neo-Demon guarding this place. He gave the order to the Nrai to watch after the babies. Other than the final Purgatory's first layer, this Garden of Creation was the safest and more secure place in the universe. Not even the Overgod or the Magi world leader could harm these children. Zadiel's eyes focused on the only two people without a chaotic core in their hearts inside the garden. One of them was a big dog, around 2 meters tall. The dog was obviously Tao. After awakening from his hibernation, he became a rank 4 life form, but his wisdom remained the same as before. He still enjoyed playing with the children and behaving as a regular dog would do, despite being a creature capable of creating rank 4 drones. Tao had not been transformed into a Neo-Demon since Zadiel lacked knowledge about his species and did not know if creating a bloodline heart could affect him. Besides, the chaotic core would only enhance his battle power, and Tao was not fit for the battlefield due to his mentality. The Neo-Demon's ancestor did not care about the dog's presence in the Garden of Creation. The one who drew his attention was the little girl riding Tao. A second after Zadiel arrived in the Garden of Creation, a flash of white light left the Soul Throne and appeared in front of the Neo-Demon. Master. Ezequiel performed a slight bow to Zadiel. You brought that child here? Zadiel was surprised by the monstrous physical might Ezequiel released, but analyzing his right hand's battle power could wait. Yes, I found her in the blood rift. There is a connection between us I cannot explain. I brought her to the garden to keep an eye on her as I waited for you. Zadiel's eyes narrowed after hearing that, and he looked at Ezequiel before giving an approving nod. Although bringing someone he didn't know where the race's babies lived sounded stupid, Ezequiel's choice was the wisest one. The Nrai protected each of the babies. It could instantly deploy a protective mantle capable of resisting a peak rank 8 spell. Yami couldn't harm them with her strength. As for the little girl being able to hide her power from the Nrai, to achieve that, she should be capable of tricking the incarnation of death and destruction's Omega Law. There was no living being capable of that feat. Tell me everything about her. Ezequiel nodded and began to relate the events that led to their meeting, the emotions that the little girl stirred in him, and the information in the rank 4 demons' minds. Despite the closeness he felt with the little girl, the Supreme Neo-Demon would not let emotions cloud his judgment. The circumstances that led to their meeting were too weird. Since he lacked the experience to detect a hidden plot, Ezequiel decided to ask the wisest person he knew for guidance on how to proceed. As he analyzed all the information, an expression of shock and awe appeared on Zadiel's face. Could it be possible? Confusion appeared in Ezequiel's eyes when he heard Zadiel's words. Master? Ezequiel's voice drew Zadiel back to reality, and a small smile appeared on his face before speaking. If there were a hidden power acting on her such as fate, then Nrai would have detected it. Your meeting was the result of Kality and your destinies. There is nothing to worry about. The Supreme Neo-Demon obtained the answer he wanted and could finally relax. He was delighted there was nothing wrong with Yami. As the duo spoke, Yami and Tao approached them. Little brother, this is the master you spoke about? A strange expression appeared on Ezequiel's face when he heard how Yami referred to him, but he could only sigh. The name Evil infused awe in every demon lord from the Blood Rift, and Invictus was famous all over the Magi world. However, the mighty entity who owns them could not stop a little girl from calling him little brother. Zadiel almost laughed when he noticed the expression on Ezequiel's face and saw how the dog and girl positioned in front of him. The dog moved his tail in front of Zadiel, and there was a smile on his face. He then began to bark as if asking the Neo-Demon to pat him. Yami's eyes narrowed as she focused on Zadiel. She began to sniff him just like she did with Ezequiel before. Zadiel caressed Hao's head and let the girl do whatever she wanted. After a moment, a peculiar light appeared in Yami's eyes and stopped sniffing Zadiel. Your essence is pleasant, but not like in little brother's case. You smell like home. When he heard that, Zadiel was almost sure he figured out the place from where Yami came. He smiled at the girl before shaking his head. Home is the place where, when you have to go there, they have to take you in. The Prima universe is my home, little girl. Yami stared at Zadiel for a moment after he said that, and she nodded before leaving with Tao. Ezequiel had many questions after hearing the exchange between Yami and Zadiel, but he understood he would find out in due time. However, there was one thing he could ask immediately. Master, can we transform her into a neo-demon? Zadiel shook his head when he heard Ezequiel's question. That would not be wise. There is a unique force in the little girl's existence. It is what protected her soul from Abyss's laws and what is currently purging the evil plane's essence from her body. I don't know how it would react to the chaotic core. Ezequiel understood Zadiel's words and nodded. The chaotic core was highly beneficial to any race, but it could be considered a parasitic entity from a certain perspective. Since everything is in order here, I leave you, Zadiel said nothing else and left for the Neo-Demon Realm's void. It was time for him to advance. Chapter 434, Inner Law Dimension, The moment Zadiel reached the void, he did not wait before adopting a meditative position and channeling elemental chaos into the true Doomsday Body's fourth heaven. A white whirlwind appeared inside the Neo-Demon's hearts. A similar whirlwind, but millions of times larger, appeared above a flaming star in the Neo-Demon Realm's void. While a Neo-Demon can choose some of the stars according to his personal preferences, the one in the hearts and brain must contain the Yang Law and Yin Law, respectively. A genius Neo-Demon who developed his foundation with hard work would always be able to seal a star one tier higher than the previous one. Those who obtained great lucky chances, pushed themselves to their absolute limit, and used the best resources could seal a star at the peak of the tier. A peak tier 4 star is around 70 to 150% stronger than a low tier 4 star. A Neo-Demon with all of his apocalyptic star at the peak of their respective tiers is much stronger than one who just barely managed to seal a star a tier above the previous one. As for jumping a tier, the Bayer-Neloths, the creatures that helped the incarnation of death and destruction to create the Neo-Demon race, theorized only a supreme genius could achieve that. The Bayer-Neloths considered even some rank 9 life forms as mediocre, so the term supreme genius for them meant an existence that defied logic. The first one to achieve that impossible feat was Invictus, and the second was going to be Daybreak. Using the rebirth law and the Blood Duke's regeneration pool, forcing his cells into a cycle of destruction and reconstruction, leaving the strong and purging the weak. All that allowed Zadiel's body to jump a tier. Zadiel was sealing a tier 5 star in his fourth heaven. Although the heavenly body was at the bottom of tier 5, it was still 3 times stronger than the mightiest tier 4 star. In less than a minute, the white whirlwind in the void swallowed the flaming star, making a red orb appear inside the Neo-Demon's bloodline heart and elemental chaos heart. The sealing advanced less than 30% when the star consciousness began to react. Had it been a tier 6 star, Zadiel's True would have had a decent fight, but against a tier 5 star, the golden humanoid did not even need to leave the soul dimension. The True Will's eyes shone with golden light. The next second, a giant sword appeared above the blazing star and pierced it, shattering the star consciousness in one go. Without any interference, the sealing carried on, and soon a red dodecahedron appeared inside each of Zadiel's hearts. A wave of astral origin filled the Neo-Demon's body, and pieces of Yang laws began to fuse with his hearts. Zadiel felt his body growing more powerful by the second and how the true Doomsday body fed on the pieces of star consciousness left by the Yang star. He was on the road to becoming a rank 5 Neo-Demon, but advancing in just one path of power was not enough. So, without wasting time, he manipulated the power of the laws and began to compress his soul origin. After a little more than a month of floating among the raging currents of Void's elemental chaos, Zadiel opened his eyes, and a mighty force wave originated from his body and soul. A smile appeared on the Neo-Demon's face as his advance to rank 5 in the True Souls and True Doomsday Body's paths of power were completed. But his improvement did not stop there. After his body and soul grew stronger, the dream dimension connecting his brain and rebirth eye also advanced. The mind force it generated improved in both quantity and quality. Zadiel took a deep breath before unleashing the full power of his mind force. An invisible force originated with the Neo-Demon as the center and extended for dozens of thousands of kilometers. This force could invade the mind of any peak rank 5 life form without a law essence protecting their soul dimension and force them into an illusion from which they could not wake up. I just reached rank 5, but my battle power has already crossed into rank 6. I could even face Duke Krier for a short time if I go all out. Zadiel analyzed his power, but his eyes narrowed as he felt the phenomenon inside his bloodline heart growing stronger. Unlike Ezekiel, who needed to purify his bloodline constantly, Zadiel's was as pure as it could get. He obtained the first bloodline directly from the supernova eye of life and creation, and an archangel's sun cocoon incubated the second for hundreds of thousands of years. The Neo-Demon's ancestor would not need to worry about his bloodline purity even after reaching rank 9. That was one of the benefits, and the other was that the bloodline would instantly improve Zadiel's connection with the laws in it after each advance as a life form. As the eclipse with purple flames grew stronger, Zadiel's law comprehension did the same. This push forward was what the law of life needed to reach the minor completion level and create a law essence. The appearance of life essence triggered a response from Natux. Just like with death essence and terminus, an immense pain assaulted the Neo-Demon, but this time he was ready. He maintained calm as a golden force with a white core appeared inside the eye of life and creation. The feeling this force generated in the Neo-Demon was the complete opposite of antimatter. Zadiel had an idea of this power's nature but would need to do some tests to be sure. After all, in his past life, he focused on destruction and not life. However, examining the third eye's force would need to wait since now that he formed two law essences, the soul dimension would experience a change that even the mighty incarnation of death and destruction could only describe as a miracle. Zadiel knew how important this was for his future, so he did not dare to split his concentration and focused solely on the soul dimension. The laws are considered the prima universe's matrix. This is because they give order and purpose to the countless energies originating from the three great forces of matter, energy, and spirit. The prima universe used the law of time and the law of space as its principal axes. These two are the base that supported all existence, and it is why supernatural beings often refer to space as king and time as emperor. Right now, Zadiel's soul dimension obtained its own axis, allowing it to evolve into something unique, something extraordinary, something that could grow into a true wonder. With death essence as X and life essence as Y, the soul dimension obtained the stability to pass from a space meant to hold the true soul into a real dimension capable of supporting life. The first thing to change was the soul dimension's wall. Raging energy with the power of life and death fused in it, forming something similar to a crystal wall. Just this increased Zadiel's spirit defenses by a factor of 3. Had the Neo-Demon obtained this protection before the battle against the Darkness Poison Duke, the damage the Eldritch Forbidden Order word caused would have been much less. Now the law essences completed the transformation of the dimension's wall, the true soul opened his eyes and began to roar. It was time to form the spiritual endless ocean and the soul's celestial vault. Chapter 435, Inner Law Dimension, 2. The true souls roared as the massive consciousness carrying the energy pool blasted out of him and fell to the bottom of the soul dimension. Zadiel could sense everything happening inside the soul dimension. He saw his consciousness falling like the great flood in mythologies, forming an ocean. Its size equaled a tenth of a continent. The waters were gray, not due to lack of purity, but due to the elemental chaos forming the energy pool. This water body was Zadiel's spiritual endless ocean. It contained the Neo-Demon's memories and emotions. The true soul still contained the core of Zadiel's consciousness, but it would no longer limit its growth. The stronger his laws became, the broader and firmer this dimension would become, allowing the consciousness and energy pool to increase. It translated into an increase in Zadiel's elemental chaos, cognitive abilities, spiritual defenses, and speed of thoughts. After completing the spiritual endless ocean, the true soul looked to the sky and flew as high as he could get before roaring once again. The blue humanoid released the full might of his soul force and soul aura, forming the dimension's sky. The sky was the soul celestial vault, an extension of the true soul's self. The next second, two massive stars and a small sun appeared in the firmament, filling it with raging energies carrying the power of life and death. Zadiel's soul origin formed the dimension sun, and the life essence and death essence transformed into stars. In the future, if the Neo-Demon's law compression reached a high enough level, this dimension could birth life, and the power of the heavenly bodies would nurture them. Zadiel's true soul was the sky, watching over the entire dimension, and his consciousness was the ocean from where all life would rise. In this place, he was omnipotent and omnipresent. Nothing could hide from him, and everything obeyed his will. The Neo-Demon's soul dimension finally transformed into an inner law dimension, the first step into creating his own universe. The birth of the spiritual endless ocean and soul's celestial vault would mean the end of the inner law dimension's creation for most life forms, but the Neo-Demon race is unique. When the True Will saw a sky appear above him, disdain filled his eyes. He flew up, positioning himself even higher than the true soul. The golden humanoid took a deep breath before releasing a roar. Roar. Unlike the true soul's roars, this one carried an intent anyone could understand. The True Will was the manifestation of a Neo-Demon's ego and willpower. It would not allow anyone to be above him. As he roared, golden lines filled the sky, forming a net covering the entire soul's celestial vault. After proving his superiority, the golden humanoid adopted his iconic meditative position. He was now the sole celestial overlord, absolute ruler of the inner law dimension. The true doomsday body saw the true will reaching the highest sky, and he went in the opposite direction. He entered the spiritual endless ocean and kept descending until he reached the seabed. An immense physical and spiritual pressure assaulted the black humanoid, but this only made a smile appear on his face. As he felt the changes on him, Zadiel could not help but laugh. The way his other paths of power interacted with the inner law dimension made him ecstatic. Knowing the theory behind something and actually feeling it happen inside you were two completely different things. Artificial intelligence chip, scan me. Zadiel gave the order for the chip to do a thorough scan of himself. The chip abilities also grew along with the Neo-Demon soul. It took a moment, but soon Zadiel heard the robotic voice, and a stream of information appeared in his mind. BIP. Host scan completed. Race, Neo-Demon, Rebirth Eclipse Bloodline, Paths of Power, Animus, Low Rank 5/True Soul, First Engraving Stage /True Doomsday Body, Fourth Heaven /True Will, Late Star Breaker, Strength, 8.5 to 10.2, Physique, 12.1 to 14.5, Speed, 10.1 to 12.7 Rebirth Force, 7.0 to 8.4 Elemental Chaos, 6.2 to 8.2 Soul Origin, 6.1 to 7.9 Astral Origin, 6.9 to 9.4 Mind Force, 6.0 to 7.7 Laws, Law of Life, Low Minor Completion Level /Law of Creation, Middle Initial Level /Law of Death, Low Minor Completion Level /Law of Destruction, Late Initial Level /Soul Law, Late Initial Level /Law of Rebirth, Middle Initial Level. Zadiel was highly pleased with his stats. His soul origin and elemental chaos were much higher than an average rank 5 life form at the flesh engraving stage. The might of his body could equal Fiend Marquis's with a sacred body of laws, despite the Neo-Demon's battle style focusing on the soul. As he felt the strength of his body, curiosity appeared in Zadiel's face, and he ordered Enright to teleport him to the Garden of Creation. A weird expression appeared on the Neo-Demon's face when he saw Yami eating branches of the sacred sun tree. That little girl is truly weird. Well, I am not exactly normal. Yami only ate small bites, and they did not harm the massive tree, so Zadiel let her be. He also saw Tao letting the babies caress his belly, and he almost laughed when he noticed the funny face the dog made. After that, his sight landed on the reason why he came to the Garden of Creation. The Neo-Demon saw Ezequiel sitting in the Soul Throne, but his eyes narrowed as he felt something odd. The rebirth eye showed him how most of Ezequiel's consciousness was gone, leaving only a fraction studying the phenomena inside the primordial bloodline. If I am not wrong, he should have left to meet with Iver and discuss magic creation. Zadiel did not waste time and used the artificial intelligence chip on Ezequiel. Since almost his entire consciousness left his body, the chip quickly overcame Ezequiel's spiritual defenses. The Supreme Neo-Demon would only adopt this state inside the Neo-Demon realm, where he was completely safe. After a few seconds, the artificial intelligence chip showed the Supreme Neo-Demon stats to Zadiel. BIP. Target scan successful. Name, Ezequiel Invictus, Race, Neo-Demon, Primordial Bloodline, Paths of Power, True Soul, First Engraving Stage /True Doomsday Body, Fourth Heaven /True Will, Late Star Breaker, Strength, 15.7, Physique, 14.4, Speed, 9.8 Elemental Chaos, 7.8 Soul Origin, 8.0 Astral Origin, 10.2 Unknown Energy, 9.1 Laws, Law of Strength, Late Initial Level, Law of Inner Force, Late Initial Level, Law of Lightning, Low Minor Completion Level, Law of Fire, Peak Initial Level, Law of Wind, Peak Initial Level, Law of Earth, Peak Initial Level, Law of Water, Peak Initial Level, Law of Space, Low Initial Level, Law of Time, Low Initial Level. Note, unknown energy originates from a phenomenon inside the Supreme Neo-Demon's bloodline heart, just like Host's rebirth force originates from his flaming eclipse. Zadiel was aware of the primordial bloodline's unique energy granted to Ezequiel, but he was still surprised by how high the artificial intelligence chip represented it. That unique energy aside, his astral origin is abnormally high. I guess it makes sense since his fourth apocalyptic star is a tier 6 star, one meant to be sealed at the end of rank 5, not at the beginning. Having satiated his curiosity, Zadiel left the Garden of Creation and appeared in front of the Underworld Forge. The Neo-Demon's ancestor smiled at the ancient being of laws before taking out his bone sword, a white pearl, and the darkness poisoned Duke's body. I need you to improve my sword and build a new weapon for me. Chapter 436, Genesis Drive. Hades spent most of his days meditating above the Underworld Forge, using the artifact to recover the pieces of his existence scattered throughout the universe. He opened his eyes when Zadiel spoke to him and analyzed the materials in front of him. The ancient being of law's face showed a little surprise when he saw the rank 6 pit fiend's corpse. He could see the evident fight marks all around the body, meaning it died recently and after a great battle. Although he was surprised the Neo-Demon brought such a powerful corpse to him, it did not matter to him, and he also knew it did not matter to Zadiel. Other beings may find killing a rank 6 life form while being at rank 4 a once-in-a-lifetime feat, but entities like the truth meaning of death and the incarnation of death and destruction knew it was a meaningless achievement in the grand scheme of things. With half of the primordial essence in the pearl and the pit fiend's sternum, I can transform the bone sword into a late rank 6 artifact. What kind of weapon do you want me to create with the rest? The fact the darkness poisoned Duke's corpse was a mess did not bother Hades. His knowledge about magic creation was boundless, and fixing a rank 6 material was a child's game for him. I need 81 daggers. They must be able to harmonize perfectly with mind force, have their own miniature energy pools, and the ability to fuse with souls. I will inscribe a runic formation in them, so make sure the magic matrices are inside the weapons and not on their surface. Zadiel's requirements for the dagger were not only plenty but also highly complicated. While a pit fiend's corpse and primordial essence were the suitable materials, thanks to that species' incredible adaptability, they were tough to manipulate. Even a peak rank 6 magic creator would find the task almost impossible, but Hades nodded immediately. My current cognitive abilities are equal to a peak rank 7 life form, so I will need some time to finish the task. The ancient being of laws was 100% sure of his success. The only thing Zadiel needed to worry about was the time it would take for him to finish. Speak out loud when you have finished, and I will come for the weapons. Zadiel did not have a problem waiting since he could not fight in his current condition due to the pressure the new apocalyptic star generated in his body. After handing over the bone sword, corpse, and pearl to Hades, Zadiel used the Nryan teleported to the void. The Neo-Demon took a deep breath before raising his arm. His palm took the form of a blade, and the next second, the eye of death and destruction began to glow. Now that his true soul reached rank 5, and he created his inner law dimension, Zadiel's soul force was powerful enough to mobilize the antimatter inside the left eye. A black electromagnetic force with a red edge covered his hand. Space shattered around it, and time acted erratically. Zadiel activated his darkness constitution, creating a mantle of darkness that consumed the energy around him. He channeled his energy, rebirth force, soul origin, and astral origin into the hand. Once he could not hold in more, he focused on a low world's crystal wall and waved the arm down. A giant arc of energy with a core of antimatter emerged from the Neo-Demon's arms. It eradicated the elemental chaos in its path until reaching the crystal wall. A low world's crystal wall could withstand attacks from a rank 7 life form, so Zadiel knew his attack would not harm the world in any way. The rebirth eye focused on the arc of energy that lasted 10 seconds before dispersing. The crystal wall seemed intact, but the Neo-Demon smiled since he saw how the arc had managed to pierce 10 centimeters in it. Of course, that damage was insignificant, and the crystal wall healed immediately, but it proved the Neo-Demon's offensive might could reach the peak of the Hollow Sun domain stage if he used antimatter. Unfortunately, Zadiel did not smile for long. His body began to tremble after the attack, and he coughed blood. I tried to be gentle, but even this simple attack caused a severe backlash. I need to enter seclusion until my body is powerful enough to handle the stress of my fourth apocalyptic star. Zadiel's breathing was rough, and he found it hard to move his body. As he felt the condition of his body, an idea appeared in his mind. He focused on the golden force with a white core inside the Eye of Life and Creation and mobilized it through his body. Despite this force being the essence of life and creation, it did nothing to the Neo-Demon's damaged body. A peculiar light appeared in Zadiel's eyes, and he returned the golden force to the third eye before ordering the Nryan to teleport him. Zadiel appeared at the top of an extensive mountain range. He mobilized the golden force into his palm before placing it on the highest mountain's surface. Unlike when it touched his body, the moment the golden force got in contact with the mountain, it immediately fused with it. The mountain began to tremble, and the world's natural energy began to pour into it. A wide smile appeared on the Neo-Demon's face when the rebirth eye showed him how the mountain showed the first sign of birthing a spirit. All things in the universe can form a soul and gain wisdom. A tree could develop consciousness, become a monster, and cultivate until it reached the peak of the universe. Even a rock could gain spirituality after experiencing countless coincidences and spend millions of years bathed in natural energy and origin power. The golden force inside Zadiel's Eye of Life and Creation did not heal life. Its purpose was to act as the origin of life. The Neo-Demon knew its name and began to laugh as excitement appeared in his eyes. My Eye of Life and Creation can produce Genesis drive. Granting spirituality in things may not seem very helpful in battle, but the Neo-Demon had already thought of the perfect use, and he was sure it would be amazing. Genesis drive and antimatter. One represents the beginning of everything and the other the absolute end. Once I achieve duality with these powers, I will be one step closer to a path that will allow my existence to stand equal to the entire Prima universe. The thrill in Zadiel's eyes only grew as he thought of the potential inside him. With each step he took forward, he felt more and more confident in surpassing his previous self. The Neo-Demon soon calmed down and analyzed the condition of his third and left eye. The antimatter and Genesis drive were replenishing but at a very low speed. It seems I can use them once per battle. Things may change when I form creation and destruction essence. Now that he had finished analyzing his current power, the Neo-Demon began to think of ways to improve it. His talent already reached the absolute peak in the universe, and he possessed a battle power that allowed him to jump more than an entire rank. However, there was no such thing as good enough in Zadiel's mind. He could always improve. Now that I formed my inner law dimension, I can finally train a beyond Prima Omega art. Chapter 437, Astral Chaos Omega Law. To train a beyond Prima Omega art, one must have formed their inner law dimension. It is only at this point that an individual's soul can withstand the might of these cosmic forces. Most life forms of the universe never come in contact with the beyond Prima Omega art due to their scarcity. Engraving these arts and passing them on to others to study was more complicated than developing comprehension over them. That is why there are rank 7 life forms that have never trained one. Zadiel, however, already had one inside his inner law dimension. So he adopted a meditative position above the mountain range and closed his eyes as he focused on the red dot that contained billions of runes. Unlike the one inside Ezequiel's mind, that in Zadiel's had a white halo surrounding it. The halo was not part of the beyond Prima Omega art. Other than a copy of the art for him and Ezequiel, it was the last thing he got from Iver. The Neo-Demon only glances at the halo for a moment before focusing his entire mind on the red dot. Beyond Prima Omega arts taught you how to use the power of Omega laws, allowing your battle power to obtain an improvement equal to a law bloodline. However, even the weakest of these arts are incredibly difficult to practice. It was easier to develop your law comprehension over the law of space and law of time to the grand completion level than to master them fully. Some arts take the form of auxiliary skills meant to boost your energy pool and comprehension ability. There are special ones capable of enhancing your centers of power like the soul, energy, or body in this category. Others teach how to use your energy and body to deploy devastating spells or martial skills, exponentially enhancing your offensive and defensive might, and in some cases, your movement speed. The most potent arts come in the form of path techniques. Unfortunately, these are the hardest to learn, but they encompass the full power of the Omega Law instead of only a fraction like the previous forms. These beyond Prima Omega arts take the name of Beyond Cultivation Arts. To make them, not only the Omega Law's power and potential must be endless, but the creator's talent needed to be so high that he could be considered a supreme genius even among life forms that stood above the Prima Universe's laws. Iver the Flawless was a unique entity feared and respected in the entire universe. He was a rank 8 life form capable of not only fighting but defeating rank 9 life forms. His destiny and momentum know no limits, and many supreme overlords of the universe considered him a monster capable of reaching the fable rank 10. He had strengthened his soul, body, and energy beyond what most thought possible, but the reason he could walk unhindered throughout the universe was his Omega Law. The red dot inside the Neo-Demon's inner law dimension contained a beyond cultivation art. Zadiel's perception and comprehension abilities were as high as they could get. He was a Neo-Demon, the most talented race of the universe, and his veins contained a first-order law bloodline, the highest type of bloodline known. Nevertheless, he stood for 20 days in meditation, focusing solely on the red dot. Only when the 21 day started did he obtain the first glimpse of understanding. Zadiel felt the world disappear when that happened, and what appeared in front of him was a boundless space overflowed by 3 forces. Each of these forces was dozens if not hundreds of times more potent than elemental chaos, rebirth force, or even primordial entropy lightning. Elemental chaos could melt the body of rank 3 life forms, but the forces in front of Zadiel could erase the existence of a being of laws. The one that felt pure and distinctive in this illusion had a red color and carried an immeasurable weight and density. Just a wisp could shatter a low world's crystal wall. Others may not know what this place was, but the incarnation of death and destruction knowledge was immense. Because he knew what it was, shock filled his heart. This is the Prima universe after an epoch ended but before the next one started. Amazing. After the initial shock, Zadiel immediately used his willpower to control his emotions and focus. What the Beyond Cultivation art showed him was too valuable. The 3 forces behaved without apparent order and constantly clashed with each other. Although the Neo-Demon would have wanted to experience the might of each one, the art only allowed him to feel the one that carried weight and mass. The other 2 inspired nothing in him. It was like they were mere images without any intent or profound meaning. The forces kept growing more and more powerful until their clash provoked an explosion so mighty that no rank 9 life form could withstand. Order was brought by this explosion, ending the reign of chaos. The three mighty forces began to decompose into inferior forms of themselves. The red force created the planets, stars, and every heavenly body in existence, but it did not end there. From it came the power that gave birth to the bodies of every single species in the universe. As for the other two, they gave birth to the energy and spiritual aspect of existence. The illusion ended a few seconds after that, and when Zadiel's eyes opened, they glowed with wonder. That man's Omega Law generates and rules the power of astral chaos force. If he keeps advancing and developing his destiny, he may reach the level I attained in my past life. Zadiel could feel the intent behind Ivar's Omega Law. The flawless power allowed him to revert a portion of the universe to a primeval state and dominate it. Astral chaos force would form an unrestricted domain. As the force that birthed them, every physical body and element would crumble in its presence, while an immeasurable weight would suppress the laws and energies. And that was only one of the effects of the Omega Law. It also worked as a perfect tool to temper the physical body while also improving the soul and energy. Beyond Prima Omega arts carried levels of comprehension. By understanding enough of it to perceive a shred of the cosmic force's aura, Zadiel reached the lowest known as the ephemeral level. As its name implied, the ephemeral level was the most rudimentary stage of comprehension. It was almost inexistent, and trying to use it to channel the power of the Omega Law was idiotic. The one thing Zadiel obtained from this level was the name and purpose of Ivar's Omega Law. Astral Chaos Omega Law. It is incredibly mighty, but its focus is to grant the body a physical power capable of breaking every law and force in the universe, and that is not my path. Nevertheless, I could still develop some comprehension over it to temper my flesh and blood. Attempting to train more than one Omega laws to the peak without a purpose behind it was beyond stupid. Even Zadiel would find developing a decent comprehension of the Astral Chaos Omega Law incredibly challenging. However, understanding enough of it to use its power to temper only his body was within his capacities. The Neo-Demon was not disappointed that Ivar's Omega Law did not suit him because there was one that perfectly fit his battle style and that he could train faster than anyone else. Nrai, bring me to the End Legacy Hall. Chapter 438, Absolute Unity. The Neo-Demon realm granted access to Omega Laws to the race in two ways. One method is by studying the statue's runes in the final purgatory. Those at rank 8 and above have all the information of these beings' existence, including their cosmic forces. Unfortunately, to resist the spiritual pressure those statues generated, a true will must be at least at the Sun Collapser rank. The other way is to use the End Legacy Hall. Every Neo-Demon got access to the hall the moment they created their inner law dimension. After the Nrai teleported him, Zadiel found himself in a massive wide hall. Inside there were 18 gargantuan sculptures with unique and powerful auras. One had the form of an eye with a red pentagram in it, another resembled an ocean of black flames, and there was even one that appeared to be a blood moon. Despite being sculptures, anyone who saw them would feel that they were in the presence of cosmic forces that could shatter the Prima Universe's laws. If they were to appear in a high world, endless wars would start over their control. Some reached such a high level that they could awaken boundless greed in the hearts of being of laws. Every sculpture here was a beyond Prima Omega art, obtained by the incarnation of death and destruction. Almost all were linked to cosmic forces that originated in a previous epoch. Zadiel walked forward. He would glance at the beyond Prima Omega arts by his side from time to time, but despite depicting a power that reached close to Ivar's Omega Law, they did not awaken his interest. When he finally reached the end of the hall, 3 sculptures with powers a league above the rest appeared in front of the Neo-Demon. Each of them had reached the absolute peak of what the Prima Universe could represent, and they all took the form of beyond cultivation arts. Even a rank 9 life form would feel tempted by the power in them. Zadiel focused on the one on the left and saw a huge tree. Thanks to his memories, he knew what it represented. A law tree so large that it could hold stars and even worlds floating around its branches. 3,000 leaves, each depicting a fundamental force of the universe and capable of manifesting a power above the Prima Universe laws. Once it reaches its peak, it could unleash a power that not even a principal world could withstand. The Neo-Demon stared at the tree for a moment before focusing on the sculpture on his right. It had the form of a simple drop of water. Unlike the massive tree capable of holding heavenly bodies, its appearance was dull, but Zadiel knew how truly horrifying its power truly was. First comes forgetfulness, the constantly advancing river of time, erasing the past and allowing new things to grow until finally there is nothing else to remember. Then comes nothingness, erasing everything to the point that even a universe crumbles into oblivion, deleting his epic cycle. A peculiar light appeared in Zadiel's eyes as he saw that drop of water. There could not be a better Omega Law to train for someone who focused on annihilation and destruction. When he first came in contact with it, Zadiel thought that the one who created this comic force deserved the title of Incarnation of Death and Destruction much more than him. The Neo-Demon did not focus on this sculpture too much either. He turned to the one in the center, the only one inside the End Legacy Hall that originated in this epoch, and what he saw was a black hole. Zadiel's eyes glowed with fondness, and he even caressed the sculpture as memories of the cosmic force's birth came to his mind. After a moment, the Neo-Demon stopped reminiscing about his past and adopted a meditative position. He erased every thought of his mind and focused solely on the principles and forces in the black hole. Soon, the feeling of a cosmic force touched Zadiel's soul, and he began to discern the runes that formed the sculpture. It was not much later that the hall vanished, and he saw a boundless cosmos thriving with life appear in front of him. The cosmos had reached its zenith, the highest point of his lifespan of hundreds of billions of years. Trillions of new lives appeared every day, and a significant percentage rose above the limits of their lifespan and became immortal beings. Everything seemed to flourish until one day, a massive sun greater than a principal world exploded. It released such powerful energy and light that it could easily erase the existence of beings of laws. Despite the destruction it created, the damage to the cosmos was insignificant in the grand scheme of things. However, as the sun died, a cosmic force was born, one with a simple and yet absolute purpose. After the explosion, what remained of the sun began to collapse, and its size became smaller and smaller. It shrank until becoming a single point in space. This new heavenly body was billions of times smaller than the sun it originated from, but its mass and weight were endless. First, it began to devour the elemental chaos around it, decomposing the energy into its most fundamental properties to make it part of its existence. As the black heavenly body grew more powerful, so did its hunger. Time and space, the laws, and even the eternal river of the afterlife were absorbed by the black hole and become one with it. In the end, the entire cosmos that not long ago flourished with life became part of the black hole. By decomposing all existence into its essence and making them part of it, this cosmic force became everything. The illusion ended with the black hole now being the only thing present. Zadiel opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. Invoke the illusion and understand the meaning of the Omega Law meant that he had reached the ephemeral level on it. The most amazing thing was it only took him a day of meditation to achieve it. More than 20 times faster than with Ivar's Omega Law. That did not mean this Omega Law was easier than that of the Flawless. The cosmic force was once part of his existence and born of his primordial essence. Instead of learning something completely new, training this Omega Law was like remembering something he had long forgotten, hence his fantastic cultivation speed. Absolute Unity Omega Law. An endless cycle of devouring, decomposing, and fusing into yourself. Unify everything into a single entity. Once you reach absolute unity, all existence is part of you. Zadiel spoke those words in his mind and felt like parts of himself were slowly awakening from a deep slumber. Others gave him the Incarnation of Death and Destruction title, but the truth was that Zadiel's Omega Law did not seek to bring forth emptiness. Their understanding was too shallow, and they could only perceive the most superficial aspect of the cosmic force's power. He sought to swallow every single power in existence and make them part of him. This cosmic force was truly tyrannical and overbearing. Had he taken the next step in cultivation in his previous life, the cosmic force would have devoured the entire Prima universe. Imagine all the power of a super universe gathered in a single body capable of exerting absolute control over it. That was a might not even the mightiest and unique rank 9 life form could equal. Chapter 439, All-Devouring Seal. Reaching the ephemeral level only meant he would be capable of training the Omega Law. To channel the cosmic force powers, one must reach the embryonic level. At the embryonic level, an individual's understanding of the cosmic force would be significant enough to establish a genuine connection with the Omega Law and learn to use the spells and skills the Creator developed with it. One step at a time, Zadiel said to himself before emptying his mind and focusing on the beyond cultivation art of the Absolute Unity Omega Law. He deciphered and slowly understood the profound meaning and intent of the runes that covered the black hole's sculpture. The more the Neo-Demon's comprehension grew, the more times he experienced the illusion where a black hole devoured an entire cosmos and made it part of itself. Every time the illusion grew a little more profound, and the power of the Absolute Unity Omega Law became clearer for Zadiel. After a month of meditation in front of the black hole's sculpture, the Neo-Demon's eyes released a powerful aura. A mantle of darkness emerged from his body and extended for kilometers around him. The mantle did not come from the Omega Law but from Zadiel's darkness constitution. The first technique in the Absolute Unity Beyond Cultivation art required the individual to have a domain. The best type would be one connected to the body and capable of exerting devouring force. A domain of darkness that was born of the individual's cells was perfect for the technique. Zadiel knew it, And it was the reason he chose a darkness constitution. Zadiel's eyes did not leave the statue, but the power of his death essence began to act on the mantle of darkness. The Neo-Demon was trying to inscribe a rune that carried the power of the destructive law essence in the domain. He failed the first and the second time, but that did not discourage him. On the contrary, Zadiel kept trying again and again as his understanding of the Omega Law increased. Finally, after a week, Zadiel inscribed the first rune inside the domain. It was extremely small, to the point even a rank 6 life form would find it difficult to see it, and the forces and intent in it were unique. The moment the rune appeared, the mantle of darkness began to tremble before immediately compressing around the inscription made of death essence. Zadiel just created with law essence an all-devouring seal, a miniature heavenly body that mimicked the power of black holes. The thousands of meters of darkness compressed around the all-devouring seal and formed a spherical domain less than 4 meters wide. Zadiel analyzed the domain, and a smile appeared on his face. All-devouring domain. Forming it means I reached the embryonic level of comprehension over the absolute unity Omega Law. The darkness density was hundreds of thousands of times greater than before, and that was only one of its changes. Zadiel did not wait before commanding the right to teleport him, and the next second he found himself in the Neo-Demon Realm's void. While the darkness constitution had energy-swallowing properties, comparing it with the all-devouring domain's power was like comparing the amount of water a carp and a whale swallow when they open their mouths. The all-devouring domain was consuming wave after wave of elemental chaos, compressing the energy before storing it into itself. The most amazing thing was that Zadiel did not have to do anything. The domain acted independently and did not require energy or any other fuel source from him. Another fantastic thing from the all-devouring domain was that the energy devoured and compressed formed a defensive force field around the Neo-Demon. As a result, attacks beneath the 5th engraving stage would now be incapable of harming him, even if they hit point blank. Zadiel's smile grew wider as he felt the immense power of the all-devouring domain. He raised his hand and the next second unleashed an ability he had not used in a very long time. Apocalyptic Blast. A cannon of compressed chaotic energy emerged from the Neo-Demon's palm, breaking apart the waves of elemental chaos around him. The beam's power reached the bottom of rank 6. Zadiel had stopped using Apocalyptic Blast after developing other abilities that carried a similar power but drained less energy. However, what he used to fuel the blast was not the elemental chaos in his energy pool but the one contained in the all-devouring domain. He unleashed a spell capable of killing a peak rank 5 life form and yet remained in peak condition. And if that were not good enough proof of the all-devouring domain's power, it would replenish the energy loss in less than a minute, allowing the Neo-Demon to unleash that attack again without any repercussion. Ha 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 ha. Zadiel began to laugh as he felt the significant improvement in his battle power. Before, I could exchange a few movements with a Hollow Sun Domain Devil before being forced to run. Now that I can use the Absolute Unity Omega Law's power and with the new weapons Hades is creating for me, I can kill Fiend Dukes. Battle intent could be seen in Zadiel's eyes as he pictured his return to Baatar. After a moment, the Neo-Demon calmed down and adopted a meditative position in the void as he went through the all-devouring domain's training technique. The domain's cultivation divides into outer cultivation and inner cultivation. Outer cultivation focuses on increasing the number of all-devouring seals, which will improve the domain's ability to devour and store energy. Inner cultivation centers on developing channels that connect my body and inner law dimension to the domain. Zadiel chose to begin his training immediately. He used the power of Death Essence to start inscribing more seals while focusing part of his mind on creating channels that connected his skin to the domain. Now that he reached the embryonic level and learned first Absolute Unity Beyond Cultivation art technique, he did not need to use the sculpture to increase his comprehension for the time being. As his mastery over the all-devouring domain grew, so would his understanding of the Absolute Unity Omega Law. Of course, to learn the subsequent techniques and increase his cultivation to the next level after reaching the peak of the embryonic level, he would need to study the Beyond Prima Omega art in the Black Holes sculpture. Chapter 440, will be enough. Zadiel stood in the void for 8 months, devouring oceans of elemental chaos as he inscribed all-devouring seals and formed the first layer of channels that connected his body to the domain. As he enhanced his understanding of the all-devouring domain, the elemental chaos inside the spiritual endless ocean improved. The Neo-Demon's energy pool was not bound to the true soul's power anymore, and it could grow much larger than the soul origin. The all-devouring domain also helped the Neo-Demon's body to adapt faster to the 4th apocalyptic star's pressure. All of a sudden, Zadiel opened his eyes and looked toward the white Sunday. A message from the Nrai showed Hines, Zydra, Sophia, Tato, Tiras, Juntu, Dante, Kyolo, and Rax appearing in the Beta Heavenly World. They had all become law-engraving existences and sealed their 4th apocalyptic star. Although none of them managed to jump a tier, their 4 stars were all very powerful, showing a great foundation born out of hard work. The Neo-Demon was confused since he had not called them, and there was no reason for all to appear together. He withdrew the all-devouring domain and used the right to teleport in front of them. Zadiel had just arrived when someone jumped to his chest and hugged him tightly. "I missed you." A tender smile appeared on Zadiel's face when he heard that and caressed Sophia's hair. They have not seen each other in several years, and their hearts longed for the other. Heinz and the others did not bother with this scene, but someone showed a complicated expression. Zytra did not know what to do when he saw Zadiel and Sophia behaving like that. She did not feel jealousy but was unsure of how to act around the two of them together. Their status, power, and beauty were similar, but Sophia was the first woman to gain a place in Zadiel's heart, making things awkward for her as the latecomer. The woman saw them exchange a kiss and was surprised by Zadiel appearing the next second in front of her. The Neo-Demon's ancestor only smiled at Zytra before also kissing her. Happiness could be seen in Zytra's face as she felt her lover's touch. Sophia did not care about their exchange. As long as there was a place for her in Zadiel's heart, that was good enough for her. After attending both of his women, Zadiel looked at the rest. "Why did you all come?" Dante was about to respond to Zadiel's question when they heard a thunderclap. The next second, they saw a 5-meter-tall man that exerted a monstrous physical pressure appear in front of them. "I summoned them." Ezequiel nodded to Zadiel before focusing on the Neo-Demon, and a severe expression appeared on his face as he analyzed them. On the Supreme Neo-Demon's shoulder, there was a beautiful little girl with black hair. Yami focused on the group before shaking her head and continuing to eat the sacred sun tree's branches in her hand. Heinz and the others felt an invisible pressure assault them, and their instincts shouting them to be alert. Zadiel's eyes narrowed as he stared at Ezequiel. His rebirth eye showed him that he already built his inner law dimension, which did not come as a surprise, but he detected something else that amazed him. "You already reached the embryonic level?" Ezequiel turned back to Zadiel and nodded. 3 days for the ephemeral level, 5 months for the embryonic level. The Neo-Demon was truly impressed when he heard that. Even though it could not compare with his speed, it was still beyond amazing. However, as he analyzed the situation, the secret behind Ezequiel's monstrous cultivation speed became clearer for Zadiel. His perception and comprehension abilities are already exceptional. The astral body avatar provided him with a unique understanding of the physical aspect of existence. By deciphering the elemental laws, he gained a superficial knowledge of the ancient force that gave birth to them. And if that was not enough, astral origin shares some characteristics with it, making it even easier for his body to attune to the Omega Law. Zadiel also detected something else inside the Supreme Neo-Demon's inner law dimension, but he could not see it due to this one's spirit defense. He did not waste too much time on that and analyzed the way Ezequiel stared at the other. His understanding of his will's personality was very high. An idea of why he summoned the Neo-Demons here formed in his mind after a moment. Zadiel sighed and nodded to Ezequiel before speaking to the group. "Be careful, and good luck. You will need it." The Neo-Demon's ancestor said nothing else before teleporting to the underworld forge. Zadiel's words left the group confused, but before they could understand what he meant by that, Ezequiel's voice drew their attention. "Let's go to the void. This place is not suitable." A second after he said that, the Rai teleported the Supreme Neo-Demon and the others to the Neo-Demon Realm's void. Heinz, Sophia, Dante, and all the other Neo-Demons that formed part of Zadiel's inner circle were full of questions. But as they felt the Supreme Neo-Demon's gaze on them, none dared to speak first. Ezequiel's aura was tempered by Abyss. He was a true killing machine that already ended billions of lives. His spirit carried the evil plane's cruelty and brutality, making those who saw him feel apprehensive, especially if he was angry. The one who adapted better to the Supreme Neo-Demon's monstrous aura was the little girl on his shoulder. She did not stop smiling the entire time. Yami may be a rank 0 life form. Still, her body could easily withstand the corroding power of elemental chaos, and the unique force in her soul protected her from any spiritual damage. The Supreme Neo-Demon took his eyes away from the group and stared at the realm around him. An immense sense of respect and awe overflowed his heart. "How strong do you think Master was before his fall?" Ezequiel's question took the Neo-Demons by surprise. Zadiel's past life was a form of taboo for them. Even thinking about it was something they prevented themselves from doing. "I made a question." Ezequiel turned back to the Neo-Demons with coldness on his face. His eyes resembled those of an ancient beast ready to strike at the most minimal provocation. "Rank 9. The one who spoke was Sophia, and the others nodded, showing their support, but Ezequiel shook his head. Iver the Flawless is a monstrous genius not only in cultivation but also as a magic creator. His power and capacities are beyond my current understanding, but I know his most incredible creation is the transitional plane. That artifact can compare with a weak principal world in terms of might and true wonder in the Magi world's leader, a rank 9 life form. However, God's tomb is nothing compared with our race's realm. Ezekiel stopped for a moment and let his words sink into the Neo-Demon's minds. The Supreme Neo-Demon reasoning had some flaws, but they still carried enough truth to make Heinz and the others think. How much power and control over the universe's forces must someone have to build the Neo-Demon realm and create a race where each member has access to something so unique as the true Doomsday body and true will? He did not wait for them to answer before speaking again. Now tell me, how strong was the person who defeated this realm's creator and forced him to reincarnate? The Neo-Demon's eyes widened when they heard that. If Zadiel's previous might was high enough to create a realm that could compare with Abyss and Baatar, who could have defeated him? They had a hard time even imagining an entity with that kind of power. I can see that you all pushed yourself to the limit, some a little more than others. Your soul origins are extremely pure, and your apocalyptic stars are also of a high level. Your laws are strong, and most have already formed a law essence, but... Although those sounded like compliments, the Neo-Demons felt the coldness and wrath in Ezekiel's aura growing as he paused his speech and looked at them. Do you really think that will be enough? The Supreme Neo-Demon's power blasted out, pushing away the giant waves of elemental chaos around him. Chapter 441, Ezekiel versus everybody. The Neo-Demons were surprised by Ezekiel's outburst and the immense wrath in his voice. The Supreme Neo-Demon made honor to his title as the Ancestor's will, always calm despite the adversity. However, the fact he let his anger appear showed how strong his emotions were. Even if you all form Omega laws and become rank 8 life forms, you think that pathetic power will be enough to help Master in his final battle? You would be nothing but burdens on that type of battlefield. Ezekiel's rage grew as he spoke, making an invisible pressure assault on the Neo-Demons in front of him. We push ourselves to our absolute limits and unleash all the potential of our bodies and souls. There is not a day we do not strive to become better. Tado rebuked Ezekiel's words, and his eyes glowed with willpower. He had never lacked dedication and hard work and did not believe the Supreme Neo-Demon assessment was correct. The Supreme Neo-Demon focused on Tado. A smile appeared on his face but did nothing to diminish the pressure the Neo-Demons were feeling. So are telling me you all constantly strive to enhance your talent. How interesting. Ezekiel paused after that, and his consciousness began to form images above his head. After my first battle in Abyss, where I became a demon count, I was chased by 3 rank 5 demons. Back then, due to my injuries, I could not face them, but it would have been easy for me to escape with my world mirage rune. However, I did not. The images above Ezekiel's head showed him running away from 3 giant demons. Heinz and the others saw how the Supreme Neo-Demon dodged and countered the attacks of his enemies for weeks as his condition grew worse and worse. The most minimal mistake would have meant Ezekiel's death, but he managed to survive. One day, as the hunt carried on, they saw a copy of Ezekiel appear out of nowhere and fuse with the one who was running. The Neo-Demons recognized the newcomer as the Nether Spirit Avatar. Once he reformed his original body, the Supreme Neo-Demon power skyrocketed. During this entire time, he had secretly fixed most of his inner wounds, tricking the demons who were hunting him. A full-on battle carried on after that. Ezekiel could use the entire world as an energy pool thanks to his ability to commune with it, so his energy reserves were at their peak despite running for such a long time. The demon counts chasing him, on the other hand, were not in such a good state. The Supreme Neo-Demon butchered them all. He ate their bodies and crushed their souls. A few years after that, I was tracked by a group of powerful humans whose strength vastly surpassed mine. They hid near my city and prepared to ambush me, but I managed to detect them thanks to my ability to communicate with the elements. I could have used the World Gate and returned when my power was high enough, but I did not. Taking advantage of their lack of preparation, I ambushed them, severely weakening the strongest and destroying the fighting spirit of the rest. The images above Ezekiel changed, showing this fight against Hyuga and the genius youths of the Oracle world. The Neo-Demons could tell how Hyuga's power surpassed that of the Supreme Neo-Demon, especially that last spell where he burned his life force to activate. Even as the Dark Cage threatened to burn his body and crush his soul, Ezekiel's fighting spirit did not waver. Instead, the Supreme Neo-Demon used the threat of death to push himself beyond his limits and enhance his law comprehension to the point where he could fuse with his law avatar. He used a single punch to break the cage, and then with a monstrous speed, appeared in front of the human and landed a palm strike that broke his body and severely wounded his soul. As I grew closer to rank 5, instead of waiting for a lucky chance, I decided to create one for me. So I schemed to enter a secret dimension that had the key to help me push my body beyond its absolute limit and purify my bloodline. I tricked the demon marquises that went there, offering to share the opportunity with them, when the truth was that I planned to kill everybody. Ezequiel's consciousness showed the events inside the slaughter trial. The Neo-Demon saw his fantastic display of power and wisdom. They saw how the Supreme Neo-Demon once again chose to put himself in danger and fight against opponents who surpassed him. When the Devil Marquis revealed himself and ambushed Ezequiel, none of them understood how he could display a martial prowess, instincts, and techniques so high as to respond to it. However, the Supreme Neo-Demon didn't manage to kill everybody. There are countless adversities and lucky chances in the universe that we can use to enhance our potential and destiny, pushing our existences to a higher level. I got where I am, having power above what my race and bloodline can grant me because I decided to bet my life again and again, just for the tiny possibility I could become better. Ezequiel's words shocked the hearts and wills of the Neo-Demons. His racial heritage and bloodline were good enough to reach rank 9 if he pushed himself to the limit, but the Prima Universe's limit was not good enough for the Supreme Neo-Demon. Unshakable determination and unwavering spirit. Willing to bet a glorious future as an overlord of the universe for the almost impossible chance of growing higher. A soul devoted to an idea for which he would do everything. The Neo-Demons could not help but think that even if another Neo-Demon obtained a primordial bloodline, he could never compare with their race's supreme. While seeking lucky changes and enhancing our destinies is essential, it would be meaningless if we fall. So should we not always make sure our chances of survival are high enough before doing anything? Danny's words made sense, and his approach was one taken by most powerhouses in the universe. Heinz and the others found logic in his reasoning, but their instincts screamed as a horrific slaughter intent assaulted them. Dante was the one most affected as the pressure targeted him. The Neo-Demons felt the coldness in Ezequiel's eyes as he focused on the youngest of them. If it weren't for Master's blood running through your veins, I would kill you here and now. Dandy's face grew pale as the feeling of being targeted by an unstoppable killing machine assaulted his will. He was sure that Ezequiel truly would have ended his life if he wasn't Zadiel's son. We are Neo-Demons. Even if we die, our soul seeds will bring us back to life. However, the price I would have to pay would be much higher than yours, and there is a high chance I could never restore my primordial bloodline to its peak. Are you telling me that the threat of a temporary death is too much for you? The Supreme Neo-Demon's words brought shame to the hearts of the group. Although they did not want to admit it, death still terrified them, and they did their best to avoid it, even if it meant losing the chance of enhancing their destiny. Prepare yourself. I will fight all of you at the same time. You better go all out and try to kill me because I will kill you if I have the chance. If you fall, then take the opportunity to work harder when you come back. The moment he finished speaking, an endless bloodlust and fighting intent covered the Neo-Demons. Chapter 442, Ezequiel vs. Everybody, 2, from the Supreme Neo-Demon. A red tsunami made of pure and concentrated killing intent emerged and submerged everything in a radius of more than 100,000 kilometers. Ezequiel could not unleash the evilness of Abyss World strength in the void, but due to the endless carnage he experienced in the Fiend Plane, his killing intent grew to the level it formed a force field. Using his connection to commune with the universe and domain over the spiritual aspect of existence, Ezequiel could transform his bloodlust force field into an actual spiritual attack. The force field would freeze the mind of any life form at rank 4 and diminish the strength of those at rank 5. Neo-Demons were a unique race capable of weaponizing their willpower. If that weren't the case, other than Heinz, Toto, and Rax, everybody would have their battle power diminished due to the Supreme Neo-Demon's bloodlust. Despite their power remaining unaltered, they all faced immense psychological pressure. Just being in the presence of a monster like Ezequiel would make anyone anxious. Ironically, the only one who was not affected by the Supreme Neo-Demon's monstrous aura was the little girl on his shoulder. Yami kept smiling as she ate more sacred sun tree branches. The Neo-Demons looked at each other. They all understood how dangerous their current situation was. Ezequiel's resolution was something they understood very well, and trying to talk their way out of this would only make his wrath grow stronger. They all released their consciousness and established a telepathic link. As a result, the Neo-Demons' minds could now work as one, making it easier to form a plan and battle as a group. In the entire race, only Daybreak could match Invictus' power. Even if they had the numerical advantage and were some of the most talented Neo-Demons, fighting without a plan would be equal to suicide. Luckily for them, Ezequiel did not move after telling them they would fight. It seemed the Supreme Neo-Demon would allow them to prepare. Law engraving existence's minds worked extremely fast, but it still took the Neo-Demons 10 minutes to be ready. Everybody fused with their law avatars, activated their Doomsday incarnations, and equipped their rank 5 artifacts. They were ready to go all out since they believed their opponent when he told them that he would kill them if he had the chance. Kilo became a 10-meter tall humanoid dragon. Solidified fire lightning covered every part of him, reinforcing his flesh, blood, halberd, and even his soul dimension. The armor was a technique the young kobold developed combining his laws, fire constitution, and absolute solar yang true doomsday body. This technique not only intensified Kylo's speed and defensive power, but by tapping into the healing properties of the laws, he could transform his fire lightning guard into new tissues to repair the damaged ones. Rax's physical form was similar to his son's, but what covered him was flaming darkness. In addition, his flesh and body obtained a dark brown color due to his earth constitution, enhancing his physical defense. Still, the most impressive thing was the immense gravitational pull around him. Fire could grow stronger the more it consumed. Darkness could swallow everything. Earth could attract anything around it, but more importantly, it could change to adapt to new things. By combining these three powers, the old kobold transformed his body into an entity similar to a world. The magnetic force field in him could swallow any type of energy, including kinetic one, to which his flesh and blood would adapt, growing stronger. He carried a giant warhammer that was enhanced by the destructive power of fire and darkness, along with the weight of the law of earth. Pure light formed the body of Heinz and Dante. Both had chosen a light constitution, improving, even more, the speed enhancement of their superluminal true doomsday body. The cultivator had a war armor made of various laws fused with his artifact. The weapon in his hand glowed with golden light and showed signs of spirituality. After achieving the second sword realm and forming a sword spirit, he asked Hades for a new weapon and used his blood, bones, and even soul fragments as the materials. In the hands of anyone else, the sword would only be an average rank 5 artifact, but using the law of blood and the law of sword, Heinz could connect with the weapon at a physical and spiritual level. The law of killing's annihilation force and the law of space's endlessness formed the sword's core. Together, they created a nucleus where Heinz could channel every part of his existence and transform it into destructive power. Dante had hundreds of spheres rotating behind him, all of them showing the illusion of an arrow. 722 were red golden spheres the size of a fist. They all contained elemental powers like fire's destruction, earth's weight, wind's versatility, and water's formlessness. He did not practice the elemental laws, but he managed to give unique properties to the sphere made of his blood using the law of creation. The arrows were not only incredibly fast thanks to Dante's unique use of the superluminal true doomsday body. In addition, they now carried elemental abilities. There were 81 bluish golden spheres the size of walnuts. Dante made them with tiny fragments of his soul. They still carried elemental power, but thanks to their spiritual nature, the law of creation gave them the ability to target an individual soul. The last spheres were 3 tiny ones no larger than apple seeds. These were purely golden, and he managed to create them by gradually extracting pieces of his bloodline. Their power was the greatest. But, unfortunately, these bloodline arrows took years to develop since the process could harm the Daybreak bloodline if he did not wait for it to heal before taking more. Of course, Dante never touched the bloodline's core since even his laws could not heal that. Jantu and Tiras took a similar cultivation path. They mastered the law of blood, law of devouring, and the law of destruction and chose a blood constitution. Combining the power of the law of blood, law of devouring, and blood constitution, the duo could display the full might of the immortal blood devourer true doomsday body, enhancing their physical strength and regeneration abilities to an incredible level. They chose the law of destruction because of its immense offensive might. Moreover, it shared properties with the law of devouring, so it would be easier for them to practice it than the law of killing or the law of annihilation. While their path was more straightforward than the others, it did not mean it was weaker. On the contrary, the simplicity allowed a more pure growth, which transformed into a more decisive offensive and defensive might. The duo retained their human form, but Jantu carried a spear that resembled a centipede's body, and Tiras wore spiked gloves. Their bestial nature still affected their battle style. Behind the duo, there were 2 balls of blood so large that they resembled small stars. A stream connected the neo-demons' bodies to the blood stars, allowing their physical might to grow immensely and their flesh to adopt a red metallic color. Storing blood and using it to activate the immortal blood devourer true doomsday body would have subpar effects due to the substance's lack of vitality and life force. Luckily for the magic creatures, the law of blood helped them with that. Chapter 443, Ezequiel vs. Everybody. Unlike the bone armor in the other Neo-demos covering their extremities, the one in the trio that chose the endless chaos true doomsday body spread over their chest and had a gray core in it full of highly dense energy. Tato and Zytra's wings left their bodies and transformed into incarnations. One had the form of a star of solidified light with a halo of shadows, and the other resembled the upper body of a Grim Reaper carrying a massive scythe. These incarnations were an ability the duo obtained thanks to Hades' help, who improved their wings with special magic matrices. The wings formed incarnations that were an extension of their existences and capable of unleashing energy with a speed and power higher than what their bodies could withstand. Zaider's incarnation used the shadows to swallow the energy around it, which would feed the starlight core, which would, in turn, improve the shadow halo around it, enhancing this one swallowing force. It was an endless cycle of constant improvement. Before reaching rank 5, that was where her path ended, but she had managed to push it to the next level. The light could devour shadows, and the same could happen the other way around. As these two opposite and yet connected forces grew stronger by consuming each other, they gave a chance for something to emerge. The deepest part of the starlight core had the power of the law of birth. From the shadows came the light, and from the light came the birth of all things. Thanks to the law of birth, the weapons Zaitra could create with the law of light were now dozens of times more potent, but they also consumed much more energy. Zaitra had chosen a shadow constitution. It helped her ability to gather energy, and at the same time, it also improved her speed and teleporting skills. She could also transform the starlight core into shadows and use them to regenerate her body. Tado's incarnation was also unique in its construction. The left side of the body carried the law of withering's power, and the right side had the law of fear's power. These two powers gathered in the Grim Reaper's scythe. From the left hand came the power of fear that affected the target's minds. It focused on an individual's soul and consciousness. The right hand channeled the power of wither, breaking the target's body, forcing them to witness how their flesh roots and their blood transform into dust. One destroyed the target's spirit while the other his physical body. Both sought to shatter their wills and make doubt and uncertainty fill their hearts, allowing something even more incredible to be born inside the enemy. Desperation. It is born in your mind and consumes you from the inside out. It shattered your spirit as it sucked the power of your body. Capable of inducing fear in your soul and withering your body, from which it would feed to become even stronger. The Grim Reaper's scythe carried the law of desperation's power. Tado chose a darkness constitution due to its ability to devour energy, and darkness blended better with desperation, which could be helpful one day. Sophia's current appearance resembled a humanoid Nirvana Icefire Dragon Phoenix. Thanks to her bloodline, she could unleash the same amount of energy at the same speed as the other two without needing an incarnation to lessen the burden on her body. Each of her feathers carried dark ice fire that combined the law of devouring, law of fire, and law of water. The first one devoured energy that improved the other two. She chose a water constitution, which increased the quantity of her ice fire and the speed at which she could shoot it. However, the main reason behind this decision was that this elemental constitution made it easier for her to blend the law of pure emptiness in the white liquid flame into her body and spells. Her ability to fuse the white liquid flame into her elemental constitution would grow as her comprehension of the law of pure emptiness advanced. She could obtain a body resistant to all laws and impervious to ailments if the white liquid flame fused with every single cell. The power of each neo-demon was tremendous. The weakest reached the Marquis level, and the strongest approached Suda rank 6. Despite facing a power that could defeat someone at the bottom of the Sun Lotto main rank, Ezequiel's face showed nothing. Instead, his heart remained calm and in peace. Yami. The moment the little girl heard that, she jumped out of Ezequiel's shoulder and landed far away in the void. Yami's eyes did not leave the neo-demons, and the expression on her face was similar to that of a child ready to watch a good show. Heinz, Sophia, and the others were curious about the little girl accompanying Ezequiel. Her behavior was extremely bizarre, but it was not the time to ask questions. Rax and Kylo positioned themselves at the right of the supreme neo-demon, while Juntu and Tiras took his left. Heinz took the front, and a few hundred meters on his back was Dante. Despite being an archer, Dante positioned mid-range to increase the accuracy of his arrows. 20,000 meters behind Ezequiel, the neo-demons with the endless chaos true doomsday body took their positions. Their bodies were the weakest, and they focused on using long-range spells, so that place was the best of them. The supreme neo-demon did nothing to stop them from surrounding him. It was only after the neo-demons finished their preparations that he closed his eyes for a moment. His bloodlust force field grew smaller until it only covered Ezequiel's body. The killing intent in it was so high that it surpassed the one even someone like Heinz with a killing essence could achieve. It was so full of brutality that even demon lords would tremble in its presence. Then, Ezequiel opened his eyes, and these were devoid of all color, but they saw every flaw in the universe. Primordial entropy lightning, astral origin, and elemental chaos blasted out of his body, making the void trembled. He formed his inner law dimension and possessed a spiritual endless ocean, allowing his energy pool to be much higher than the rest. Although the difference in their elemental chaos surprised them, what truly shocked the neo-demons was Ezequiel's astral origin that highly surpassed theirs in quantity and quality, along with the white lightning that was the most powerful type of energy they have ever felt. The next instant, the supreme neo-demon fused with his law avatar, transforming into a white humanoid. One with the law exponentially enhanced his physical might, energy output, pull over natural energy and origin power, and control over world strength. Lightning with a black edge covered his body as he activated his Vajra Terminus body. It was a peak rank 5 Animax Soul Rune, and the enhanced it granted now was not as good as when he was a rank 4 life form, but since Ezequiel's energy pool grew, he could maintain it active for a long time. Next came the Doomsday incarnation. The Supreme Neo-Demon's body trembled for a moment before he adopted his Azure form, but instead of 6 arms, there were now 12. Bones covered the new extremities, and each of them was as powerful as the Supreme Neo-Demon's original arms. At rank 5, an immortal avatar true Doomsday body can allow a total of 6 avatars. The size of Ezequiel's consciousness and the amount of world strength he could channel into his body increased by a factor of 6. After his transformations were over, Ezequiel began to look around him. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face as he saw the Neo-Demon's battle formation. An individual's back was always a weak point, from which he could exert less strength and was harder to protect. Therefore, positioning those with the highest offensive might and the weakest defensive power in that region was smart. Unfortunately for the Neo-Demons, those tricks were useless on someone like Ezequiel. You are too naive. There is no such thing as a blind spot on this body. Those words made the Neo-Demons anxious. Then, they saw how Ezequiel's bones and muscles began to reform. The Supreme Neo-Demon head fused into his chest, forming a lump from which 12 eyes devoid of color emerged. He manipulated the muscle mass and bone density of 6 arms and fused them into the others. As a result, the new extremities were enhanced immensely, comparable with rank 6 artifacts, and formed a collar around his body. Ezequiel's domain over his body reached such a high level that he could alter his physical matrix, allowing his new organs and extremities to work perfectly and in balance. That was a feat that no transmutation spell could achieve. The Supreme Neo-Demon broke their battle strategy in a single move, but the worst thing had yet to come, as a red light appeared in his empty eyes. Chapter 444, Ezequiel vs. Everybody, If. Despite all of them being law-engraving existences with 4 apocalyptic stars sealed inside their bodies, there was an immense difference between Ezequiel's battle power and the others. The strongest of the group was Heinz, who could display offensive might that almost reached rank 6. Unfortunately, his physical defenses only touched the bottom of the Marquis level. After Ezequiel completed his transformations, his aura bordered the Hollow Sun domain stage, and unlike the cultivator, every aspect of his existence attained that level. The higher the ranks, the harder it was to jump levels in battle power. For example, Heinz's battle power positioned itself at the peak of the first engraving stage when he became a rank 4 Neo-Demon, but now that he was at rank 5, his offensive strength did not reach rank 6. The Neo-Demon's expressions were severe as they perceived Ezequiel's power, but they still felt some confidence in their chances to at least reach a tie. As for killing him, none of them thought that could be possible. Unfortunately, the Supreme Neo-Demon had not finished with his power-ups. A red dot of light appeared in Ezequiel's empty eyes, and the next second, a powerful and immensely heavy force burst out of his body. The red aura allowed Ezequiel's battle power to jump into the Hollow Sun domain stage. Heinz and the others saw with shock how the red aura shattered space and time around the Supreme Neo-Demon, transforming every piece of matter into an ancient form of energy that fed it. Although they could not tell much about it, they understood that the red aura was self-sustainable, meaning Ezequiel could maintain it active for as long as he wanted, no matter how much damage they did to him. The Supreme Neo-Demon used the first technique of the Astral Chaos Omega Law, the Astral Destroyer Godslayer Mantle. Just like the all-devouring domain, it split into inner and outer cultivation. The mantle was composed of Astral Chaos Chi, a subform of Astral Chaos Force. The outer cultivation focused on decomposing the matter around the user into Astral Chaos Chi, which will feed the mantle and form a protective layer. As for the inner cultivation, the user would gradually fuse Astral Chaos Chi into their flesh, blood, and soul, allowing them to grow stronger and capable of using the matter around them as an endless fuel. Ezequiel's monster form, bloodlust, and battle power made him seem like an absolute killing machine. Come to me, or I will go to you. The Supreme Neo-Demon's voice was ice cold as he spoke those words, and the killing intent in it was crystal clear. Heinz's eyes narrowed and immediately made his energy explode before sending a message to the others. I, Tiras, Juntu, Dante, Rax, and Kylo will keep him occupied. Tato, Zydra, and Sophia, the moment you are ready, fire your most potent spells at him, even if we are still in the destruction radius. Our best chance is to force him to empty his soul origin. We must give our all, or he will force us to use our soul seeds. Determination filled the Neo-Demon's eyes, and their battle intent burned as they prepared to go all out. Ezequiel saw the kobolds, magic creatures, and cultivator flashing to him, ready to unleash all their physical might. He could also discern Dante transforming one of the bluish-golden spheres into an arrow and the Neo-Demons with the endless chaos true Doomsday body charging their energies. All that made the monstrous smile in the Supreme Neo-Demon grew even more bloodthirsty. The first attack to arrive was a blue arrow that carried the power of the wind. Most would find it very hard to respond to the projectile due to the speed and ever-changing movements, but Ezekiel was not everybody. One of the hands displayed a monstrous speed and crushed the arrow with a palm strike. When Dante saw that, his eyes glowed, and then the arrow that had just broken to pieces began to reform while pushing forward. Even if the wind was fragmented, it could gather back without harm. One of the eyes pointing backward noticed the arrow reforming and stared at the archer with complete calmness. A vibrational wave emerged from the hand that destroyed the arrow and disintegrated it again before using the red mantle to consume the pieces. Dante was surprised by how easily Ezekiel handled the arrow. After reaching rank 5, he used that projectile against a powerful devil Marquis and injured him severely. However, he did learn something. Thanks to his eye of life and creation, he discerned the nature of 2 law essences. Other than lightning essence, he has strength essence. The amount of power on each of his attacks can increase exponentially, and he can also expand his range via vibrational waves. The Neo-Demon used his consciousness to relay that information, which was much faster than words. After that, he immediately charged another arrow on his bow. A somber aura appeared in the close-range team when they heard that. Usually, one would need some time to prepare a powerful attack, but strength essence would allow Ezekiel to fire a full power strike instantly without any warning. That would mean that any blow they receive could be fatal. Despite that, none of them diminished their speed. Their attacks landed at the same time, along with Dante's second arrow, displaying remarkable synchrony. A shockwave that extended for kilometers and threw away the oceans of elemental chaos around them occurred the next instant. The combined might of those attacks could have sunk a small continent, but the Supreme Neo-Demon managed to respond to everyone. 6 arms covered in bone stopped Heinz's light-speed sword, Dante's supersonic arrow, Kylo's lightning fire halberd, Rax's gravitational hammer, Jantu's blood spear, and Tyrus's bloody gloves. The first exchange showed the Neo-Demons how superb was Ezekiel's martial skills and domain over the laws. Each arm carried a different kind of power that countered the attacks of the Neo-Demons. For those faster, the white lightning allowed better use of lightning and wind, and for those heavy, there was water and earth. Ezekiel was the third youngest of them, behind Dante and Kylo, but his battle techniques were the highest. Even Heinz's sword darts were slightly inferior. Hundreds of life and death battles with enemies, countless hours of training, and a perfect dominion over the body allowed Ezekiel's battle techniques to equal his cultivation talent. The shock did not break the Neo-Demons' battle awareness. On the contrary, they immediately continued their attacks, using all the power of their bodies and spells. If they stopped pressuring Ezekiel for even a second and allow him to move freely, they were sure the consequences would be dire. The cracks in space grew wider and wider as the battle carried on. The 6 Neo-Demon were doing their best, but Ezekiel's always managed to strike the flaws in their attacks, diminishing their strength, before using his martial skills and laws to nullify the power behind them. It was a truly fantastic sight. 6 arms were moving faster than sound, countering attacks from every direction. Moreover, the one controlling them seemed capable of dividing his mind, allowing him to use a different approach for each of his enemies. The fight had just started, and trails of blood began to emerge from the Neo-Demons' mouths. They had not received any direct blow, but every time Ezekiel stopped one of their attacks, he would send back vibrations carrying the power of his primordial entropy lightning. They used their bloodlines and energies to counter the white lightning, but it was not easy. Although wounds were beginning to appear, none of them lost focus. Soon a message reached the close-range team and Dante. The Neo-Demon with the Daybreak bloodline roared as 2 new right arms emerged from his body.